undertakings, and team-building activities, recognizing that all stakeholders can greatly contribute towards the betterment of the university. Pillar 10. Sustainable Social Development Programs and Projects. Expand access to education, knowledge building, and information dissemination through sharing of expertise and resources for community development. Support inclusivity approach in education by embarking on Education on Wheels, which aims to bring access to education closer to communities, following the principle of no one will be left behind. As the University of the People, we should bring the university closer to their hearts to serve their needs and extend assistance in mainstreaming public service. Our institution must continue to stand as one for the values that we have inculcated. For the past 115 years, we have exemplified our quest for truth, excellence, equity, relevance, effectiveness, integrity, and academic freedom. Lastly, I call upon each and everyone to join me in this journey. Together we stand as one para sa sintang paaralan para sa ating bayan.
Sa bayan, gagamitin ang bigay mong karunungan.
Mula sa'yo, tanglaw ng bayan, hinanday mo ang isip ng kabataan.
PUP ako, tagumpay ako.
Hinahangad mo ang maging Pilipino.
PUP ako, tagumpay ako.
Kulay mo ang
sa bayan, gabay ang aral, diwa at ikang taglay. Mula sa'yo, tanglaw ng bayan, dinadakila kasintang paaralan.
Tangal ng bayan, PUP-an, dumating ka sa sintang salat, sa dunong at sa yaman. Karunungan, mga tao, tagumpay ng Pilipino. Sinisinta ang PUP, tagumpay ng bayan ko. Aliwas ng bukas, abot kamay ang pangarap. National Polytechnic University, katuparan ng pangarap. Scholar ng bayan, tuloy ang pagsulong, nagmamahal ng lilingkod sa Diyos natin at bayan.
mula sa'yo, para sa bayan, kulay ang aral, diwa at ikang taglay. Mula sa'yo, tanglaw ng bayan, dinadakila kasintang paaralan.
PUP ako, tagumpay ako.
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 PUP ako, tagumpay ako. PUP ako, tagumpay ako.
PUP ako, tagumpay ako.
PUP ako, tagumpay ako.
PUP ako, tagumpay ako.
PUP ako, tagumpay ako.
PUP ako, tagumpay ako.
PUP ako, tagumpay ako.
PUP ako, tagumpay ako.
PUP ako, tagumpay ako.
PUP ako, tagumpay ako.
PUP ako, tagumpay ako.
PUP ako,
tagumpay ako.
PUP ako, tagumpay ako.
PUP ako, tagumpay ako.
PUP ako, tagumpay ako.
PUP ako, tagumpay ako.
PUP ako, tagumpay ako.
PUP ako, tagumpay ako.
PUP ako, tagumpay ako.
Dinalaman ko ang maging Pilipino.
PUP ako, tagumpay ako.
Taglay ko ang layunin mong makatao.
PUP ako, tagumpay ako.
PUP
PUP ako, tagumpay ako.
PUP
PUP ako, tagumpay ako.
PUP
PUP ako, tagumpay ako.
Tagumpay ako. PUP ako, tagumpay ako. PUP ako, tagumpay ako.
Under the theme Pursuing Excellence by Fostering Best Project Management Practices. This is the second International Conference on Project Management organized by the Polytechnic University of the Philippines Open University System in partnership with the International Project Management Association Philippines and the International Project Management Association Young Crew Philippines. I am Dr. Rudolph Anthony A. Lacerna, and I am the MC for this activity. But may I request first everyone to give respect and glory to the Philippines, our country, through the singing of the national anthem, to be followed by the invocation.
King.
Mga kababayan, ang pambansang awit ng Pilipinas.
This international conference intends to widen our understanding on project management, appreciate or give importance on the old principles as well as the new knowledges on project management, which eventually trigger us to do the best practices in the profession. Good morning. I hope that you will say good morning back to me.
Good morning po.
Okay.
Good
So
morning.
good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning,
Okay, thank you
sir.
very much. Okay, this time I request everyone to mute your microphone and turn off your videos. So if you have concerns, you may raise your hand and wait to be called. Okay, and to welcome all of us, may I call on the Chief of the Technology Business Incubation Center, the Program Chair of the PUP Master of Science in Industrial Engineering and Program Chair of the PUP Graduate Diploma in Project Management. Ladies and gentlemen, a virtual applause to Dr. Philip P. Ermita.
To Dr. Manuel M. Uy, the visionary president of the Polytechnic University of the Philippines, Dr. Emmanuel D. Guzman, the vice president for academic affairs, Dr. Carmencita Castolo, the executive director of the PUP Open University System, fellow university officials, distinguished guests, speakers, and participants, the organizing committee, warmest morning and mapagpalang araw sa ating lahat. It is truly a great pleasure and privilege to welcome you all and formally open the second International Conference on Project Management 2023 here at the Polytechnic University of the Philippines. As we approach the fourth industrial revolution, research and innovation have always been the drive and direction among higher education institutions in the global arena. Looking back last year, despite of the difficulties and challenges, we started this conference on project management because of a vision. At the Polytechnic University of the Philippines, we envision embedding a culture of research and innovation through collaborative efforts. As a state university and renowned academic institution in the Philippines, PUP, specifically the Open University System, guided by its mission and vision, will always be committed to delivering innovation to its higher education services to its stakeholders. And with that, the organizing committee of this conference strongly believes that research and innovation building is always the key pathway towards transformation and enhancement to nation and global building. I firmly believe that the organizing committee of this conference, the Second International Conference on Project Management 2023, guarantees a successful technical conference in project management. And definitely, we will be having an exciting program at this two-day conference that will allow participants and guests to accelerate research and extend our network, share expertise, and jointly explore current and future research directions as we all look forward to pursuing excellence by fostering best project management practices. Ladies and gentlemen, let me finally wish everyone a successful online conference. And to all the presenters, congratulations in advance. And thank you for choosing the Polytechnic University of the Philippines as your preferred lifelong learning space of choice. Let's continue to work together while making a difference to make things better in our global community. PUP yan tayo, kaya alam ko magtatagumpay tayo.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ermita. As you said, that embedding the culture of research, that is the vision of the university, or among the response to the vision of the university towards the national university, that the research and innovations are the key pathways to the transformation to the global competitiveness, and this is the manifestation of excellence in all the professions, including project management. Let us now proceed to the sessions of talk. Let's start with the lecture, or with the topic addressing cultural issues when managing multicultural construction project teams, perspectives of Filipino Canadians. Ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause to the Vice President of the Association of Filipino Canadian Engineer, Dr. Dave Estrella. Sir?
Good day, everyone. I am here to talk about addressing cultural issues when managing multicultural construction project teams. Specifically, I'd like to talk about my experience as a Filipino living in Canada and the revolving studies around it. All right, so let me first introduce myself. My name is Dave Estrella, and I'm a civil engineer in both the Philippines and in Ontario, Canada. I have my APEC engineer designation issued by Engineers Canada. I am also a professional quantity surveyor, although I'm not practicing quantity surveying. Currently, I'm a procurement manager for general contractor, and part of my job is to procure services of subcontractors. I have many years of experience as part of project management team for many high-rise condominium projects in Toronto. I have a bachelor's degree in civil engineering and a master's in international construction management. And just recently, and as a matter of fact, our graduation is not until the 25th of this month, completed the doctor's degree in business administration. So both Toronto in Canada and Dubai in the Middle East are multicultural cities. Toronto alone is represented by different ethnicities from 169 different countries. That's how diverse is our culture. Similarly, and I concur from my 2 visits to Dubai that the city is indeed a multicultural city. Just want to flex this Filipino guy, proud to be of his Canadian heritage while in Dubai. And also this kid, half Filipino, half Vietnamese, but 100% Canadian. What I am trying to say is that diversity, whether we like it or not, will be here with us and will be part of the construction project management team. So the purpose of my just recently concluded study is to find a leadership program that will bridge the gap of underrepresentation of Filipino Canadians in the architecture, engineering, and construction industry in Canada. The respondents of this research study are internationally trained Filipino Canadian engineers who are also members of the Association of Filipino Canadian Engineers. The study revealed that Filipinos have assimilated well into the Canadian society in terms of cultural dimensions, with the exemption of collectivism. The research also found out that there are leadership traits or skills that need to be tweaked for Filipino-Canadian engineers to be productive part of the Canadian workforce. This research study identified workshops including assertiveness training, creative and critical thinking, emotional intelligence, intercultural and interpersonal communication, and public speaking to be introduced as part of the program. So only a few Filipino immigrants work in their field of specialization, including the Filipino-Canadian engineers. And sadly, few of them are in the managerial positions, let alone at the top corporate level. In this slide, all the CEOs of these top corporations like Microsoft, MasterCard, Nokia, IBM, Twitter, Micron, Google, Adobe are all Indian immigrants, and sadly none of them are Filipinos. The academic research examined the culture and leadership styles of Filipino-Canadian engineers based on Hofstede's cultural dimensions. The top three sources of immigrants in Canada based on the 2016 census came from China, the Philippines, and India. Hence, the researcher explored the cross-cultural perspective of Filipino and Indian cultures compared to the Canadian culture using cultural dimensions established by Gerd Hofstede. The Philippines and India have a huge influence on Western culture, the Philippines being colonized by the Americans, while the Indians colonized by the British Empire. So this research followed the input process output model, and you may review the chart at your own time. There are not too many work of literatures about the national culture and leadership styles available, let alone recent publications. This posed a challenge to myself as a researcher. However, I found all publications available in circulation relevant to this research. The majority of research studies revealed that the national culture plays a huge impact on leaders. It affects decision making, leadership styles, and other human resources practices. The observation of these researchers is that Filipinos are underrepresented in engineering and construction industries in Canada, and a similar study on Asian American engineers in 2018 revealed the same reality. The researcher used a combination of self-made and standardized survey questionnaires published on Google Forms, as well as face-to-face interviews. The questionnaires were sent via email and social media platforms such as Messenger and LinkedIn. The data collected were then tallied, analyzed, interpreted, and summarized using statistical treatment such as mean, Pearson R correlation, standard deviation, and frequency. Majority of the respondents are from the province of Ontario, followed by those from the province of Alberta, then British Columbia, and Manitoba. It corresponds to the latest published statistics where a majority of Filipinos settled or migrated. 88% of respondents have a university degree, and only few have a master's or PhD. As a matter of fact, only one respondent have a doctorate degree. Majority of the respondents are team leaders followed by middle managers. It is interesting to note that many companies in Canada, especially in engineering and construction, work in vertical or top-down management. In terms of professional designation, 40 respondents are professional engineers or PEng, and 27 are certified engineering technologists or CET, while 23 are still in the process of their engineer in training or EIT. Not everyone in Canada can be called an engineer. The Professional Engineers Act, RSO 1990, limits the use of the title engineer to those who are licensed in the province or territorial governing body. Many of the early Filipino immigrants settled for for the title of engineering technologist because it is easier to get. However, there is a numerous difference between a professional engineer or PEng and the engineering technologist or the CET. Other Filipino-Canadian engineers settled for professional quantity surveyors or PQS, which is a designation um, given by the Canadian Institute of Quantity Surveyors. Although many engineers, Filipino engineers in the Philippines and the Middle East work in this field, quantity surveying is not a profession exclusive to engineers. The Project Management Professional or PMP is a title or designation granted by the Project Management Institute or the PMI. The designation is popular amongst IT professionals, but many construction project managers are seeking this designation as well because of the international popularity. Many engineers work as project managers, but not all project managers can become an engineer, just like the quantity surveyors. As a matter of fact, project management is not considered an engineering experience, but that's a separate subject in itself. The table shows that 82.4% of the respondents think Filipinos are underrepresented in the engineering and construction industry. Although there is no recent study regarding the underrepresentation of Filipino-Canadian engineers, the results are compellingly similar to an earlier study on Asian-born engineers in the United States and Canada. This table shows that 65.5% of the respondents are satisfied in the current employment, and the level of satisfaction is important in any workplace. If employees are satisfied, they tend to supply a service that is above and beyond. On the perceived cultural dimension concerning power distance, it shows a weighted mean of 2.11, verbally described as disagree. The power distance is defined as the even acceptance of power between the less powerful and the most powerful member of an institution. The 𝒐𝐍𝒃 analysis for Canada reveals that relatively low power distance, while for the Philippines it is extremely high. It is quite interesting to note that the Filipino-Canadians Power Distance Index reveals being more Canadian in cultural value. So with regards to the correspondence perceived cultural dimension in terms of the uncertainty avoidance, it shows a weighted mean of 4.39 or verbally described as strongly agree. The uncertainty avoidance index is the level by which members of the cultural group are afraid of unknown situations such as the future. This is also the acceptance of innovative ideas or culture. Both Philippines and Canadian cultures are accepting of uncertainties. Hence, the results from this academic research confirms the same. This reveals that the Filipino-Canadian engineers are accepting or tolerating new concepts or ideas, and indicative that as a group they can still learn and unlearn innovative ideas and or concepts. On the respondents' perceived cultural dimension in terms of collectivism, it shows a weighted mean of 3.55, verbally described as agree. The individualism cultural dimension is the degree of interdependence by which a member of a cultural group has among its other members. Canada is characterized as an individualistic group, while the Philippines is considered a collective culture, as manifested in extended family culture. Many major personal and professional associations or decisions by the Filipino-Canadian engineers are still approved by the family members. The findings underscore the desire and ambitions of the whole family over the needs and aspirations of individuals that takes precedence, thus contributing to the individual's character. The table details the respondents' perceived cultural dimension in terms of the long-term orientation shows a weighted mean of 4.21 or verbally described as very important. The table describes the respondents' perceived cultural dimension in terms of masculinity, showing a weighted mean of 2.56, verbally described as disagree. Masculinity is a cultural dimension that measures the competitiveness of a certain culture. The Philippines is a masculine society where it expected to that people are expected to work. Canada, on the other hand, is a feminine society, meaning people are more caring and are concerned about the quality of life. The subculture of Filipino-Canadian engineers is geared toward femininity, which is the quality of life. The findings revealed that the Filipino-Canadian leadership style shows that in terms of authoritative, democratic, facilitative, and situational, they all obtained results from survey much like me, which means that Filipino-Canadian leadership style in terms of authoritative, democratic, facilitative, and situational are very evident or is manifested at all times. This table shows the tabulation for authoritative leadership style. Democratic style, facilitative style, and lastly, Filipinos also exhibit situational leadership style as shown in this table. The findings revealed that authoritative and democratic leadership styles are significantly correlated to cultural dimensions in terms of collectivism, uncertainty avoidance, and long-term orientation. This is the table for authoritative. And for democratic, facilitative is significantly correlated to power distance, uncertainty avoidance, and long-term orientation. Whereas situational leadership style is significantly um, correlated to uncertainty avoidance and long-term orientation. The test of influence using regression analysis is revealed that among the predictors such as masculinity, long-term orientation, power distance, collectivism, and uncertainty avoidance, only one factor is significant predictor. Based on the findings, long-term orientation significantly influenced leadership style among Filipino-Canadian engineers. Furthermore, the model summary also indicates that only 11.4% of the total variation of leadership style can be explained by regression model, which is very small. By ANOVA, then the coefficients. So I asked the respondents on how effective are the current leadership skills of Filipino-Canadian engineers in the Canadian workplace. And the majority responded that Filipinos are recognized in the workplace as being honest, effort-driven, effort-driven workers with technical expertise. Filipinos are viewed as great workers but not as leaders or someone in the management position. And Filipinos face a hindrance in their leadership skills, and there is a lot of room for improvement. I would put an emphasis on Filipinos with technical expertise. So we all have our technical expertise, but then again, we are not viewed as someone as a leader or someone in the management position, but rather we are viewed as workers, great workers. And then this question was asked: what are the challenges of Filipino leadership's ship skills, its strength and weaknesses? And most of them said that our strength are our technical knowledge, relationship building, empathic, resourceful, resiliency, work ethic, flexible, and adaptable. While our weaknesses are communication skills, number one, foresight, innovation, conflict management, critical thinking, and especially inferiority complex. We're big on that. Communication skills and inferiority complex. Doing the SWOT analysis for all our leadership skills, the following are our strength: relationship building, technical knowledge, resourcefulness, resilience, work ethic, integrity, discipline, empathy, passion, servant leadership, and nurturing. Our weaknesses include conflict management, negotiation, aggressiveness management, soft skills, critical thinking, innovation, delegate and follow up, and foresight. Our opportunities include competitiveness, leadership, excellence, humility, and curiosity, while our threats are rational. So, based on the interviews, the leadership skills that Filipino Canadian engineers need to learn are: number one, be assertive, conflict management, personal branding, improve communication skills and the thought process in general, critical thinking, assertiveness, managing cultural differences. While the leadership skills that Filipino Canadian engineers need to unlearn include the fear of asking questions. We're big on that, and the Ningas Kugon. So now we know that that the national culture affects the leadership styles of every Filipino Canadians, as well as we now know that the technical expertise of Filipinos coming to Canada are at par with other nationalities, but we are lacking on these five leadership traits, which are being assertive, critical and creative thinking, emotional intelligence, intercultural and interpersonal communication, as well as public speaking. It is therefore our hope that these five programs be taken so that Filipino Canadians will be upgraded to managerial position. So if there's any questions, I will be joining the Zoom call very shortly. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you very much. Here are my contact information in case you want to get hold of me. That's my number, +1 416 858 8623. And my email address is estrellaengineering.to@gmail.com. And you can find me on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and LinkedIn. Thank you very much again, and hope to see you.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Estrella, for your inputs. To highlight the sharing of Dr. Estrella, he mentioned that a survey and a face-to-face interview were employed in his research. This is another opportunity to try mixed methods in the conduct of project management researches. Mixed are the combination of the quantitative and qualitative approaches. Interviews helped the results in understanding cultural difference. So I assume that the advantages and disadvantages in interacting with culturally unalike in the project management were revealed aside from the establishment of the relationships of given variables. And when it comes to the leadership style, Filipinos are recognized in the workplace as being honest, effort-driven workers with technical expertise, as well as Filipinos are viewed as great workers but not as a leader or someone in the management position. Other than that, there are programs identified or programs recommended to improve the capability of the Filipinos when it comes to working with a multicultural environment, like assertiveness training, critical and creative training, emotional intelligence, intercultural and interpersonal communication, and public speaking. I think if you want to raise questions, may I know if the speaker is here? Okay, I think the speaker is not around. So may I request, I think the speaker is not around. So if you have question, I think the email address and the contact details of the speaker was given to the participants. So you may directly ask questions to the speaker. Okay, let us now proceed to the second lecture with the topic Disaster Prevention Simplified with Accessibility. Our speaker is the founder of the Architects for Accessibility. Ladies and gentlemen, another round or virtual round of applause. So architect Erico G. Abordo.
Good morning, guys. I hope you can hear me. Thumbs up, please, if you can hear me.
Yes, sir. Loud and clear, sir.
Good morning. Good morning, Rudolph. Good morning, everyone. So let me share screen. All right, there we go. Thumbs up, please, if you can see this. Thumbs up, please. Was hoping for a thumbs up, but no one's using the thumbs up, so it's okay. So my topic is about disaster prevention simplified with accessibility. Okay, thanks, Jonathan, for that thumbs up. And then just a brief introduction about myself. I am a UN delegate for the Zero Project Conference in Vienna. I have been trained by the UN since 2014 regarding accessibility and disaster prevention. So I have been reporting with the UN since 2016 for the Philippine Action Plan. Also, I have a certificate for safety in the basic security in the field. So I was also trained to survive terrorist attacks, just in case. Hope that does not happen here in the Philippines. And if you are actually curious about training more for disaster prevention and management, you can go to the Asian Institute of Management. They offer actually a graduate and diploma studies for disaster prevention and management. AIM is actually a branch of Harvard here in Asia. And then also with the emergency architects, they also consult us regarding the design and evacuation of people during said disasters. And hopefully that doesn't, come into effect. But, we are a disaster-prone country. Philippines is always struck by earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, and, typhoons. So, hoping we could be all prepared for the worst. Also, we do consultancies with other government agencies. For this one, the NAIA consulted us regarding the disaster mitigation, and in case something happens with probably attacks or typhoon-related disasters. So, what are the minimum requirements for buildings? So, let's define the building user. A building user is a person, regardless of age, size, ability, or disability, using the facilities in a building or associated external environment. So when you say the built environment, it is a composite term that comprises buildings, streets, and transportation, and a transfer at interfaces between these where many user difficulties often occur and where design attention is often necessary. So why are we talking about this? What happens is we are following the accessibility law here in the Philippines. The accessibility law in the Philippines was established in 1983, and it is actually the oldest here in Asia. So most of the countries like Malaysia, Indonesia, they perfected their accessibility laws back only in the 90s. But for us, we created the accessibility law back in 1983. So that is a feat for the Philippines. So all buildings should have these features as well. So for instance, we have the ramp, which is a 1:12 gradient. So when you say 1:12, the 1 is this axis and the 12 is this one. It doesn't say inches or meters. It's actually a unit. So you can always go for the ratio and proportion of the said gradient. Okay? So don't forget, 1:12. And then it should be located at or near the main entrance. And with 2 handrails, both sides with the height of 0.7 and 0.9 meters. It should have a maximum length of 6 meters. And beyond that, you should have a landing of 1.5 by 1.5. Also, you should have the width of the ramp by 1.2 with clearance on both sides. So the relevance of the ramp is for the persons with disability users, but that is not the case here for disasters. What happens is, if you have a disaster at hand, you need the ramp basically to transport people out of your building. So if you don't have the ramp, a lot of bad things can happen during said disaster. Also, during the release of your building permit, all these features that I will be discussing should be there, because if not, your building permit is actually illegal, because there's a part in the said building permit that states that all these features must be inside your building. Okay, it is a requirement of the law. So if you do not have these features, you're actually constructing an illegal building. Okay, next on to the washrooms or the toilets. The minimum requirement right now in the Philippines is 1.7 by 1.8 meters, with the width of the door at 0.8 minimum. Then you should have a 1.5 by 1.5 turning space inside, clear. And you should have 1 movable grab bar and 1 fixed grab bar. But for the new universal design standards, it is being suggested that we should enlarge this space to a minimum of 1.8 by 2.5, because the current size, which is 1.7 by 1.8, cannot actually fit the 1.5 by 1.5 turning radius of the wheelchair. So that's what's being suggested, that should be bigger. if you're looking at the picture at the right, the installation of the movable grab bar is actually wrong. It should be going vertically instead of horizontally. Okay, so we're showing this picture because it is of a wrong installation. Okay, also another of the minimum requirements for the construction of buildings is the parking area. This should be located nearest to the entrance. It should not be far away. And some designs, they tend to hide the parking area, especially for parking for PW users, but that should not be the case. And then it should have the signage at the pavement and should have a slot width of 3.7 minimum. The regular slot is usually 2.5, right? 2.5 by 5. But for the PW users, you should have a bigger width because if you're using wheelchair, you need an ample space of an addition of 1.2 meters in width. Okay. And then we have the signages. So the signages, as a minimum requirement, should always be one at the ramps and number two at the comfort rooms. So it should be very visible, and you should have the color of the United Nations blue. If you're wondering what that color is, you can always type at the internet United Nations blue, and you would see the exact color for that and the ample size and width of the signages. And then also non-skid flooring. This is actually controversial because any kind of flooring, if it's wet, is, it could be quite slippery. But United Nations suggests that if you're using a cane and if you point it at 45 degrees and it doesn't slip, then it's a non-skid flooring. Okay, and non-skid flooring should be always located at the comfort rooms, at the ramp flooring with the grooves, and then with corrugated floor for the blind. Okay. If you see the tactile type of floorings, that is for people who are blind, so that they could be guided inside the buildings. Okay. So another minimum requirement is for the doors and entrances, the vestibules. The vestibules outside should be at a minimum of 1.8 by 1.5. This is for senior citizens and wheelchair users to rest, because climbing the stairs or climbing the ramp would be kind of difficult for some people, and they need a rest area when they reach the front of your building. And then you have the door width, again, a minimum of 0.8, because commercially wheelchair users, they have this average width of 0.7 width for their wheelchairs. And then we have the doorknob height between 0.82 and 1.06 meters, so that this could be reachable by children and senior citizens and persons with disabilities. And then the door should be operable by the force of 4 kilograms. So what is 4 kilograms? So imagine if you're using your shoulders and you're carrying something and you need to open the door. So if you use your shoulders and you push the door and it opens, that is the force of 4 kilograms. If you cannot open the door using your shoulders, then that is not, the minimum requirement for the operable door. Okay, so to impress your friends, describes them what is the force of 4 kilograms. Okay, so next we have the stairs. The stairs should be slip-resistant material and should have slanted nosings. So slanted nosings look like this. So usually if you have a cane, if you're a senior citizen, you might trip if there is a protrusion with the stairs. So the law requires that all stairs should have slanted nosings. And then for the corridors, the width should be 1.2 minimum, with a turnabout spaces of 1.5 by 1.5, as we described a while ago. This is the turning radius for the wheelchair, the ordinary wheelchair. And then the turnabout spaces every 3.5 meters or at the very dead end of the corridor. Okay, you cannot imagine someone turning around a wheelchair and there is only 1.2 width space there. The requirement should be 1.5 by 1.5. Okay, thumbs up, please, if you can hear me. Thumbs up, please, if you can hear me. Thank you. And next we have sensitivity and integration. Okay, so what is universal design? So when you say universal design, you're thinking like this is designed for everyone, right? But this is a misnomer. Universal design does not exist anymore. It's because back in the 90s, what happened was, oops. Hope you can see me. Thumbs up, please, if you can see me. There was a glitch. Oops. Okay, and I'm back. So what happened back in the 90s was a universal design was created to, to cater to everyone. But they saw the problem, like if you're designing for a chair, what happened was if you are an Asian and you're sitting in a chair which is designed for European users, your feet would be dangling. So when you say universal design now, it's more of regional design. So Asians could design for Asians and Europeans could design for Europeans. Okay. So the purpose of universal design is to provide independent living. Fundamental to the concept of universal design is the principle of independent living, allowing any individual to live and carry out as many everyday tasks as possible without relying on other people. This is especially important to people as they become older and may need a more supportive environment. If their existing home is not suitable, they may have to move to another more suitable place or else have to become reliant on a helper. Current attitudes show that such a move would be unnecessary where dwellings are designed to standards that allow aging in place with minimal adaptation. So we should allow people to live independently so that they would not be reliant on other people. Okay, so when you say inclusive design, so although a building or its approaches may be accessible and barrier-free, its design and planning might mean that a person in a wheelchair, for instance, may have to use a separate entrance from the one used by other people. This discriminates against people with disability and therefore is not inclusive. Inclusive design is possibly a more modern and human consideration than universal design, and effectively supersedes it. Roger Coleman of the Helen Hamlin Institute in London described inclusive design not a new genre of design nor a separate specialism, but an approach to design in general and an element of business strategy that seeks to ensure that mainstream products, services, and environments are accessible to the largest number of people. To explain universal design, you see me holding this cup, this mug actually. And what happens is, just by looking at the mug, you know how to drink from it, okay? There's water inside, so you drink it like this. You don't drink it, upside down, and you have this comfortable holder in place so that you can just, hold this here in case this is hot. That is universal design. Universal design is almost everywhere nowadays. It's not like, we are drinking from horns during the era of the Vikings, right? This is a mug and this is very comfortable to use. Just by looking at it, you know how to handle it. And that is the principle of universal design. So universal design should be everywhere, okay? So when you're looking at the ramp, it's part of universal design because as you can see, if a disaster happens, you need to bring people out, and that is the easiest way of bringing people around, especially if they're in a wheelchair or if they're being carried over instead of getting down via stairs. So what is disaster prevention? So disaster prevention are measures taken to eliminate the root causes that make people vulnerable to disaster. So for instance, what happened here is we were vacationing in one of those rest houses in Rizal, and it suddenly took a turn wherein it got very dark and started raining very hard. And suddenly there was this lightning, and it struck that tree over there. So the tree was half burnt. And what was scary is that the fire from the tree could have transferred to that house. And we should have disaster mitigation procedures in case some things like that happen to our buildings. So what entails disaster prevention? So when you say disaster prevention, it's actually preparedness, just in case. So when we say disaster risk management, we have 3 areas. We have preparedness. So these are the measures taken before an event. And then we have mitigation, which are measures taken before and after an event. So for response, these are the measures taken during and mostly after an event. Okay, so design assessment for safety of your buildings. Usually we have things to consider like geography. So your geography could greatly affect what might happen to your building, and then the history of the site. If sometimes you don't really know the history of the site, and look what happened with Mount Pinatubo in Pampanga. Most of actually the world was caught unaware that there is actually a volcano there. And if you remember what happened, we had years of tragedy regarding that. And then we have the soil tests. Well, with the soil tests, of course, we would determine the structural design of the building. Thumbs up, please, if you can hear me. Thumbs up, please. Thumbs up, please. Thank you. Okay, so for the construction assessment, so in case your building is already erected, we can consider physical appearance. So even if your building is still in construction, you can see that there might be damage, and you have to investigate that further. And then, of course, we have the consideration of the design of the architectural and engineering plans, which are submitted to the local government units and approved by the building official. And then we have the construction methods. So in construction methods, we should be able to determine the best course for the erection of the building. So usually, one of the scare factors in disaster is liquefaction. So for liquefaction, it is when the soil behaves like ketchup. So you can imagine pouring ketchup on a plate and putting something on the surface, and that is how your building would behave during liquefaction. So we have a case here at the University of the Philippines, wherein one of the buildings, the National College for Public Administration and Governance, is actually slowly sliding. So the case here is that the UP campus is actually located in one of the minor plates, and there is a liquefaction at that area at the NCPAG building. So one of the minor fault lines is actually cutting all the way from the Marikina area to the Sunken Garden onto the end of the Quezon building, which is actually being fronted by the ablation sculpture. So when an earthquake impacts, of course, you need to be ready for disaster preparedness kit. So usually, I've seen some drills here in the Philippines, and what happens is people are not aware of the disaster preparedness kit. So we shall be discussing this further on later. So when an earthquake impacts, you should seek protection, of course. So we should be doing the drop, cover, and hold. And then we shall also be discussing the triangle of life. Some people do not accept this because this is some theorists think this is perhaps by chance. And then we have to identify the safe zones in our areas. Okay, structural assessment. So this is one of our cases, and this is a orthopedic hospital. This is actually a compound, and this is one of their buildings. This is one of their old buildings, and they reported that the building is constantly moving. So just to verify, we went to the site, and if you understand the basic of earthquakes, all buildings should be moving constantly. You just do not feel it that much, but usually if you are in your house and usually you hear creakings at around 2 or 3 in the morning, that is actually your building or your house breathing. So it is actually constantly moving. So what happens during earthquakes is that the reverberation of the earthquake and the reverberation of the building equate itself to each other, and that's when your building does not move, and that is when your building falls down. All right. So for instance, with the walls of this building inside the orthopedic hospital compound, we saw some cracks. And what happens here is, are these cracks safe? Okay, so if you guys are looking at it and you're concluding that these may be just plaster related, then you are correct. Going further on, you can see that the cracks do not actually hit the beam at the picture on the left, and the cracks at the picture on the right actually just traverse parallel to the beam. So if the cracks are not actually hitting the structural components, then they are still safe. So this one is actually hitting part of the beam. So you have to investigate if the cracks are superficial and they might just be plaster related. Okay, usually a crude technique that we employ is if you're using a coin, usually a 1 peso coin or 5 peso coin. If the peso coin does not go inside fully, then usually it is not a structural damage. So for this one, this is actually a case of buckling. As you can see, there's a deformation with the column, and there are actually multiple cracks emanating from that area. So this needs further investigation. Okay, same building with the sagging or deformation. They reported sagging at the 2nd floor slab. So this building is was actually used for physical therapy, and most of the patients here they lost a limb. So this one, there is actually actual deformation at the slab, and you can see from the ceiling at the ground floor that you can see there's actually rusting, and this is actually a part of the structural elements of the slab. And if this one appears in your building, it could be very dangerous already. As you may see, they have multiple sagging at that slab, and it is already apparent that we needed to evacuate the patients, of course, safely. You do not need to alarm the patients and the therapists. It's not an immediate danger, so they were able to evacuate the building easily. Okay, so again, we had this case with the Commission on Human Rights building. This is also inside the UP compound, and people panicked that their building might be actually going down. So we were actually asked to investigate again. And this is actually a similar investigation of the Rosas High School, also in Quezon City. So we did not want the people to actually panic. What happened was there was a mass evacuation of the students there, and of course the teachers, and they thought that the building was going to collapse. So people got hurt running out of the compound. And when we went to investigate, what happened was there was only the settling of the area around the building. So they showed the same damage, but it's actually not damage. It's actually the settling of the physical area outside the building. So the building was actually safe. So this is a similar case with the Commission on Human Rights building. They thought that there was an imminent danger with their building, so they had to evacuate. But when we went there, what was happening was, there was the settling outside the building. So the building itself was very stable. As you can see, if some layman would see this, they would think that this is actually very dangerous, but it's not. So concluding, is this safe or dangerous? Well, it's actually very safe. Okay, another is the DSWD sensor in Alabang. They thought that the building was going to fall down on them. So again, an evacuation. And then we found out there are just superficial cracks related to the plaster. As you can see, the cracks there are not hitting the structural elements such as the beams and the columns. All right, another part. No structural cracks. Usually the structural cracks are diagonal. Okay. Okay, sample here. They thought that the movement of the building was destroying their windows, and this is actually not true. We think that some kid was actually trying to, stone the windows down, so not actually structural damage. Okay, other parts of the DSWD building. Okay. So the SOS, the flashlights and the whistles. So if you are a tourist and you went to Hong Kong Disneyland, they would give you a small kit for the PWDs, because if you actually register as a PWD, they would give you this, the guest assistance packet. And of course, it would include the following: the flashlight, the whistle, which is not shown here, and a notebook. So the flashlight is in case the power goes down during emergencies. The whistle is to contact people using SOS. And then the notebook in case you cannot speak and you need to communicate with others. So for the SOS, what happens is, if you have a whistle, the tendency of most people is to use the whistle constantly. It's like, you're using it like the longest time, and you hold on for dear breath, and people do not actually hear you. So what you should do in case you are stuck somewhere and you cannot get out, you use the whistle to contact people, of course. But what happens is you should control your breathing, because you might lose consciousness. So when you're saying SOS, that's how you should spell out your whistling as well. So when you say SOS, that is how you should whistle. Okay? Point in contention, some people do not get rescued because they use the whistle constantly, and then they lose breath or they lose consciousness, and they're left behind. So just in case, for you people, for emergency, how you spell SOS is how you whistle as well. Okay. So is your building safe? So things to consider again is age. So usually here in the Philippines, we have this certificate saying that if the building is already 50 years old, we recommend to have it brought down already, or you should have a structural assessment so that you can strengthen the building. And then the location, of course, as we discussed before, and then the cracks, and then the deformations. So what to do during an earthquake? the problem with the people, during said times is that, we participate in drills, but what happens is everyone is panicking during said time. And first thing you should opt to do is don't panic. So for the drop, cover, and hold on technique, so just by looking at the picture, you know where to hide in case this happens. Usually, people go underneath the tables. So that is how we are actually trained. So for the picture in the left, usually you should go underneath that table at the middle. But what if it's an open space and you don't know where to go, like the picture shown on the right? If you go at the middle, the overhead glass roofing might fall down on you, and it's open space, so you could actually trip on something in case things started falling from the roof or the ceiling. So usually, if this happens, you use the triangle of life technique. So the triangle of life is actually looking for an area where you can hide temporarily for during the said course of the earthquake or disaster, and you should use the fetal position beside that triangle of life. So for instance, for this area shown at the picture on the left, you have this small space underneath that desk, but is that safe enough? Usually I'm a big person. I'm almost 6 in height, and I cannot hide within that area. So you should look for a triangle of life in that area. So what I would tend to do is I would go in a fetal position beside one of the photocopy machines. And that way, that 45-degree position where I'm in a fetal position would protect me from things falling during a disaster. So for an example, on the picture on the right, if you are confused and you do not get underneath a desk, you should go in a fetal position beside the seats. Okay, that way, with the debris falling, there would be a 45-degree position that would protect you from all that debris going down during disasters. Okay. So for instance, if you're in a hotel room and you're looking for the triangle of life, the triangle of life is actually beside the bed. So as always, go in a fetal position and just go to that area beside the bed. Okay, there's a strange strategy for the PWDs. So they have a different safety guide. So for the PWDs, you should identify the hazards beforehand and secure the movable items, because movable items tend to fly, and you might get hurt just by those flying items during this disaster. Okay. Next, we need to create a disaster plan. So you create your personal support team. So usually for PWDs, especially the wheelchair users, they are not that mobile. So they need a partner in case something happens. So they should have a disaster plan with a said friend or relative to move them out of the building in case something happens. And then how to communicate in an emergency, as we discussed a while ago, you should have the whistle and use the SOS as a pattern for whistling. Okay. So organizing for disaster supplies. So we need to create a kit. So this is the standard kit found inside Hong Kong Disneyland. So they have food and water inside, just a minimum. And then you should put cash. Disneyland does not provide the cash there anymore, okay? And then we have the first aid medications. And then the copy of the prescriptions or identification in case you have a condition, in case you have, diabetes or a heart condition. You should have also the contact information there and communication supplies. As we mentioned, we have the flashlights. You can also use that for SOS. Then we have the whistles. And then we have the batteries, radio, set of clothes. Usually Disneyland would provide the raincoat inside, a very foldable raincoat. Could you imagine the raincoat would just be like this big of a pack, then you could bring it out. And then you have the gloves, and then you have the face mask. Even before the pandemic, they provided the face masks just in case. And then, lastly, whistle. So what if you can't? So if you cannot move immediately, if you cannot transfer, especially if you are a wheelchair user and you are resting on a bed, so you should cover your face and your chest as much as possible. So if you could do this position, then that will be the safest point that you can do in case something is happening, just to protect most of your body. If the PWD could roll down to the floor, he or she could also do the triangle of life, fetal position. Like for instance here. So for the safest spot, you could always go for a fetal position near the desk, because you cannot actually hide underneath that. It's very small. Okay, so after an earthquake, so be prepared for aftershocks, of course. For instance, the one that happened in Davao, they recorded 400, imagine, 400 aftershocks after the initial earthquake. So stay close to and be aware of the safe places in your environment. The aftershocks are succeeding earthquakes after an initial one has occurred. So some aftershocks may be stronger than the initial earthquake. This has happened a bunch of times in the Philippines, and aftershocks are recorded to last up to 2 weeks. So liquefaction occurs when solid terrain behaves liquid-like, like we discussed a while ago, and usually liquefaction happens near bodies of water or land with high water content. Landslides may also ensue due to the either aftershocks or liquefaction. So again, a reminder, don't panic. Tsunami. So in the 2014 report that we were privy to, due to the trash accumulation along Rojas Boulevard, tsunamis or tidal waves can now form along the boulevard area. So it is estimated that the tidal wave produced after an earthquake or its aftershock can reach up to Taft Avenue. Could you imagine that? All the way from Rojas Boulevard to Taft Avenue. That is a very big area. And if you remember, back in 2015, I think, Malati area was hit by, not actually a tsunami here in that area, but the storm surge. And they destroyed most of the areas near Malati Church. The Aristocrat restaurant was actually, all their windows were shattered. Even in SMOA, they had to shut down for a week because of the damages done. Even with the Spiral restaurant, which was newly renovated during that time, everything got wet and everything was unusable due to the storm surge. So we should be aware of such dangers in the area. A tsunami may be possible for coastal regions that experience shaking for more than 20 seconds. So in those instances, you should move inland or to a higher floor of a large building. So you do not wait for an official warning. You move out of the area immediately. Again, don't panic. And again, once the shaking stops, check for your injuries. Something might have hit you and you might have an injury. So you should be aware of that. Go to higher ground. Again, if near coastal areas, look around for hazards such as broken glass and objects in your way. Evacuate only if necessary. Otherwise, stay where you are in case you are a person with disability, because your mobility is in question. So if the authorities advise an evacuation in your area, follow their directions immediately. So you should always secure your safety first. Do not move the injured unless they are in the line of danger. Use SOS to call for an emergency. So ask permission from the injured first, worst case scenario, if they are conscious, to move them from harm because there might be a tsunami or storm surge coming. And then a case study again, we were able to investigate inside the Hong Kong Arts Theater, and they deemed that their theater is actually dangerous during disasters. So one of our recommendations is to put a ramp at the stage area. That way, the people at the stage area would not need to jump down the stage, so they could just move safely through the use of the ramp. And this ramp leads to the exit door. These are some of the investigators. Okay, case study again, back with Hong Kong Disneyland. So as you well know, Hong Kong Disneyland packs a lot of people almost every day, except during the pandemic, of course. And they're always wary that something might happen inside their resort. So they use crowd control to make the environment safer for Hong Kong Disneyland. So for instance, if you can see, some places are well lit and some are not. So this way, the people would tend to go to the well-lit places so that they're actually being led out, especially during closing time. So as you can see, all the other areas are dark except for the central building. So people tend to go there instead of just loitering around in the dark areas. Okay, so for crowd control number 2, they use simple fences, which are actually not so obvious to the tourists. That way, they limit the movements of the visitors inside the resort. So as you can see, minimal fences at the area, so they should not jump around the fences. It's actually a form of nudging or positive manipulation on the part of the administrators of Hong Kong Disneyland. So crowd control number 3, what happens is they light up the whole area, usually at closing time, and then they slowly dim it. So this goes dimmer and dimmer and until the crowd is actually let out of the whole theme park and onto the fireworks display. As you can see, this is getting dimmer and dimmer. And then you're led into this area, so you experience the fireworks display. But this is actually a practice of crowd control where in case, worst case scenario, there's a terrorist attack or there's a disaster happening, they are actually using components of lighting to lead the crowd to a safe place. So every day they have this fireworks display, and this is what you see at the end of the theme park, and then you're led out. So designing for our future selves, this is a concept from Professor Roger Coleman at the Helen Hamlin Center, Burrell Center of Art, where it is promoted that younger persons should provide built environments that are elder-friendly or PWD-friendly in preparation for when they become older. This is actually for when we become older. This can be a useful way to sensitize people about the importance of preparing the built environment, the things everyone uses, by requiring them to imagine their changing needs when they themselves become less able. Okay, so with that, thank you very much. Thank you for having me here. I hope that I was able to share some ideas to everyone. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Architect Abordo. Don't panic. Thank you for citing cases some cases. And of course, aside from that, thank you for mentioning the persons with the physical challenges, since this is one among my research interests, and considering them in designing your projects or work, and looking forward that buildings, projects, and other works would have the universal design, integration of the concept of inclusivity, and become PWD-friendly structures all over the world. So thank you for sharing the strategy, which we can say now that no one will be left behind, especially in disaster preparedness. Okay, since our first speaker is here, let's accommodate first, no? Architect Abordo, let's accommodate first the questions for the first speaker. Anyone? Just raise your virtual hand. Okay. Thank you, Architect Abordo. Anyone who would like to ask question now to Architect Abordo? Okay, there is a question in the chat box from Ms. Lesa Acorda. What would be the maximum floors per condo in Quezon City?
Actually, this is dependent on the zoning for the areas in Quezon City. So if you're actually near the Quezon Monument, so that will be the maximum height for that area. But beyond that, it actually depends on the zone. So you should check with the LGU for that.
Okay. That's the question of Ms. Lesa Acorda Cuevas. We still encourage you to post questions for Architect Abordo and Dr. Estrella. Okay, mukhang wala pong tanong.
There's a question here saying...
Ayan, there is a question now, or there are questions. May chance po ba na ma-update ang BP 344 with this?
Good thing you
From
asked.
DPWH, sir?
Yes, actually, there's already a draft for the revised accessibility law in the Philippines. We actually had a first draft back in 2017, but it was rejected due to some issues with the other NGOs. But we submitted another draft to Congress last year, 2022. It's being reviewed by the technical working group. They're actually a component of lawyers in the Philippines, and it was already reviewed by the NGOs and other agencies pertaining to the accessibility law. So crossing fingers, we might have the newly revised RRR by 2024 or 2025. And then another one, may I know what is the maximum slope for driveway ramp on a parking?
Yes, po.
Driveway ramp. Better if 5%. Because with the 5%, you can actually use that for the vehicles and the wheelchair users at the same time.
Okay. Other questions po? Okay, from Ms. Cuevas again, Dr. Abordo, government buildings are quite old, more than 25 years old. If there are no cracks or other physical defects, are they still safe?
It depends on the usage of the building users. Sometimes what happens is there might be, usually if you're going inside a mall, the mall is actually shaking like hell, especially the one in Gateway,
Yes.
Gateway in Cubao.
Yes, yes,
It's like
Gateway.
every single day is like an earthquake inside. And it's because of the traffic management of the people crossing from the Araneta Center going to the MRT or LRT stations. And that is the cause of the oops, what's happening? Oops, I cannot be seen. What? Okay, there we go. It's because of the traffic management of that area. So as we discussed a while ago, if your building is moving, then it's actually good. Okay, as we discussed a while ago, there is always a constant movement for the buildings. In fact, if your building stops moving, that is the time when it falls down. So if you think that it's 25 years old and there are no actual damages to the building, so it's basically safe, unless you're in doubt, which like what happened with the building that we discussed in orthopedic hospital. There was sagging inside the area. So that was actually a fault of the construction management during that time. Hope I answered your question.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. Okay, thank you very much according to Ms. Cuevas of the EMBCO.
We have another question from Milicel de la Cruz Gamido. How many years is the maximum years for a building to be demolished? In the Philippines, it's actually 50. But if you want to extend the life of that building, you should have a structural evaluation so that you could strengthen the building, especially if it's a historic building. So if it's a historic building, we have a case in Philippine Normal University. The building is almost 120 years old, and they're actually doing studies to preserve the integrity of the building because of its historical aptitude.
Okay, I think that's all. So thank you very much Architect Abordo, for accommodating the concerns or the questions of our participants. Let us now proceed to the awarding of certificate. May I call on the Director of the Institute of Non-Traditional Study Program in IPIAP, who is also the Program Chair of the Master of Science in Construction Management, Dr. Guillermo Bernabe, to award the certificate. Sir. Sir Wiles. Okay, so let me award the
Sir
certificate.
Rizal?
Yes po, yan na po.
Yeah, this Sir Willie.
Good morning to everybody. So the certificate of recognition is awarded or hereby awarded to the first is Architect 𝐿𝒌𝒄𝒆𝒄𝒕 in grateful acknowledgement of his engagement in insightful academic contribution as plenary speaker, imparting unparalleled knowledge and expertise during the International Conference on Project Management with the theme Pursuing Excellence by Fostering Best Project Management Practices on February 3 to 4, 2023. Given this third day of February 2023, by signed Professor Mariano Roque Esenga Jr., Chairman, IPMA Philippines, and Dr. Manuel M. Muhi, PUP President.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Request everyone to open their cameras for the photo opportunity with Architect Erico Abordo.
Guys.
One, two, isa pa po. 1, 2, 3. And then last one. 1, 2, 3. Thank
Okay, Sir Rodolph, at this junction, we can now proceed with the question and answer portion with Dr. Dave Estrella, since he is now joining us all the way from Ontario, Canada. Thank you, Sir Rodolph.
Okay, any question or questions to Dr. Dave Estrella?
Sir Rodolph, since there's no question in the chat box, maybe we can now move to the awarding of certificates. So, Sir Dave. Thank you, sir. And apologies for that.
Okay, to award the certificate, may I call again Dr. Guillermo Bernabe.
Hello po. Again, Polytechnic University of the Philippines, Open University System, in partnership with International Project Management Association Philippines and International Project Management Association Young Pro Philippines. This certificate of recognition is hereby awarded to Dr. Dave Estrella in grateful acknowledgement of his engagement and insightful academic contribution as plenary speaker, imparting unparalleled knowledge and expertise during the International Conference on Project Management with the theme Pursuing Excellence by Fostering Best Project Management Practices, held on February 3 to 4, 2023, given this third day of February 2023 via Zoom conferencing. Signed, Professor Mariano Roque Esenga Jr., Chairman IPMA Philippines, and Dr. Manuel M. Muhi, President Polytechnic University of the Philippines.
So again, may we request everyone to open their cameras for the photo opportunity with Dr. Dave Estrella. So 1, 2, 3, smile. Next slide. Smile. Okay na po.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you, Sir Dave Estrella.
I think our host has been disconnected to the Zoom. So as we try to take him back to the Zoom, so let me now take over the conference as host. So, okay, so we are now down to our third presenter for this morning session. So, our next presenter, so Mr. Felipe Rigio Jr., or we can call him for short as Jojo, currently serves as the local DITO project director in the ZTE Philippines, and he is a seasoned project manager with over 20 years of project management experience in the telecommunications industry. He has cross-cultural, multi-vendor and operator experience. He specializes in full turnkey implementation projects. And today, Mr. Jojo will be sharing a success case on how ZTE Philippines helped DITO community, the third telecommunication player, build its towers, data centers, and in-building solutions nationwide through the use of excellent project management practices. Without further ado, please join me in welcoming our next presenter, Mr. Felipe Rehio Jr.
Okay, good morning. Can I see some thumbs up if you can hear my voice clearly? Hello? Hello? Hello, good morning.
Hi, sir. Good morning. Yes, we can hear you po. Thank you, sir.
And thumbs up only if you can see my slide presentation. Yes, I think. Okay, good morning. Okay, I'm Mr. Felipe Rejo Jr. as mentioned. For today, I'll be sharing with you the project management practices in telecommunication industry. Bear in mind, we'll be using some terms for us to be synchronized. We'll be talking about more on the FTK. When we say FTK, it means that it's a full turnkey project for D2 telecommunity. As we all know here in the Philippines, D2 telecommunity is the third telecom player in the Philippines. It's just new. And we'll be sharing with you from ZTE as the one of the major contractor for D2, what we did as best practice for project management in order to deliver the whole project. Okay, I will not dig in with this one. It's already mentioned and before. So let's proceed on the next slide presentation. Okay. There will be three topics that we are going to tackle today. So number one, we'll be dealing with the project overview. It will be our foundation of discussion. And then later on, the number two will be having the A&B innovative project management approach. So we'll be more focusing on the A&B innovative project management approach because it will be the solution why we deliver the project on time and within the budget and with customer satisfaction. And number three, what are the benefits of the project and the contribution when we deliver the project to our customer? But before doing that, let me introduce to you a brief history of ZTE Corporation. ZTE Corporation was founded in 1985 with 74,000 employees right now, and we're at 160 plus countries around the globe. And we have 2 billion subscribers, plus we have 500 industry partners around the globe also. And let me introduce to you as one of the country unit of the ZTE Corporation. One is the ZTE Philippines Incorporated, and it was founded year 2007 with 120 plus employees, and we have 200 plus partners and 7 offices nationwide. And our vision is to enable connectivity and trust everywhere. And our mission is to connect the world with continuous innovation for a better future. So as you can see, there are lots of clients we have here, but we are more focusing on the D2 telecommunicate. Okay. For the project introduction, for us to be synchronized, as you can see in this slide presentation, let's define the project introduction to build a new network for the service for D2 telecommunity. So we'll be serving and giving the services like the 4G and 5G new technology, and we'll be having the full turnkey project engineering, which is the end-to-end solution we offer to the customer, which is our D2 customer. When we say FTK as a full turnkey, meaning it's an end-to-end solution. It's not only we're giving the full services, we also giving them the ZTE brand equipment that we'll be using or to install for the rollout of the project nationwide. And we'll be having a construction across 730 cities around or nationwide within the Philippines. As you can see the map for the benefits of the audiences outside the Philippines. Philippines is the composition of 7,107 islands. It's a more challenging task when it comes to rollouts and projects nationwide, and it will be needing a very specific approach in order to deliver the task or the project. As you can see on the bottom part, just to walk through with you, what is about the overview for FTK telecom network delivery. This is our target. We need to deliver the telecom network for D2 telecommunity. As you can see on the bottom part of the presentation, those are the scope of work that we are going to do to come out with the output. So firstly, we can have the design, which is the engineering design. It's more on the RF design, network design, involving the CME, the acquisitions, including the RF engineering. Then afterwards, we can have the site acquisition. Site acquisition is more on the securing the government permits or local government permits in order for us to be allowed to put the tower on the open lot or the buildings. And then once we got the building permits, we are ready to do the civil engineering. As you can see in the picture, those are rebars and foundation and tower legs. Then after that, we can do the tower erection. And parallel with that, we are doing the power. At the same time, the outside plant engineering. Outside plant engineering is more on focus, what we call the fiber optics laying. It will be our transmission. Transmission is like, this is the medium wherein we can connect all the towers, all the cell sites nationwide, and it will be home to our data center. So after that, you can come out with the result. As you can see in the picture, we have those towers everywhere, and with telecom equipments and microwave transmission and OSP also. So those are the delivery that we are going to deliver as a full turnkey project to our customer, which is D2. Okay, our milestone overview is quite difficult. So you can see the delivery roadmap, no? As we all know, we encountered the pandemic by I believe 2019. And also, we started the project 2019. As you can see, we started last October 2019. That's the project launch for D2 telecommunity. And the first tower we erected is January 2020. And we managed to hit the target by June of 2020 to achieve the 630 cell sites nationwide as target. And by March of 2021, we managed to have the past NTC audit with first commercialization. So meaning the NTC, for the benefits of the other audiences, NTC is one of the government regulatory board here in the Philippines. We called it the National Telecommunication Commission. They are the one giving the approval and the permits for the allowing to use the frequency for each and every operator like Globe and Smart and D2. And by May of 2021, we managed to deliver the whole network commercialized. So meaning on the span of 2019 up to 2021 of May, we managed to deliver 1,230 cell sites nationwide. It's quite a challenge. The question is how we manage those to deliver. And we did some innovation during the pandemic. As you can see on the bottom part of the presentation, we managed the material supply, which is we have in place the safety stock monitoring. And we have this called the cloud delivery, managed in the 2 countries and 10 locations. So we can see the actual what's happening on the project. At the same time, we have this digital platform in ZTE. We call it the APMS platform. This is an E2E business visualization and efficiency improvement we did as part of our innovation during the pandemic. This one, all the project managers, the project coordinators, they can see the whole project nationwide real time. What is the plan? What is the progress? It's a web-based. So we can see all those activities real time. So it's a big development for ZTE to monitor those ongoing progress within the project in such a very complicated task for us. Okay, there are lots of challenges we encountered, no? So number one, we encountered, it's a high standard. As you can see in the slide presentation, we also encountered extreme business complexity, and we have zero foundation. We have frequent disasters and pandemic. So I will just highlight on, like, for example, on number 2, we have extreme business complexity. As we all know, Philippines is a geographical area wherein, we have so many challenges on the logistic when it comes to the delivery of the materials and so on. But still, we managed to surpass this. And at the same time, as we all know, in the Philippines, we have a long process when it comes to acquiring the local government permits. And we managed to surpass those also. It's a challenge for us. So at the same time, on the number 3, we have a Zero Foundation. As I mentioned to you, ZTE is a new vendor here in the Philippines. So we started from scratch, and we managed to have a very competent a team of subcontractors and individuals in order to support the project. So those are a very challenging situation for us during the rollout of the project. And number 4, as we all know also, we have a frequent disasters encountered during the rollouts. Imagine, during the implementation, the Taal volcano erupts after 50 years, and we were affected by 260 plus constructed cell sites last January 2020, and it will be a big mess for us also to restore. And we also encountered 15 plus above 5.0 magnitude earthquake. At the same time, we have floods caused by monsoon affecting 200 sites, evacuation. So there are lots of challenges during the rollout. At the same time, we encountered also one of the biggest typhoon, which is, as we all know, if you're from the Philippines, the Typhoon Odette, and was damaged our fiber optic, the OSP, or the outside plant engineering. It's 600 plus kilometer of optical fibers and were affected also. And during the rollout of the project, this is one of the biggest challenges also. We encountered the lockdown, the SCQ and MSCQ, and the increasing COVID-19 cases. So imagine we are doing a rollout, we are new. At the same time, we are encountering those challenges. It's like, how can we deliver this? So I'll be showing you later on what we did. So we actively explore and practice those, summarizing a set of innovative management methods suitable for large-scale overseas FTK telecom projects, and to pursue the excellence in best project management practices. And what are the secrets? So now we'll be more focused on the solution. So this is the revelation. We implemented the AMB. So starting now onwards, we'll be defining what is AMB for. So A is the ability for aspiration, and M is method of innovation, and B is business continuity. Can I ask if I'm quite fast? I'll make it more slow and my voice is okay. Can I see a thumbs up here? Okay. Okay, as mentioned to you, A and B will be using abilities as our weapon. M, we will be using management methods as our key. And business continuity is our foundation. So I will be defining to you and will be sharing with you what we did based on this A and B meaning. So there will be you can see in the slide presentation, the ability to assemble high capability. We'll be discussing more on the rapid assembly, the build professional competencies, and order for us to have the efficient operation. That's for A. And for letter M, the method or innovative management method, we'll be discussing to you on the multi-tier plan management, the self-driven quality management, the pyramid cost management, the 3+7 change management, and the digital platform. And the last one, which is B, we'll be discussing more details on the emergency response mechanism and what we did to support this with cloud delivery through remote joint operation. As a result, we come out with the safety excellent team with business scientific management and with the risk effective control. So that will be the summary of this presentation. But later on, let's dig in on the discussion more detail. So as you can see, as A, we have challenges to define Number one is zero local experience, how to build a delivery team rapidly. Then intense competition for resources, how to lead in subcontractors rapidly. So those are the challenges that we need to surpass, to give solution for those challenges. And we define number one is rapid. So we have subcategories like the team development. The number one on top is RAS, Rapid Assembly of FTK team, meaning the full turnkey resources. This is the internal resources of SATE, meaning the engineers, the project managers, the coordinators, and the internal resourcing, outsourcing, logistic, and so on. So those are global personnel redeployment, and with multi-channel recruitment. As a result, we did manage to have 200 plus project management and technical experts redeploy within 1 month. It's very rapid. Then we have 600 plus local recruitments within 3 months. And we have rapidly developed a new FTK competent team within 30 plus positions. That's on the upper part of the resources. We did it rapidly. So on the bottom part, this is more on lead-in of outsourcing resources. When you say outsourcing resources, this is more on the third party or the subcontractor supporting the project. They are the one actually doing the rollout on the project, on the working level. So we did a strategic operation with large-scale enterprise. We lead in subcontractors from neighbor countries through global tender, and we come out with the 20 large-scale enterprise partners, rapidly formed 600 plus teams. We lead in subcontractors from various countries like Vietnam, India, Turkey, and other countries to participate in the project. So basically, we catch up very fast. We prepared very fast in order to support the project. That's one of the challenges we surpassed, and we did it rapidly. Okay, another one is challenges that we encounter is dealing with extreme business complexity in challenging tasks. How to build a team with professional capabilities to realize the delivery target. So meaning we already in place the resources internally, we in place the subcontractors resources also, but we need also to develop the professional competency. So we did 3 subcategories here with business integration, repetitive enablement, and aiding tools. As you can see on the business integrations, it's like we have these 3 major scope. As you can see, is the wireless sites. If you can remember on the previous slide presentation, the wireless sites are the cell sites. You can see the towers everywhere, right? And the other one is outside plant engineering. This is the one you're more familiar digging on the road, yung nagbabakbak sa kalsada. Those are the OS, outside plant engineering. We're laying down the fiber optic physically. And the other one is the data center, which is the homing, which is we integrate all those wireless interconnectivity in order for them to have the network. And at the same time, imagine those 3 major scope will happen at the same time with those challenges I mentioned to you from the previous slides. So as you can see, the customer is Dito and ZT and subcontractor. Regardless of our differences, we managed to talk on that level, on that same communication in order to understand each other and to synchronize and to synergize of what is our task, what is our goal, what is our time plan, with what is our commitment in order to deliver our core business. As you can see, the site on air. When we say site on air for the benefit of the team, the meaning of site on air, as like me, as you, as a subscriber, when the cell site is on air, meaning you can call, you can browse the Facebook, you can watch your live, you can do the live streaming, and you can watch the pamain, di ba? For the Filipinos, you know what is pamain, right? So those are the benefits once the site is on air already. It's commercially available for the subscribers like me and you. Okay, for the repetitive enablement, we did to support the competencies of the resources, we build the trainings, as you can see, on the FDK engineering, the telecommunication technology trainings, the quality management, the HS, which is the safety, and we in place also the specific system processes. So that's very important when you're doing and rolling out the project. So at the same time, as more on the aiding tools, as you can see on the bottom part, those are the established aiding tools or application we applied on the project. We called it in the CTE like ERP system, ECC system, undeployment system, and other things. So as a result, we managed to come out with the correct methodology, with the skills, and the proper tools. And after that, the result is we have the competent professionals, professional individuals and subcontractors supporting the rollout of the project. Okay, another challenge is how to synergize the three major scope of wireless OSP DC to achieve the ultimate goal, optimize the process, and find the critical part within the complex FTK process. I think this is more related. I explained already on the previous slide presentation, but for the benefit of you to just to imagine on the bottom part, the three scope are wireless site, the implementation of the cell sites, as you can see, the towers, the foundations, and so on, the outside plant, and the data center. It's happening at the same time nationwide. So, and it should be synchronized and synergized on whatever commitment to the customer. We need to deliver it on time and within the budget. And imagine if you don't have the enough resources and you don't have the enough tool and you don't have the enough competencies of the resources, you cannot deliver the commitment as committed to the customer in every project also. So it will be applicable. So the result, we managed to have a site on air, we managed to have a network optimization, and we commercialized the site. So meaning the subscribers now can use and maximize the D2 telecommunity services, as now most of them are enjoying the services. Okay, there are lots of challenges now. How to unify the thoughts of large new team, collaborate efficiently, and synergize. So what we did in order for us to have the efficient operation, we defined four. Number one is we govern. Number two, we tailor. Number three, we established. Number four, we built. So on part of on the govern part, we have this governance framework we did inside the CTE. So we have this vertical and horizontal management doing the monitoring at the same time to support the project and the rollout of the whole scope. And also we did the tailoring, which is we have this specific communication mechanism. If you are more familiar, I know all professionals and other present here, they are more familiar on the steering committee and the weekly meetings, special meetings, efficient communication. This is very important on the project, whatever project you're handling. You should have this in order to filter all those risks and with cost impact and risk impact on the project. So we have those. And we did the monitoring and control mechanism. This is very important in the project for us to see the commitment management and to do the team execution improvement. And we have this part of the tailor, we have this evaluation and incentives. This is very important to motivate our resources. So we set the KPI evaluation. We have this project incentives. We have this job promotion. So meaning we are pushing not only the competence, we are pushing we are pushing the best out of them. So once they surpass the expectation of the company, they will be rewarded. So they have incentives. And then we did the safeguarding operation. This is very important also. We are compliance with the internal controls. and the information security and safety. So ZT is very particular when it comes to internal control and information security. This is there are some confidentialities of the information that we need to maintain. You cannot just divulge information without proper allowed from your managers or from the company itself. So we are guarding those compliance and we are abiding those. And number 3, we define the project goals. What are those project goals? Those are very specific for the progress, we for the quality, for the cost operation, especially for the customer satisfaction, then the outrank competitions and the management efficiencies. So we define those. And it was associated with rewards with project goals also, as defined also on the other discussion. And then we build or the project atmosphere. We have this team cohesion, we have this project ambience, and we have this project culture. We called it arduous struggle with mission achieved. And as a result, we build a collaborative efficiently, and we have this mechanism clear and reasonable, and we have this clear objective with high consistency, and we have this atmosphere simplicity and transparency. Because if you are going to create a process or a tool, make it simple for everybody to understand easily. Okay. Another challenges is dealing with extreme challenging tasks, how to organize assignment, stimulate the team effectively to achieve project and business goals. So this is quite related also, but more on details on the incentives, empowerment, and precise encouragement. I will, for the goal reinforcements, as you can see, we define the project manager's responsibility, very defined. Then we have this defined project goals, discretion, and dissemination to region and team. So meaning we are defining the commitment up to the working level. It should be very clear on your communication plan. Once you instructed a goal from top, it should be very transparent up to the bottom, which is the working level. So it should be clear. And those should goal-driven and dissemination should be very effective. And there will be PM annual, half-year, quarterly business commitment, monthly, and so on. And for the full empowerment, we did the decentralization, we did the specific decision-making mechanism. So it's like we're doing the horizontal management here. So we're giving, empowering the regional project managers. For example, if you are the regional project managers for Visayas and Mindanao, South Luzon and North Luzon, we are giving them the jurisdiction to decide immediately, as long as this one will not affect very costly on the project, then they have the decision making to decide immediately. So that's why we did the empowerment for fast decision making. So those are for the resource relocation, bonus allocation, business decision making, same. So every time they are achieving the target on the other part, we're giving them some packages also, like managing bonus package, tax-based incentive, gold-based incentives, company honor, gold and silver, striding pioneer, excellent PD, everything. ZTE is acknowledging whatever you delivered and you surpassed. So it's like you have to be rewarded by default. So this is a big encouragement for the resources that we need to maintain. So in order those abilities to develop and nurture along the way and during the actual rollout of the project. Okay. Another challenge is dealing with strict schedule requirement under circumstances of insufficient subcontractors. So attract subcontractor to expand, increase field teams and efficiency. It's a challenge also. So what we did, because previously on the project management, there are some traditional method. What we did some transformation. We call that the P3 method. So we did the fixed price plus incentive fee. So it's not only on the resources internally we are awarding ZTE internal resource. We also awarding our subcontractors. Yes, because they are bread and butter also, because they are the one who's doing the job and we're doing the project management. So once they surpass the target also, based on commitment, we're giving them rewards. And then they're very satisfied also on what we give them based on the scheme. So bottom line, those special incentives are defined here. Even in pandemic incentives, we define here also, we're giving also, and even disaster incentives, we define it also to the individuals and some contractors. So they are now motivated. So meaning, once your resources is motivated, it's automatically, he will become more efficient, right? So that will be the output of having a motivated resources, whether it's internal or a third-party resource or subcontractor. Okay, just to summarize for the A, as you can see, ability or develop a competent and capable team, we define to have a rapid development of the team, we build up professional competencies, and afterwards we have this efficient operation. So I can say those who respond and who came, and those who came and who strive, and those who strive prevail. So that's the challenge we give them. And as a result, we have this assembled, strive, operate, and with the project culture, struggling with the mission achieved, we have this composition of CTE formidable team as a result to support the rollout of the project. Okay, now we'll be now defining on the letter M, which is more on the methodology on multi-tier plan management. So we'll be more focusing on the methodologies and support how to deliver those methodology and apply it during the project of the rollout of the FTK. As mentioned to you, FTK is full turnkey project. So one of the challenges is site distributed across 700 plus cities, imagine, with 3 major business scope, as mentioned to you, the wireless, the outside plant engineering, and the data centers implementations at the same time, with uncontrollable factors due to ROW. Okay, I'll explain this one. ROW is a right-of-way. This is more applicable on the outside plant engineering. As you can see, yung naglalakad kayo, nagdadrive kayo ng sasakyan, naguhukay along the highway, right? Nagdidig doon. Prior to that, to get the permit, we called it right-of-way permit. So we're getting it from the LGU or the local government units for us to give us the permit prior to the mobilization of the site. So then SAQ is site acquisition. It's like you're acquiring a property for you to put in the tower. So that there's lots of uncontrollable factors within that scope. And those progress impact by pandemic also and natural disasters. So the challenge is how to manage the project plan, right? So we define those project plans like milestone plan, the master plan, the rollover plan, and the execution plan. As you can see, as part of the milestone plan, we aligned within our customers network and the construction goal. This is very specific when dealing with the milestone plan. So what is the specific deliverables by this week, by this month, and based on prioritization? And imagine you are dealing with 700 cities with 3 major scope, and you have to deal with it. So, and we have this master plan in place. We determine the construction goals of each business scope according to critical paths and constraints, and set the goals that exceed customers' expectations and competition with aligns with the construction plan, resource plan, and business plan. And we have this rollover plan. This is a plan based on site owner priority, which aligns with the other subscope and region rollover plan. So this one is very important because, as I mentioned to you, when you're setting a goals and a project, like very complicated project like this, and it's a nationwide, and you have a challenge of logistic. Imagine we have typhoons, and imagine you have to deliver the towers from other countries, then going to Visayas, Cebu, and other island, then you encounter those disasters. So it's a big challenge, and you set already the commitment per week, per month, and those communication goals as mentioned to you, discussed within the higher management, it should be cascaded up to the working level, meaning up to the riggers. When we say riggers, this is the person working at site or the installers. They should know those very specific target plan. And if you don't have very specific communication plan and rollout plan, it's not cascaded properly, it will be a chaos on the project. So there should be a clear path of communication from top to bottom up to the working level. This is very important. And not only that, they should feel the urgency of the target. If the top management is pressured, everybody should be pressured in order for us to deliver. Okay, and we have this execution plan based on the constraint and resource availability. So every time you're doing the project, you always base on also on the constraint and the resource availability. You must be realistic before you execute the project. You cannot just say to your customer, yes, we can do that. But then later on, the customer will ask you, how can you do that? Do you have the enough resources? Do you have the enough competence? Right? How's your challenges of this one? How do you have the enough processes, the tools in place in order for you to say that your execution plan is very effective and will happen? So that will be supported with your very specific execution plan. Okay, another challenge part of the methodology is newly led subcontractors have different level of proficiencies and quality of deliverables. And it's a big impact on factors. How to achieve high quality delivery and customer satisfaction through quality management. Okay, during the rollout of the project for the full turnkey project in telecommunication, it's not only we're very fast. This is very applicable also in every project, and you should apply this. It's like make it with speed and quality. You should deliver it with speed and quality. So imagine, you can see everybody is digging on the roads and so on, the safety and so on. If those personnel are not after with the quality and other things like safety, it will be a chaos, and worst thing might happen, and we are avoiding that. So, and based on this triangle methodology, so you can see we have this planning, product selection, design, and manufacturing in place. Then with this project implementation quality who's guiding this with a specific team doing this. We have this network KPI quality maintaining during the entire project or the rollout of the project. Then afterward, the result is we have this successful commercialization of the network. And those are the total quality management that we put in place as part of the methodology in CTE. And this is applicable to all projects that we are doing. And it is very effective. So I can say you cannot sacrifice the quality even you deliver it very fast. So it should be coincide together at the same time. You should deliver the site very fast and with quality. So bear in mind. So with those, we as you can see as a result, we rank first in acceptance. We rank first in post-evaluation. So this is a very satisfying reward to CTE, not only to CTE, especially for those individuals supporting the project at the same time, subcontractors. So they have the incentives already and they were recognized. So it's a big boost to the resources individually and in corporation to achieve more, to surpass more, right? So by doing this is a very important thing to do as part of the methodology. You can apply it also in your project. Okay, the key of implementing self-driven quality management is we have E2E business quality management by everyone. So we do this kind of, how you call it, abbreviations, the APCD. We called it the plan, the do, the check, and the act. So when we say plan, we set the quality PIC in each team. PIC stand for person in charge, and we set the quality KPI in each team. KPI is the key indicator that we set put in for every plan for each individual also. So, and then the do, we do the quality KCP. This is the key control points on six key milestone. I'll be explaining it later on those 6 key milestone. And we do check during the rollout, which is the quality self checklist. We have this random check. We have this third-party check. So meaning, it's not only yourself are checking. There are some random check of individual from CT checking the quality of the work also in order to push the self-driven quality management. So we have this act, which is the continuous improvement. So meaning, when we say continuous improvement, we have lots of lessons learned during the project, and those lessons learned will teach us how to improve more during the implementation, and we improve it continuously. Okay, as part to support and as part of the self-driven quality management, this is more on the details as discussed to you on the previous slide presentation, just to give you the some scope of work on the bottom part, like for example on the plan. So those on the bottom part are the activities we need to be very sure and aligned with our PIC to maintain and enforce the quality management. And the do's is the same. So quality KCP on the 6 key milestone, as I mentioned to you, those are the 6 keys milestone that we need to maintain the quality management as part of the self-driven. So those are the survey, design, civil work, telecom installation, testing and commissioning, single site verification. Okay, for you to have especially for the students, for the telecommunication, don't just think telecommunication is for RF engineers only or for the ECEs only. This is actually is the whole engineering are all involved here. We have electrical engineers, we have civil works engineers, we have even we have some industrial engineers also here, and lots of engineering and graduating students and professionals are within our company. And for telecommunication also engineers, there are lots of specialization. Don't think of it's only for to be a site engineer like that. There are different specialization in telecommunication engineering. You have this RF, you have this transmission engineering, and so on. So that's just a tip for the students. Okay, move on. We have this check. So implementation team, we're doing 100% site self-check. And also the quality team, as a record, we did 60% site random check. Then we have this third-party supervisor, 30% site random check. And we have this joint customer, 20% site visits. So imagine on the checking alone, for sure, you will maintain those quality of the implementation in place of very specific cell site or towers or implementation at site. And then afterwards, we have this app. So what we did is we have this subcon quality training enablement. So we organized cumulative 30,000 men times training, certified 5,000 people with 1,000 riggers, where the key position required certification. So we're giving also certification for those who attended the trainings. This is more on the specialization of the telecommunication. And then we have this implementation quality rectification, what we did with cumulative 5,000 plus qualities issues with rectification and closure. Imagine 5,000 quality issues, because we have, based on standard of telecommunication, for each every operator. When I say operator, operators are Globe, Smart, and Dito. When we say vendor, vendor is like Ericsson, Nokia, Huawei, and ZTE. And when we say subcontractors, those are the third parties. So imagine those checking during the, as you can see, joint customer 20% site visit. There will be a punch list just to imagine those issues and rectification. We did 5,000 closures. We closed already. And cumulative issued 200 plus penalties related to quality issues through EPMS system. So, okay, there, even though we are giving incentives, but if we can see it's substandard, we're giving them also the penalties. So we're very strict when it comes to implementation. It's like if it's due to you the incentive, we'll give you the incentive. It's due to you the penalties, and you are not following the standard of the customer and safety standard, then there will be some penalties to you. So that one will maintain the quality of the implementation, because if you're thinking on the penalties, it might be costly. It depends on the contract between the procurement and the other party. Okay, another challenge based on the methodology is how to manage those large complex projects with many challenges to ensure its cost and your cost is optimized, no? So meaning you are maintaining those budget. So we have this pyramid solution. We called it the pyramid cost management flow. What are those? So we maintain those outsourcing cost control. In project management, you should have the project cost control management, because this is very important. Because if you will not monitor your cost, you will be a chaos with, you know, too much variation, unaligned cost with your customer, and it will be a mess of the project at the end. So we maintain the outsourcing cost control, we maintain the HR cost control, and other things cost control related to facilities, cars, and so on. So those are the one of the methodologies in order for us to do the cost management during the whole time of the project as per the FTK. So we called it here cost control, adopts pyramid cost management method, strict cost management process, jointly plan for cost optimization, measure with each team. As a result, if you have a good project cost management, you save millions of USD or peso, and it will be translated into your profit, right? Because bottom line, we're doing business here, and part of the business is the project management to ensure that you're working on the budget, you're working on time and within the budget in order to deliver your commitment on a very specific time. Okay, another thing is this one, part of the project cost management. In order to support this one, we determine very specific what is the budget. We set the target, and at the same time, we applied the control processes. This is the high-level discussion on what I discussed from the previous slide presentation. I think I'll go next on the next slide presentation. Okay, another challenge is, as we all know, if you are doing a project, whatever project you are doing, there will be lots of changes along the way. So we call it the change management, and we applied the 3+7 change management. So there will be more factors like external factor. It's beyond our control, and even internal factor might affect the change within the project rollout. So we can identify like there will be a change on the solution. When we say solution change in the telecommunication, it's like if you have this, for example, network solution, this equipment solution will be applicable for this one in order for you to have these services. So then later on along the way, there will be a solution change. And then later on, there will be a milestones change. And there will be later on a network change. And later on, there will be a scope change. There will be shipment change. There will be product change. There will be process change. And there will be team change. Imagine those changes. Sometimes those are beyond, especially on the external factor, it's beyond our control. And those are risks, right? Those is high risk, and we can categorize those if we will sort it out based on your, daily activities, rolling out the project. You can sort it out based on the hierarchy of the risk. So what we did, we did this 3+7 change management. As you can see in the slide presentation, we have this 3-level review. Okay, we put in place number 1 as part of the number 3 is the executive team, the iron triangle, the steering committee authorizations and approval. As you can see on the slide presentation, you can read the outsourcing, supply chain, network planning, up to commercial assessment. Those are the 7 involvements within the project. As you can see, the project execution team we are the one on the project execution team, and they are our support. So whatever issues, whether it's minor or major, it will be discussed on those levels. Or it depends. If it's minor, then it will be on a certain level. Only if it's major, let's say there will be a big impact on the cost, on the budget, for sure, it might affect your delivery because you might be out of the budget. So it will be having a discussion before you decide on the management or the changes. Especially, we called it in the construction variations, especially for those professionals and practicing professionals, they know this. But for the students, if you change the scope and it's not originally part of the original contract, there will be some change of scope. It will fall and there will be cost impact within the budget. It's not part of the original budget as agreed. So this one should be discussed internally with those people and groups and committee in order to discuss whether it will be approved or not and so on. And it will be properly communicated to your customer because this one should be aligned, especially if it's more on the costing. And then the result is we have this project implemented smoothly without dispute. As I mentioned to you, if you have variations or differences between the original scope and what you are doing, maybe your scope is now more higher numbers or quantity, you are delivering based on the original contract, it should be aligned with your customer commercially, contractually, so that you will have a project implementation smoothly without dispute. Then, as an outcome, we have this effective control, the additional work, and we achieve and save millions of pesos in USD as part of our cost savings because of this methodology we put in place during the rollout of the FTK. So this is those 7 assessments like comprehensive evaluation of major FTK business area, like outsourcing, supply chain, they're all must be involved during the rollout and should be discussed whatever issues you have within the project. And for sure, you have this proper tool, proper communication plan in place, processes and so on, then you can have the cost saving and you can save a lot of monies during the project of the implementation. Okay, I still go ahead. So another challenge is how to keep business and project management information visible in large FTK or full turnkey project. How to improve management efficiently in the new normal of pandemic. As I mentioned to you during the implementation, our implementation is throughout the pandemic. And what we did as part of the methodology, we put in place the digital transformation. So what we did, as you can see on the middle of the presentation, we have this business online. We have this E2E, meaning end-to-end visibility. We have this mobile application, and we have this 15% improvement strategy. So maybe I will just explain it in the most fastest way I can. Then business online is like we define the scope, schedule, the quality, the cost documentation, risk, and other things online. So those management modules are online. So everybody, you don't need to go anywhere. It might be in Visayas, might be in Mindanao, in North Luzon, in South Luzon, and even other country. It's visible. And then we have this S/N level end-to-end management on materials. SN is a serial number. So imagine if we have this, we did not establish business online, and as part of the inventory, that we need to deliver to the customer is to get the serial numbers of each and every ZTE equipment, telecom equipment installed at site. So imagine if I will just to get the serial numbers, I'll go to Cebu, I'll go to Visayas. It will take time. But here, based on what we did, we can just extract it online immediately, whatever is installed, wherever it will be. So we can see the serial numbers. Then we have this paperless outsourcing, like issuance of PO and settlement payments and so on. So it's more on the commercial side. Okay, another one is the end-to-end visibility. We have this visibility of MOS is materials on site to the acceptance. So we monitor the end-to-end and we can see it online because of this platform. And we can see also the project plan and progress visibility. This is real time. As I mentioned to you, we have this EPMS on the previous slide presentation. This is a web-based for ZTE in order for us to see what's happening at site at real time, real scenario. So site and network construction status visibility, yes, we can see it remotely while I'm sitting it here. So I can see it, what's happening on that specific site in Marikina, in Mindanao, Sultan Kudarat, or wherever it might be in Batanes. So we can see it remotely, what's happening at site. And we have this mobile application, as mentioned to you. This is more related on the E2E visibility, quite related. I will be more focusing on the 10% efficient improvement strategy. So 50% more efficient site status checking than offline. So imagine we improve those. Instead of going at site for the site for us or the site engineer, they can minimize the physical activity going at site just to see that one and have to travel and take time and money, can save money. And then we have 10 times more efficient quality checking because we can see it remotely. Then we have this 60% more efficient of outsourcing settlement. So instead of hiring, for example, the biggest challenge is Visayas, Mindanao, because geographically we have lots of islands. So imagine if I will hire every island one site engineer, or let's say it's 30 engineers. But this one, we save 60% more efficient of outsourcing settlement because we can just hire lesser than that because we can monitor it remotely. Anyway, we have the subcons also there. Then we have 70% more efficient on produced documents online. As mentioned to you, we are paperless. So we don't need to have this hard copy, the old traditional, documentations. So we're doing it online. Okay, those are we in place all those application, digital transformation, and it will be manageable and visible and accessible to our customer. As you can see in the bottom part, our customer is Dito. It's manageable and visible and accessible to customer, to ZTE, and to subcon, meaning we are talking on the same language, on the same processes, on the same tool. It's very effective for the project. Okay. This one, I think I will not more focus in this one. We already discussed part of the methodology. Okay. Now, let's go now for stand for B. So we defined already A, we defined M, we defined B as a solution on what we did as part of the best practice of project management regarding our full turnkey project, or FTK for Dito. So we called it business continuity management. So the challenge is frequent occurrence of typhoons. We have lots of disasters, calamities and so on. Yeah, that's the biggest challenge for us. And if we are encountering those challenges, how to continue the business, right? So what we did is we have this the natural disaster BCM, or business continuity. We in place emergency command center. We in place emergency plan. We in place emergency drills. We in place emergency execution. And part of that, We also in place the personal safety, the property damage control, the stable business continuity. As you can see on the bottom part of the presentation, those are the activities and events happened during the rollout of the project. As you can see, the eruption of the volcano, we were affected, as mentioned to you from the previous slide presentations, hundreds of sites. So imagine, no, hundreds of sites, and there are lots of works for us to do the restoration. And then in September 20, we have April to September of 2020, the 10 plus floods. And by November 2020, we have this super typhoon. And by June 2021, we did the review on disaster damage. Luckily, we don't have casualties, no tower collapse, and so on, no losses from insurance claims. So I think that's a good news. And then we have on December 21, we have this super typhoon Rai. And in January 2022, as part of the evaluation, we put 100% critical sites restored. So meaning when we say critical sites, the cell site might be located for sure on the key cities, like the key cities nationwide. Then we have 70% sites restored, 50% sites on daily new subscriber increment, and rapid restoration and quality improvement versus other operators, and with appreciation letter from the CTO of the customer. Meaning, based on those results, even though we have those challenges, we were acknowledged with appreciation from our customer, and we established those in order for us to have the business continuity as part of the management we need to. So I can just read: strengthening awareness, focus on prevention, rapid resumption of work, transference of risk. Okay, in continuation, we have this under new normal and the normalized situation, no? So the pandemic PCM, we have this outbreak. We can categorize it with the outbreak and the normalized one. So this is just a continuation of what I'm discussing from the previous slide presentation. So I think I will not discuss much more on this. It's the same thing. Okay. And this one, I will emphasize, this one is the cloud delivery we put in place. The challenge is with the new normal of pandemic, how to reduce the manpower in the country and how to ensure the business continuity as part of this business continuity management. So what we did, we put in place the cloud delivery, meaning this is the one I mentioned to you lately, that we in place this monitoring in 2 countries, 10 locations, and most of the resources, 40%, are working remotely. So meaning we can monitor what's happening from end to end using this platform because we digitalized the apps. So everybody can see the DITO, the CT, the subcontractor. With unified platform and unified processes and unified language, so we put in place the cloud delivery for us to understand each other. So in summary of the business continuity, so we have this business continuity response mechanism, and we have this cloud delivery. As a result, we have this personal safety, we minimize the property loss, and we transform the delivery model. And the output is we have this business continuity as a result. Okay, in conclusion, the abilities are our weapon. The management methods and methodologies are key, and the business continuity is our foundation. So AMB is like ability of competency, method, and business continuity. And we have this CTE, formidable team, highly efficient team, delivery success on the project, and we establish the brand, and we control with controllable risk. So as a benefits of that, just to show you, we have a successful NTC regular technical audit, become 3rd major telco player in the market. Subsequently, the following 2 audits. So those are the results that we have. Subscriber growth, market developed faster than expected, 40% plus rate. leading network coverage and KPI download speed are ahead of competitors in the same city. Brand formation promote competition, reduce fees with download speed improvement, and form good reputation. Okay, move on. So the stakeholders benefits are for ZT is like we have these awards and recognition, successful delivery, and this performance contribution, as I mentioned to you. Then those are the external recognition, 2021 PMI China Outstanding, Asia Leaders Award Telecom Vendor of the Year, Asian Telecom Excellence Awards Infrastructure, Telecom and Data Center, received 15 plus letter of commendation from senior management and customer, interviewed by CNN, CMNI News, Asian Business Review, diffusive area and project success. So those are the awards just to show you what we achieved. Okay, stakeholders benefit of, say, Exceptional Contribution Award for the year 2020 and 2021. As you can see, SATE Philippines believes that our people are our core. They are the future of business. They will sustain SATE's strength, be in numbers, but most importantly, we are banking on what they can will offer to the table. Innate talent, potential to grow, and how we and as a business are able to support both to nurture and help them succeed, as their success is indeed SATE's success. So you can see some of the trophies and so on and flags here, just to show the awards. So yeah, we considered also the talents are wealth, the knowledge is power, culture is our soul. So by creating value through project management, A&B or ability to excel, the methodology of innovation, and the business continuity is our biggest secret and now revealed to you. And we are very proud to share it to you. We're very thankful for the organizers and the audiences, the all professional, practicing professionals and students. So if you have some other queries, you can just chat down. Maybe I cannot answer all of those because of the time, but I can give to the organizer my email address and you can just email your question. Thanks for listening and God bless you all.
Okay. Thank you very much, Sir Felipe Reo. This time I am acknowledging the presence of the PUP President, Dr. Manuel Muhi. Hello po, sir. As mentioned, no, abilities are the weapon. The AMB model or the thank you for the sharing of the best professional practice using the AMB model, the project management methodology, or about the ability method, about the ability method and the BCM, business continuity assurance. Okay, business continuity assurance based on the description. These elements contributes to the efficiency and the effectiveness. And in order to achieve that, there is a need to unify the thoughts of a team and work collaboratively through another model where efficient operation will lead to the another elements, the governance framework, tailoring operation mechanism, the establishment of management by objective that is also applicable, no, with or in the other professions, no. And Mr. Felipe also concluded the abilities are the way concluded that the abilities are the weapon, the management methods are the keys, and the business continuity as a foundation, Okay. And there are questions here.
Yeah, maybe I can read some question. I saw one question related to transmission. When we say transmission, he's asking about the transmission, where to put in. So actually, transmission for the telecommunication, no? Let's define the transmission. Transmission is how you connect one cell site to another, then other cell sites to another, for us to connect to the homing site or the data center or the RNC, we called it. And so actually, if you are talking about, there are two types of transmission we're doing. if you're talking about the microwave transmission, we are considering on the, we called it in the telecommunication is the LOS. We define this the line of sight, meaning imagine you are a tower, you're standing, right? Then whatever you can see, meaning you can connect to that, you can see far away. So if there's a mountain in between, so cannot put the towers on that specific location. So for the towers, for you to have a transmission, it should be on the higher place and very strategic area for us to put in the cell site tower in order for you to have the LOS or line of sight, for you to have the connectivity from the, we call it the near end site. Near end site is the site itself or the cell site itself serving you, and the far end site as we defined in telecommunication. So basically, the transmission planning team as another specialization in telecommunication is the one handling this, and they have this tool computing the specific coordinates where we're going to put in the specific pole and the specific height. So there's a computation for that and a tool. Let me read some of the
questions.
So does the telco poles have a right-of-way permit in the proper agency before it's constructed? Yes. As I mentioned to you, before you construct the cell site, we have this in the slide presentation, the team of or group of team, like we called it the SAQ, or the site acquisition. The site acquisition is the one dealing with local government unit securing the building permits, like putting your house. You need to secure a building permit. We called it the pre-construction permit. So if you don't have the building permit, you cannot put in the towers on the very specific location because it's a violation in our country, right? So you should have that, and then there will be a penalties to you if you are not allowed, following the government rules mandated by our local government unit. So for sure, sir, we should have the permit. But if you are saying right of way permit, this is related to OSP, as mentioned to you, the outside plant engineering. This is the installation of the cabling. You can see yung sa kalsada. Kailangan, yes, we need the permits also. This is very, because this is, the people are more exposed, di ba? Naglalakad ka and so on. Yes, we need those permits also prior to the implementation of the project. So I think I will read more. Let me, what else here? With Dr. How do you envision cluster for designation population control? Okay, wait. Hi, are the incentives already included in your project budget overhead? Yes, it's part of the budget. So when you're doing a project, you must consider all costs, right, ahead of time, so that you can have the proper budgeting prior to the handshake of the contract. So it should be properly in place. So in order for you to work within the budget of the within the project, then let me. Sergio, with the mandatory registration SIM card, do you think frequent receipt? What's this? I cannot see. Frequent receipt of spam will no longer happen. How will issue be managed? And thank you. Okay, I think I can't answer this one, but this one's supposed to be answered by the telecom operator. But rest assured for me, those scammers, no. There are lots of announcement anyway, even in radio. So don't just go to the website. It's not announced by the NTC, and you should, very aware of this. As we all know, even not in SIM card registration, we are prone to scammers. So I think this one is individual responsibility. You must be aware of what you're clicking. You don't just click whatever you see in the internet. You should be responsible what we do, especially in social media and internet. So let me read some. How do we know how do we start risk analysis and risk control with outsourced team members? Okay, risk analysis. You have to do it ahead of time and during also. So you can see, you can define the risk. Once you define the risk, you can define the severity of the risk, whether it's high, whether it's severe or medium. So you have to sort it out. So it depends within your project management team to define those, especially if those are related to the network, especially for the costing and so on. It will be a severe and high risk for you to ahead of time to prepare your mitigation, because if there's a risk, there should be a mitigation in order to minimize the risk. We cannot zero the risk, but we can minimize all those risks within the project. Actually, it's not only on the project, right? Even in our relationship, you have to do some risk analysis also, right? So, but this one is more, yeah, you can do it ahead of time and during also what we encountered in order to mitigate those risks ahead of time and apply those mitigation. Because if you will not apply the mitigation, there will be I'm always saying cost impact, no, because we're dealing about business here. It's not only implementation, project management, and so on. Always think that the company should have profit and save money for us to have, everybody's will be happy at the end. So managing risk ahead of time and mitigate it, is the effective way to do for every project. Let me read some. How do you normally choose? Oh God. Okay. Okay. How sir using the cloud platform? Who is in charge on the detailed information? We have this admin for those cloud, platform that we establish. We have this super admin. It's the same thing. So we have this specific role rights for a specific individual. Like, for example, if you are a project manager, you can just see the whatever is related to your function and scope. So you cannot see the commercial and so on because it's not within your jurisdiction. So it's very specific when the super admin defined those rule rights for that platform. But bottom line, we have this common wherein everybody's understanding on the same language in order to view the progress, even the risk, even the video actually we can see, and the plan against the actual dates of the rollout, we can see it in the platform, so on the cloud. So I think I cannot answer all of those. Yes, sir. Because some, sir, please understand, some questions are quite confidential, so I'm not entitled to answer of those. So in respect with other confidential issues also supposed to be the operator should answer. Please respect me on that. Okay, I think that's all for me, sirs and moms, and yeah.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. May I request you, sir, Mr. Rayo, to type in your email address in the chat box to interact with our participant in case there are other concerns or even for future collaboration.
Yes, sir. Yeah, it's my privilege, sir, to
okay, so once again, thank you very much, Mr. Felipe Rayo Jr. A round of applause, a virtual round of applause to our speaker. Let us now proceed to the awarding of certificate. Okay, may I request again, Dr. Guillermo Bernabe.
Please, sir.
Okay, good morning to everybody. The Polytechnic University of the Philippines Open University Systems, in cooperation with the International Project Management Association of the Philippines and International Project Management Association Young Crew Philippines. This certificate of recognition is hereby awarded to Engineer Felipe Rayo Jr. in grateful acknowledgement of his engagement and insightful academic contribution as plenary speaker, imparting unparalleled knowledge and expertise during the International Conference on Project Management with the theme Pursuing Excellence by Fostering Best Project Management Practices, held on February 3 to 4, 2023, given this third day of February 2023 by Zoom conferencing. Signed, Professor Mariano Roque Esenga Jr., Chairman, IPMA Philippines, and Dr. Manuel M. Muhi, President, Polytechnic University of the Philippines.
So once again, thank you very much, Engineer Felipe Reo Jr. Okay, may I request now all of the participants to open your camera for an opportunity or photo opportunity with our speaker. Technical, kindly advise us.
In 1, 2, 3, smile. Next line. Smile. Okay na po.
Okay, I think that's all. And we will now proceed to your lunch and be back by 1. Okay, be back by 1 o'clock for the afternoon session of this conference. So enjoy your lunch.
Okay, for everyone in the Zoom room and in the Facebook Live, we would like to request everyone to scan the evaluation form on the screen. So you may scan it and answer it. So only those who have successfully answered the evaluation form with their complete name and complete email address will be given a copy of certificate of participation and also the presentation of the speakers that we have for each day. Okay, again, you may now scan the evaluation form attached on the screen. Thank you. That is on the lower right side of your screen. So kindly scan po. And also the technical team will be posting the technical team will post the evaluation link on our chat box on both the Zoom and Facebook Live so that it can be accessible for everyone. Thank you guys, and you may now have the lunch. Thank you.
Recording stopped. Welcome to the Polytechnic University of the Philippines. The Polytechnic University of the Philippines is a government higher educational institution governed by Republic Act No. 8292, known as the Higher Education Modernization Act of 1997, and its implementing rules and regulations contained in the Commission on Higher Education Memorandum Circular No. 4, Series of 1997. PUP was established in 1904 as Manila Business School. In 1908, it was renamed as Philippine School of Commerce or PSC and merged with Philippine Normal School from 1936 to 1946. Through the virtue of Republic Act 778, PSC was renamed to Philippine College of Commerce or PCC in 1952. On April 1, 1978, PCC was converted into the Chartered State University, now known as the Polytechnic University of the Philippines, by virtue of Presidential Decree No. 1341, issued by the President of the Republic of the Philippines. For more than 100 years, PUP has been a partner of the government in providing quality, globally competitive, and industry-responsive education to bright, deserving students.
Pinakamura ang matrikula sa PUP.
Pinakamababang tuition sa buong bansa, 12 pesos kada unit.
With the lowest tuition for tertiary education, qualified faculty members, efficient administrative staff, goal-oriented leaders, and industry-responsive curricula that is at par with international standards, PUP has earned a reputation of one of the country's top higher education institutions. As an epistemic community, PUP is consistent with its commitment to produce quality graduates in various fields of specialization, working toward its goal of becoming the first national polytechnic university in the country. With 22 branches and campuses spread across Luzon, serving more than 70,000 students, the Polytechnic University of the Philippines offers more than 80 programs in the graduate and undergraduate levels. It also offers distance learning through the Open University System, technical and professional programs in the area of business and distributive arts, education in the social sciences related to the fields of commerce, business administration, and other polytechnic areas. The commitment of its leadership, faculty, staff, students, alumni, and partners has formed the cornerstone of this university that has exceeded expectations with every generation of the graduates it has produced since its establishment. Today, PUP has gone far from what it was more than a century ago, but what remains is PUP's mission to continue to be the government's partner in nation building and in poverty alleviation of the marginalized sector of society. With quality, responsive, and relevant education as a tool. PUP, the first polytechnic university.
Allow me to share with you my vision for the university. I envision PUP to become the pioneering and leading national polytechnic university in the 21st century. With a national polytechnic university status, it will bring more opportunities for the university to further strengthen its academic programs and improve organizational performance as an institution for higher education. In pursuit for this vision, my mission for PUP is for it to recognize its catalytic role for national development. PUP will ensure inclusive and equitable quality education and promote lifelong learning opportunities through a re-engineered polytechnic education. By re-engineering, we look into the existing processes and programs in order to achieve higher quality of academic programs and services following the principles of effectiveness and efficiency. With this mission in mind, I have formulated 10 pillars as my reform agenda for the university. Pillar 1. Dynamic, transformational, and responsible leadership. Empower academic and administrative leaders by following the core principles of good governance to create collective growth and unity. Here I would like to highlight an innovation by introducing the development of an integrity management plan to assess, plan, and implement anti-corruption strategies that will secure the institution against corruption and abuse. Likewise, asset management and resource generation will be aggressively pursued to ensure productivity and finance the implementation of the plans and projects for the university. Pillar 2. Responsive and innovative curricula and instruction. We aim to provide world-class polytechnic education that responds to national and global needs by developing intellectually challenging curricula and design academic programs that are based on industry demands to provide the learners with adequate and relevant competencies and skills and prepare them for a successful and rewarding careers. In a rapidly changing world, we recognize the paradigm shift in curriculum to outcome-based education with lifelong learning approach. Pillar 2 also sits on the framework of internationalization of Philippine higher education through transnational education by promoting academic mobility among faculty and students and global dimension into the curricula and teaching process. Pillar 3. Enabling and productive learning environment. Following education in Industry 4.0, we aim to increase and enhance the use of new technology to enable student learning and engagement, as well as advanced teaching process and methodology through new and state-of-the-art facilities that will support the overall learning and teaching experience in the university. Pillar 3 likewise includes campus development and the provision of conducive learning centers and facilities for students and faculty. Pillar 4. Holistic student development and engagement. We will empower students as well as rounded learners and active young leaders as we open opportunities for various academic mobility and venues for honing skills and personal development, being the principal stakeholder of the university. Recognize academic freedom as a form of self-expression and a platform to showcase students' intellect, skills, and creativity. Pillar 5. Empowered faculty members and employees. Likewise, we are looking into the holistic development of our faculty and employees as productive, competent, and experts in their respective fields. We will encourage our faculty roster through formal education, capacity building, research and extension initiatives, faculty immersion, and other academic engagements, both local and abroad. We will ensure that both our faculty and employees will have a vibrant career development path as public servants in this state university. Pillar 6. Vigorous research production and utilization. We will continue to strengthen the research culture in the university by promoting discovery and innovation through increasing disciplinary and collaborative research integration across academic disciplines to create new knowledge, utilize research findings, and develop innovative products. Pillar 7. Global academic standards and excellence. Achieve the highest levels of recognition in quality and compliance standards from CHED, AACUP, and other international accrediting and regulatory bodies for higher education. We will intensify our efforts to achieve and sustain better academic performance and continue to excel as a top-performing school in various professional licensure examinations and produce board top-notchers as well as sustain our status of being the most preferred graduates of employers. Likewise, we aim to establish and to be recognized as centers of development and excellence in our academic programs. Pillar 8. Synergistic, productive strategic networks and partnerships. Synergize and forge strategic linkages and partnerships across all sectors of society and the global community in line with the overall plans and programs of the university. Establish alliance with the government, industry sector, NGOs, and the academe will lead to resource sharing, program support, and research collaborations beneficial for all. Pillar 9. Active and sustained stakeholders engagement. Harness a healthy and harmonious organization by empowering all its stakeholders, both internal and external, through open communication networks, consultative and participative undertakings, and team-building activities, recognizing that all stakeholders can greatly contribute towards the betterment of the university. Pillar 10. Sustainable social development programs and projects. Expand access to education, knowledge building, and information dissemination through sharing of expertise and resources for community development. Support inclusivity approach in education by embarking on Education on Wheels, which aims to bring access to education closer to communities, following the principle of no one will be left behind. As the University of the People, we should bring the university closer to their hearts to serve their needs and extend assistance in mainstreaming public service. Our institution must continue to stand as one for the values that we have inculcated. For the past 115 years, we have exemplified our quest for truth, excellence, equity, relevance, effectiveness, integrity, and academic freedom. Lastly, I call upon each and everyone to join me in this journey. Together we stand as one para sa sintang paaralan para sa ating bayan.
Sa bayan, gagamitin ang bigay mong karunungan mula sa'yo. Tanglaw ng bayan, pinanday mo ang isip ng kabataan. PUP ako, tagumpay ako. Kailangan mo ang maging Pilipino. PUP ako, tagumpay ako. Kasintang paaralan, tangal ng bayan, PUP-an, dumating ka sa sintang salat, sa dunong at sa yaman, karunungan, makatao, tagumpay ng Pilipino, sinisinta ang PUP, tagumpay ng bayan ko. Maliwas ng bukas, abot kamay ang pangarap, National Polytechnic University, katuparan ng pangarap, Scholar ng bayan, tuloy ang pagsulong, nagmamahal ng lilingkod sa Diyos natin at bayan. Mula sa'yo, para sa bayan, tuloy ang aral, diwa at ikang taglay. Mula sa'yo, tanglaw ng bayan, dinadakila kasintang paaralan. PUP ako, tagumpay ako.
PUP ako, tagumpay ako.
PUP ako, tagumpay ako. PUP ako, tagumpay ako.
PUP ako, tagumpay ako.
PUP ako, tagumpay ako.
PUP
PUP ako, tagumpay ako.
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 PUP ako, tagumpay ako. PUP ako, tagumpay ako.
PUP ako, tagumpay ako.
PUP ako, tagumpay ako. PUP ako, tagumpay ako.
PUP ako,
Welcome to the Polytechnic University of the Philippines. The Polytechnic University of the Philippines is a government higher educational institution governed by Republic Act No. 8292, known as the Higher Education Modernization Act of 1997, and its implementing rules and regulations contained in the Commission on Higher Education Memorandum Circular No. 4, Series of 1997. PUP was established in 1904 as Manila Business School. In 1908, it was renamed as Philippine School of Commerce or PSC and merged with Philippine Normal School from 1936 to 1946. Through the virtue of Republic Act 778, PSC was renamed to Philippine College of Commerce or PCC in 1952. On April 1, 1978, PCC was converted into the Chartered State University, now known as the Polytechnic University of the Philippines, by virtue of Presidential Decree No. 1341, issued by the President of the Republic of the Philippines. For more than 100 years, PUP has been a partner of the government in providing quality, globally competitive, and industry-responsive education to bright, deserving students.
Pinakamura ang matrikula sa PUP.
Pinakamababang tuition sa buong bansa, 12 pesos kada unit.
With the lowest tuition for tertiary education, qualified faculty members, efficient administrative staff, goal-oriented leaders, and industry-responsive curricula that is at par with international standards, PUP has earned a reputation of one of the country's top higher education institutions. As an epistemic community, PUP is consistent with its commitment to produce quality graduates in various fields of specialization, working toward its goal of becoming the first national polytechnic university in the country. With 22 branches and campuses spread across Luzon, serving more than 70,000 students, the Polytechnic University of the Philippines offers more than 80 programs in the graduate and undergraduate levels. It also offers distance learning through the Open University System, technical and professional programs in the area of business and distributive arts, education in the social sciences related to the fields of commerce, business administration, and other polytechnic areas. The commitment of its leadership, faculty, staff, students, alumni, and partners has formed the cornerstone of this university that has exceeded expectations with every generation of the graduates it has produced since its establishment. Today, PUP has gone far from what it was more than a century ago, but what remains is PUP's mission to continue to be the government's partner in nation building and in poverty alleviation of the marginalized sector of society. With quality, responsive, and relevant education as a tool. PUP, the first Polytechnic University.
Allow me to share with you my vision for the university. I envision PUP to become the pioneering and leading national polytechnic university in the 21st century. With a national polytechnic university status, it will bring more opportunities for the university to further strengthen its academic programs and improve organizational performance as an institution for higher education. In pursuit for this vision, my mission for PUP is for it to recognize its catalytic role for national development. PUP will ensure inclusive and equitable quality education and promote lifelong learning opportunities through a re-engineered polytechnic education. By re-engineering, we look into the existing processes and programs in order to achieve higher quality of academic programs and services following the principles of effectiveness and efficiency. With this mission in mind, I have formulated 10 pillars as my reform agenda for the university. Pillar 1. Dynamic, transformational, and responsible leadership. Empower academic and administrative leaders by following the core principles of good governance to create collective growth and unity. Here I would like to highlight an innovation by introducing the development of an integrity management plan to assess, plan, and implement anti-corruption strategies that will secure the institution against corruption and abuse. Likewise, asset management and resource generation will be aggressively pursued to ensure productivity and finance the implementation of the plans and projects for the university. Pillar 2. Responsive and innovative curricula and instruction. We aim to provide world-class polytechnic education that responds to national and global needs by developing intellectually challenging curricula and design academic programs that are based on industry demands to provide the learners with adequate and relevant competencies and skills and prepare them for a successful and rewarding careers. In a rapidly changing world, we recognize the paradigm shift in curriculum to outcome-based education with lifelong learning approach. Pillar 2 also sits on the framework of internationalization of Philippine higher education through transnational education by promoting academic mobility among faculty and students and global dimension into the curricula and teaching process. Pillar 3. Enabling and productive learning environment. Following education in Industry 4.0, we aim to increase and enhance the use of new technology to enable student learning and engagement, as well as advanced teaching process and methodology through new and state-of-the-art facilities that will support the overall learning and teaching experience in the university. Pillar 3 likewise includes campus development and the provision of conducive learning centers and facilities for students and faculty. Pillar 4. Holistic student development and engagement. We will empower students as well as rounded learners and active young leaders as we open opportunities for various academic mobility and venues for honing skills and personal development, being the principal stakeholder of the university. Recognize academic freedom as a form of self-expression and a platform to showcase students' intellect, skills, and creativity. Pillar 5. Empowered faculty members and employees. Likewise, we are looking into the holistic development of our faculty and employees as productive, competent, and experts in their respective fields. We will encourage our faculty roster through formal education, capacity building, research and extension initiatives, faculty immersion, and other academic engagements, both local and abroad. We will ensure that both our faculty and employees will have a vibrant career development path as public servants in this state university. Pillar 6. Vigorous research production and utilization. We will continue to strengthen the research culture in the university by promoting discovery and innovation through increasing disciplinary and collaborative research integration across academic disciplines to create new knowledge, utilize research findings, and develop innovative products. Pillar 7. Global academic standards and excellence. Achieve the highest levels of recognition in quality and compliance standards from 𝒐𝐑, AACUP, and other international accrediting and regulatory bodies for higher education. We will intensify our efforts to achieve and sustain better academic performance and continue to excel as a top-performing school in various professional licensure examinations and produce board top-notchers, as well as sustain our status of being the most preferred graduates of employers. Likewise, we aim to establish and to be recognized as centers of development and excellence in our academic programs. Pillar 8. Synergistic, productive strategic networks and partnerships. Synergize and forge strategic linkages and partnerships across all sectors of society and the global community in line with the overall plans and programs of the university. Establish alliance with the government, industry sector, NGOs, and the academe will lead to resource sharing, program support, and research collaborations beneficial for all. Pillar 9. Active and sustained stakeholders engagement. Harness a healthy and harmonious organization by empowering all its stakeholders, both internal and external, through open communication networks, consultative and participative undertakings, and team-building activities, recognizing that all stakeholders can greatly contribute towards the betterment of the university. Pillar 10. Sustainable social development programs and projects. Expand access to education, knowledge building, and information dissemination through sharing of expertise and resources for community development. Support inclusivity approach and education by embarking on Education on Wheels, which aims to bring access to education closer to communities, following the principle of no one will be left behind. As the University of the People, we should bring the university closer to their hearts to serve their needs and extend assistance in mainstreaming public service. Our institution must continue to stand as one for the values that we have inculcated. For the past 115 years, we have exemplified our quest for truth, excellence, equity, relevance, effectiveness, integrity, and academic freedom. Lastly, I call upon each and everyone to join me in this journey. Together we stand as one para sa sintang paaralan para sa ating bayan.
Sa bayan, gagamitin ang bigay mong karunungan. Mula sa'yo, tanglaw ng bayan, pinanday mo ang isip ng sa bayan. Gabay ang aral, diwa at hikang taglay. Mula sa'yo, tanglaw ng bayan, dinadakila kasintang paaralan.
Tangal ng bayan, kata-piyukian, dumating ka sa sintang salat, sa dunong at sa yaman. Karunungan, mga tao, tagumpay ng Pilipino. Sinisinta ang PUP, tagumpay ng bayan ko. Maliwas ng bukas, abot kamay ang pangarap. National Polytechnic University, katuparan ng pangarap. Scholar ng bayan, tuloy ang pagsulong, nagmamahal, naglilingkod sa Diyos natin at bayan. Mula sa'yo, para sa bayan, tuloy ang aral, diwa at hikang taglay. Mula sa'yo, tanglaw ng bayan, dinadakila kasintang paaralan.
PUP ako, tagumpay ako.
PUP ako, tagumpay ako.
PUP ako, tagumpay ako. PUP ako, tagumpay ako.
PUP ako, tagumpay ako.
PUP ako, tagumpay ako. PUP ako, tagumpay ako.
PUP ako, tagumpay ako.
PUP ako, tagumpay ako.
PUP ako, tagumpay ako.
PUP ako, tagumpay ako.
PUP ako, tagumpay ako.
PUP ako, tagumpay ako.
PUP ako, tagumpay ako.
PUP ako, tagumpay ako.
PUP ako, tagumpay ako.
PUP ako, tagumpay ako.
PUP ako,
tagumpay ako.
PUP ako, tagumpay ako.
PUP ako, tagumpay ako.
PUP ako, tagumpay ako.
PUP ako, tagumpay ako.
PUP ako, tagumpay ako.
PUP ako, tagumpay ako.
PUP ako, tagumpay ako.
Ako, tagumpay ako. Dinalaman ko ang maging Pilipino. PUP ako, tagumpay ako. Taglay ko ang layunin mong makatao. PUP ako, tagumpay ako. PUP ako, tagumpay ako.
Tagumpay ako.
PUP ako, tagumpay ako. PUP ako, tagumpay ako.
PUP ako,
Welcome to the Polytechnic University of the Philippines. The Polytechnic University of the Philippines is a government higher educational institution governed by Republic Act No. 8292, known as the Higher Education Modernization Act of 1997, and its implementing rules and regulations contained in the Commission on Higher Education Memorandum Circular No. 4, Series of 1997. PUP was established in 1904 as Manila Business School. In 1908, it was renamed as Philippine School of Commerce or PSC and merged with Philippine Normal School from 1936 to 1946. Through the virtue of Republic Act 778, PSC was renamed to Philippine College of Commerce or PCC in 1952. On April 1, 1978, PCC was converted into the Chartered State University, now known as the Polytechnic University of the Philippines, by virtue of Presidential Decree No. 1341, issued by the President of the Republic of the Philippines. For more than 100 years, PUP has been a partner of the government in providing quality, globally competitive, and industry-responsive education to bright, deserving students.
Pinakamura ang matrikula sa PUP.
Pinakamababang tuition sa buong bansa, 12 pesos kada unit.
With the lowest tuition for tertiary education, qualified faculty members, efficient administrative staff, goal-oriented leaders, and industry-responsive curricula that is at par with international standards, PUP has earned a reputation of one of the country's top higher education institutions. As an epistemic community, PUP is consistent with its commitment to produce quality graduates in various fields of specialization, working toward its goal of becoming the first national polytechnic university in the country.
With 22 branches and campuses spread across Luzon, serving more than 70,000 students,
the Polytechnic University of the Philippines offers more than 80 programs in the graduate and undergraduate levels. It also offers distance learning through the Open University system, technical and professional programs in the area of business and distributive arts, education and the social sciences related to the fields of commerce, business administration, and other polytechnic areas. The commitment of its leadership, faculty, staff, students, alumni, and partners has formed the cornerstone of this university that has exceeded expectations with every generation of the graduates it has produced since its establishment. Today, PUP has gone far from what it was more than a century ago, but what remains is PUP's mission to continue to be the government's partner in nation building and in poverty alleviation of the marginalized sector of society. With quality, responsive, and relevant education as a tool. PUP, the first polytechnic university.
Allow me to share with you my vision for the university. I envision PUP to become the pioneering and leading national polytechnic university in the 21st century. With a national polytechnic university status, it will bring more opportunities for the university to further strengthen its academic programs and improve organizational performance as an institution for higher education. In pursuit for this vision, my mission for PUP is for it to recognize its catalytic role for national development. PUP will ensure inclusive and equitable quality education and promote lifelong learning opportunities through a re-engineered polytechnic education. By re-engineering, we look into the existing processes and programs in order to achieve higher quality of academic programs and services following the principles of effectiveness and efficiency. With this mission in mind, I have formulated 10 pillars as my reform agenda for the university. Pillar 1, Dynamic, Transformational, and Responsible Leadership. Empower academic and administrative leaders by following the core principles of good governance to create collective growth and unity. Here I would like to highlight an innovation by introducing the development of an integrity management plan to assess, plan, and implement anti-corruption strategies that will secure the institution against corruption and abuse. Likewise, asset management and resource generation will be aggressively pursued to ensure productivity and finance the implementation of the plans and projects for the university. Pillar 2, Responsive and Innovative Curricula and Instruction. We aim to provide world-class polytechnic education that responds to national and global needs by developing intellectually challenging curricula and design academic programs that are based on industry demands to provide the learners with adequate and relevant competencies and skills and prepare them for a successful and rewarding careers. In a rapidly changing world, we recognize the paradigm shift in curriculum to outcome-based education with lifelong learning approach. Pillar 2 also sits on the framework of internationalization of Philippine higher education through transnational education by promoting academic mobility among faculty and students and global dimension into the curricula and teaching process. Pillar 3, Enabling and Productive Learning Environment. Following education in Industry 4.0, we aim to increase and enhance the use of new technology to enable student learning and engagement, as well as advanced teaching process and methodology through new and state-of-the-art facilities that will support the overall learning and teaching experience in the university. Pillar 3 likewise includes campus development and the provision of conducive learning centers and facilities for students and faculty. Pillar 4, holistic student development and engagement. We will empower students as well as rounded learners and active young leaders as we open opportunities for various academic mobility and venues for honing skills and personal development, being the principal stakeholder of the university. Recognize academic freedom as a form of self-expression and a platform to showcase students' intellect, skills, and creativity. Pillar 5, empowered faculty members and employees. Likewise, we are looking into the holistic development of our faculty and employees as productive, competent, and experts in their respective fields. We will encourage our faculty roster through formal education, capacity building, research and extension initiatives, faculty immersion, and other academic engagements, both local and abroad. We will ensure that both our faculty and employees will have a vibrant career development path as public servants in this state university. Pillar 6, vigorous research production and utilization. We will continue to strengthen the research culture in the university by promoting discovery and innovation through increasing disciplinary and collaborative research integration across academic disciplines to create new knowledge, utilize research findings, and develop innovative products. Pillar 7, global academic standards and excellence. Achieve the highest levels of recognition in quality and compliance standards from 𝒐𝒐, AACUP, and other international accrediting and regulatory bodies for higher education. We will intensify our efforts to achieve and sustain better academic performance and continue to excel as a top-performing school in various professional licensure examinations and produce board top-notchers, as well as sustain our status of being the most preferred graduates of employers. Likewise, we aim to establish and to be recognized as centers of development and excellence in our academic programs. Pillar 8, synergistic, productive, strategic networks and partnerships. Synergize and forge strategic linkages and partnerships across all sectors of society and the global community in line with the overall plans and programs of the university. Establish alliance with the government, industry sector, NGOs, and the academe will lead to resource sharing, program support, and research collaborations beneficial for all. Pillar 9, active and sustained stakeholders engagement. Harness a healthy and harmonious organization by empowering all its stakeholders, both internal and external, through open communication networks, consultative and participative undertakings, and team-building activities, recognizing that all stakeholders can greatly contribute towards the betterment of the university. Pillar 10, sustainable social development programs and projects. Expand access to education, knowledge building, and information dissemination through sharing of expertise and resources for community development. Support inclusivity approach and education by embarking on Education on Wheels, which aims to bring access to education closer to communities, following the principle of no one will be left behind. As the University of the People, we should bring the university closer to their hearts to serve their needs and extend assistance in mainstreaming public service. Our institution must continue to stand as one for the values that we have inculcated. For the past 115 years, we have exemplified our quest for truth, excellence, equity, relevance, effectiveness, integrity, and academic freedom. Lastly, I call upon each and everyone to join me in this journey. Together we stand as one para sa sintang paaralan para sa ating bayan.
Sa bayan, gagamitin ang bigay mong karunungan mula sa'yo. Tanglaw ng bayan, hinanday mo ang isip ng kabataan. PUP ako, tagumpay ako. Hinahangad mo ang maging Pilipino. PUP ako, tagumpay ako. Tulay mo ang layunin mong makatao. PUP ako, tagumpay ako. PUP ako, tagumpay ako. Mula sa'yo, para sa bayan, gabay ang aral, diwa at hikang taglay. Mula sa'yo, tanglaw ng bayan, dinadakila kasintang paaralan. National Polytechnic.
Recording in progress.
Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, good afternoon and welcome to the afternoon session of the day 1 of the second International Conference on Project Management. Let me see if you enjoyed this morning session. May I ask for a heart icon? Any heart icon? Okay. Okay, thank you very much. This time, let me see if you are excited for the afternoon session through giving another heart icon. Okay, thank you very much for your participation. We are now in the 4th plenary on competence element project design, rethink project design. Our speaker is the Vice President of the IPMA membership and young crew. Okay, without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, a virtual round of applause to Dr. Yvonne Scopper.
Yeah, hello, Rudolph. Hello, everybody. And welcome to my session on project design. I would first like to know from all of you who has ever dealt with project design? Who knows what project design is? Hands up, those. You have your chat function, or you can also use here. Yeah, okay. We see few hands. Okay, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Well, I'm glad that this is the status before I start my presentation, because that means that I can teach you something new and something I think is very, very relevant and important for all of us as project managers. So let me share my screen and welcome you to my short session, or maybe not that short, on the competence element project design by ICB. And that is called Rethink Your Project Design. So that's what I want you to do, to rethink in the future. After this presentation, I want you to rethink always your project design before you start a project. Okay, so let's have a look. Who am I? A couple of pictures about myself. I'm actually in Berlin, as you can see here on the top. My background actually is I'm an engineering manager, and I had my background in the German car industry. And here in the center, you see one of the projects that I was responsible for. And on the left, you see the universities where I'm a visiting professor, which is Tecnológico de Monterrey in Mexico, the University of Reykjavik in Iceland, and Changji University in Shanghai, China. But the university I'm actually working for is here in Berlin, the University of Applied Sciences. And what else do you see? My background, I studied at Cranfield University, and I am vice president in IPMA and board member in GPM, which is the German Project Management Association. And here you also see on the right what I'm doing when I'm not doing projects. I am a big sailor. I love sailing. Who else loves sailing? Do we have anybody? I think that sailing actually has a lot to do also with project management, but that would be another topic. Okay, so what's the content of today? I'm going to talk about first what makes good design, because the word design, project design actually comes from design. So what is really design? Can we learn something from designers? That's how I will start my talk. And then I would like to introduce to you a motorway project in Germany, where we can really see what project design can really make a difference. And then we end with the lessons learned. So what is design? Well, I start here with a couple of pictures from nice designs, like, for example, nice car design or in architecture. We also talk about design. So if you read for a definition for design, this is the plan for the construction of an object or for the implementation of an activity or a process or a result of that plan. And what's important, it has to satisfy goals and constraints, this design. So you cannot do any design, but you have goals. And it takes into account aesthetics, functional, economic, historical, and socio-political considerations. Wow. I must admit, I've never thought about such a way when I think of design. Yeah, look at this beautiful car or a house or whatever, that actually it lies the foundation. And it gives the constraints, but also the goals of what then the engineers have to do. So then I wanted to know, how does a good designer actually work? And I was interviewing a designer. I may introduce to you, that is Wolfgang Beinert. He is a quite famous German designer. And I asked him, actually, how do you work? And he gave me this example here. This is, well, we are in Germany, so that is in southern Germany. This is an old restaurant. As you can see, it's from 1826. And his task was to create a corporate design for this restaurant, for this old restaurant, including a crest, the logo, the menu. So a typical task for a designer. And I wanted to know, how do you work? How do you do this? And actually he says, you know what, how I start like this. I go to the next museum and I go to the archives here of the Alpine Museum, for example, and I do research. And what I found is, for example, that there was a person who's called Jennerwein, the same name as the name of the restaurant, who lived actually in 1850 to 1877. Yeah, about understanding what his life was about, why did he die so early, and looking at how did the world look at that time. You see this by looking at the newspapers and the stamps and the money in that time. And so with this inspiration and getting an understanding of that time, from the history, from the culture, from the topics that were relevant at that time, and that's how he created this paperwork. You see the crest here with the ancient stamp here of the Kingdom of Bavaria at that time. And yeah, also if you look at then the menu, it's with felt, so it's also a material that people used to wear at that time. So you get this holistic impression of of this product, and which brings us in this area and in this time. So what we learn from this example of good design, we can conclude that you come to good design if you know your goals, if you understand what your client really, really wants. You have to do your homework, so research the context, the conditions, economic, social, historical, political. Understand the constraints at that times. And then it's about immersing, diving into this time, into this topic, into this culture, and then let your creativity flow. But creativity is the second step. First, you have to do your homework, and that is researching. research, understand what the constraints, what the goals and constraints are. And actually, that is what we can take also to project design. Because project design is the plan for your project. And again, if you look at what is the definition of project design, its purpose is to satisfy the project goals and constraints. Aha, the same as we just said for design. And it considers functional, economic, and socio-political aspects. And therefore, it has very close links to what we just understood from good design. And it's also about understanding the governance constraints, in order to make the project then well-balanced and consistent. So let's have a look at the individual competence baseline, ICB4, by IPMA, the International Project Management Association. And there, at this version 4.0, we defined for the first time this new competence element, project design. So it's a core competence element, but we see that we can still give some life in it. And that's what I would like to do today with you. So what's the definition of project design in ICB4? And it says the purpose of project design is to enable the individual to successfully integrate all contextual and social aspects and to derive the most advantageous approach for a project to ensure buy-in and success. So we see it's about this contextual, social, economical, cultural aspects that you want to integrate and to derive the best for this project, the most advantage approach for that specific project to ensure buy-in and success, that you have all stakeholders included and that it becomes a big success. So that's project design. And that's what the task of us, of all project managers, is. And so let's have a look. How does this look in practice? And I brought you here an infrastructure project, a motorway renovation, and that is the Autobahn. That's the reason why it's called the motorway A40 in Germany. So if you have an idea about the map of Germany, so that here is Berlin, for example, that's Munich here, and that is here the Ruhr area on the left here, and this blue line here, that is this A40 motorway. So it is a motorway in the Ruhr area, which is in the west of Germany. It is one of the oldest motorways, actually, because it's over 100 years old. It is 95 kilometers long. It connects 22 cities. And it's a very congested motorway because it has 115,000 vehicles and 15,000 trucks per day that use this motorway. And the task here was to renovate this motorway because after 100 years, you can imagine that the road had to be repaired. They had to be brought because it is in an area where a lot of people live, going through 22 cities. So a lot of new noise barriers. We had to renovate 3 bridges. There was one new railway bridge which needed to be constructed, and there had to be in the tunnel that we are seeing here, there had to be renovation works and fire protection measures. And the budget of this project was 25 million euro. So that is the task here for the project manager. And in the classic way, a motorway repair project would look like this. I don't know how about the Philippines, but in Germany, we would do it like this. We close one lane here, the left lane, and that's what we leave then here for the road work. So it looks like this here. Yeah, we have one road closure, and that here on the other road, it's for the people who work. And you can imagine that this takes a lot of time, about 2.5 to 3 years of stop and go traffic in an already congested area. And you have a lot of rear end collisions because the cars are very close together. And there can also happen severe accidents for the construction workers because, as you see here, they are very close to the cars. So it's dangerous. So it's not good. So what else could we do? So that's the result of such a renovation. Yeah, we have congestion. So now I would like to introduce to you the project manager of this project. That is Annegret Schaber. She is a civil engineer. She's 57 years old and she works at the Road Construction Authority in North Rhine-Westphalia. And her task was to manage this project. And she was thinking, how can I do this? Because if we do it in the way we have always done it, it means a nightmare for the people for the next 2.5, 3 years. Always road work, traffic jam, which in an area that is already always having traffic jams. So she was thinking and thinking, and then she had an idea. And what's the idea? So she was thinking, okay, if we do it in the classic way, one work package after the other, yeah. So here, this is the T1 is the planning process, and then the execution process of the roadwork construction, of the tunnel renovation, of the bridge renovation and build. This takes these 2.5 to 3 years. But what if we do this all at the same time? How much time would I need if I would put all the work packages 2, 3, and 4 at the same time? So, yeah, it would look something like this. And she realized, and she was calculating and doing her homework, that this T2, this execution of this work in parallel actually would take only 3 months instead of 3 years. Wow, that's a difference, huh? So this is the delta here. Yeah, 2 years and 9 months difference if we do it all in parallel. Of course, we need more time for the planning. That's the reason why this work package 1 here, this planning, is now much longer. Actually, it took now 2 years. But this planning time doesn't hurt. Doesn't hurt the people because nobody realizes it. If we start now or in 2 years, that makes no difference. But it's the execution, it's the road work actually that hurt the people because they are standing in the traffic jams. So that was her idea. We do everything in parallel. So that means more detailed planning necessary. The scope must be really clear. What are the deliverables? Everybody must know what to do when. It needs a proactive project management. It needs a constant monitoring of all processes every day. Every day you must know what is happening. Is everything going as planned? And you need a very highly competent project manager and a reliable project team to control all, because everything is on the critical path in this project. So to control everything in this project. But if you have this, you can do it. So she started by convincing the people, and we call this competence, and that's also important, that you need to convince the people. If you have such a revolutionary idea, you need voice behavior. Voice behavior competence means that you as a project manager are convinced and can convince others, your major stakeholders, about new ideas, your concept. So she was doing her homework in the way of analyzing the two project design alternatives. So what does it mean if you do it sequential, traditional, that is with 6 months planning time, and then it takes 2.5 to 3 years. We have already looked at the impact. It has lower quality, it's less safe, and the social impact is 3 years of stress for all the people living in this area, about 5 million people living in that area, because they all lose a lot of time in these traffic jams. In comparison to the parallel construction, we have no experience. We have never done this before. It means a complete closure of the motorway. We have never done this before. For 3 months to completely close a motorway. The planning time is then 2 years, which we need, but we can do it in 3 months. It means higher quality, it's more safe, and we don't know how the society is going to react, because it can create a complete chaos. So a lot of risk in this parallel approach. And then she was in her stakeholder management. So you see, the Road Construction Authority, to the Minister of Transportation, to the construction company who had to actually do and execute this work, the press, journalists, who were, of course, not excited about this completely crazy idea, the local residents, the users of the highway and of the trains, of the Deutsche Bahn, which is the train company in Germany, the cities, the mayors of the cities and the cities who were directly affected, the district governance. So many different stakeholders that she had to talk to and she had to convince. But at the end, she got the okay, and actually it started with the complete closure of this motorway. So she got the permission, yes, you may do it, close the motorway, but you must really do it in 3 months, not 1 single day longer. So it was a never thought to, because the main traffic artery of the Ruhr area was completely closed. Look at this. This is how it looked like. All people working at the same time. Look at here. I love this picture here. So all the cranes here working at the same time here, excavating the old bridge in ruins. They had to tear it down, and she didn't use only 1 caterpillar, but as you see here, 10 at the same time. And yeah, at the same time, they were already starting here to put the foundation for the new bridge. So what she did, she was having weekly press conferences on site with the press here to inform the people what is going on. And that was one of her pillars, to have a complete open information policy. And they had prefabricated bridge elements that were placed over on the overpasses here, so that she could at once rebuild the old bridges, yeah, communication with the press, with the public. And she started a campaign, an information campaign for the residents in this area 6 months before the start of the project, to inform everybody we are going to close the motorway and the people to integrate them. So that was a public project. And when I was actually visiting her, because she was getting the Project Excellence Award for the Best Project Manager of the Year by our association, by GPM. And when I was visiting her and doing an interview with her, with Annegret Schaber, she gave me this project closure report. So that's the official project closure report by the public authority. And what it says is, here it's in German, but I translated it for you in English, that this parallel construction leads to saving of approximately 2 million euros, plus the additional macroeconomic benefits through the congestion avoidance of approximately 3.5 million euros. So what they say is, yeah, it was good, it was successful, and we could even save about 5 million euros. And that was the point when I said, no, I don't believe it. It cannot be that saving the people 3 years of congestion, that this is not really calculated, that this is only 3 million euros of money that this woman was saving the people. So I was sitting down and calculating the real benefits of this project. So obviously nobody has done it before. And I was starting with looking at the 27 months of traffic jam, and was putting some premises which are really conservative. I said in the morning and in the evening, we have 4 hours of congestion, not the whole day. So only 4 hours per working day, not at the weekends. So that means 20 days of congestion per month. And I was calculating with these congestion costs that it's 12.90 euros for working trips. That's the hourly wage in Germany. And also for the non-work trips, I calculated with 3.30 euros. I said it's 60% of the cars use this motorway for work trips and 40% for non-work trips. And for the truck drivers, I put a higher wage of 18 euros. And all in all, I came to 15.9 billion euros. So nearly 16 billion euros that this project manager was saving this society, the public, by doing this project in 3 months instead of 3 years. So 16 billion euro that she saved, and not only 3 million. So quite a difference. And if you look at it also then from the more holistic point of view, I was looking at all costs, not only the congestion cost, which is economic, but also at the social and at the environmental cost. And I realized that the construction costs actually make only 0.2% of the total cost. Wow, isn't this impressive? Less than 1% of the whole cost are the real construction costs. The congestion costs make 21%, the fuel 6%, CO2 consumption of the fuel in the traffic jam, also very, very few. But the highest cost factor is the capital commitment of the companies. It's a very rural, very industrial area, this motorway, and a lot of companies have their headquarters there, and the stock that they have to build up. And that was actually the highest cost factor in my calculation. So when we look at all the benefits here of this project, then we can see that the time savings that this project in 3 months, that this is the biggest factor. That is 99% of the benefits are the time savings. And the other savings of 1% is the economic growth, accident prevention, health savings, environmental benefits for the society, for the nature, etc. This is marginal. So, but the time of the people, 3 years of not standing in traffic jams, that is what really made all these savings. So I was writing a letter to our Ministry of Traffic, and as you can see here, and asking them if they actually are doing this now, if they are aware about these huge benefits that this project was creating, because I had the impression I'm the only one. So yes, actually, at least they are now aware of this project. And they answered to me that this is now the new guideline, actually, for workflow management of motorways in Germany. So that is the picture here of our Ministry of Traffic in Germany. And yes, they know about this project, and it is the benchmark. I was told in this letter that the project design for road construction is now based on IT-based traffic analysis systems that they implemented in the meantime. But the social cost and the social benefits of these infrastructure measures are still not considered. So that is something I still have to work on, because I think this is a tremendous factor that needs to be considered in the future. So to conclude what we have seen here in this project, my appeal to you is to always rethink your project design before you start a project, even if it's a project, as in that case that you've already done 100 times before, renovating a motorway, for example. Always ask yourself, how can I do it better? So when we look at here PMI, as they say how the and they call this tailoring of projects, and they defined 4 steps for tailoring a project. They say at the beginning, select the initial development approach. So do you want to do it in a predictive, adapt, or in a hybrid way? So predictive is static, one after the other, adaptive in the agile way, or hybrid. And then tailor for the organization, that the organizational requirements are met by the project, and then altogether tailor the project, add those aspects that you need on top, remove what you don't need, modify, that it becomes individual, tailored for your specific project, and then implement it and improve it and make the lessons learned. Which is quite similar to what we are saying. Also, I was looking at the GOA handbook of project management, and here we have criteria product, organization, and team-specific criteria. And if the answers are more on the left side, then it says you should do the more sequential approach. And if your answers are more on the right side, then you should use the more adaptive approach. But again, it is the product, the organization, the team. So it already takes into consideration a more holistic thinking. But what I'm saying is we only think, and that is both PMI and this GOA handbook, they only think of sequential or adaptive. And what I'm saying, based on the project that I just showed to you, is we have to think more diverse. And therefore, I was thinking, isn't this like design thinking? Like the design thinking process that actually really fits nice to us in project management. And that is about emphasizing, defining, and first understanding what is my project about, what are the constraints, what are the goals, what are the success factors, and then to explore how could we do it better. And I think it's too narrow to think only if it's sequential or agile. As we've seen in this project, it could be also parallelization of processes. And then it's about testing, doing a prototype, talking to the people, and in the best case, about implementing it. And actually, we can use this project design approach then also for our project management. So first, understanding the characteristics, the context, the success factors, the pain points of the people, of the users of the product, of the project, the team members' expectation on it, and then with this deep knowledge and think back about our designer I was starting to talk about half an hour ago. Yeah, also about this holistic understanding about the context, the culture, the history, the social aspects, the economy at that time. Yeah, so really diving deep into the project. And with this deep understanding, and that's what I learned about creativity. So creativity doesn't fall from the sky. First, you need to understand, to dive deep inside, and then you can create something new. And then your creativity will flow, and then you will wake up one morning and say, now I know what to do. And in the best case, create not only one, but more alternatives, plan these alternatives, analyze them concerning their strengths and weaknesses, and then select the best. What is the best for this specific project? And then you have to convince the people, as we've seen here, with your voice, behavior, competence, talking, convincing, having alternatives, showing openly what are the strengths and weaknesses, the opportunities and risks. And in the best case, you get the permission and you can integrate, and then you can plan carefully, as we've seen, 2 years of planning. That's a lot of time. But it was necessary in order then to execute the project in 3 months. And then, if necessary, you have to redesign it, maybe. Yeah, there's always that something unexpected can happen, okay. But then at the end, evaluate it if it was successful, and your lessons learned on this project. What can we learn, and spread the learning, as in that case, I have been doing it, that to inform even the Ministry of Transportation that they learn from this project how we can do it better in the future. So coming back to good project design, what can we learn? every good project design needs to have a purpose. What's the purpose? And that project, the purpose was that this woman, 𝒐𝐍𝒃, she didn't want the people to suffer for 3 years by this road work. That was her purpose. So to shorten it to a minimum amount of time. And then to ensure to achieve the goals of the project. Yeah? And that was by stakeholder management, by careful planning, by good risk management, by having all the tools and techniques twice, spare machines. So the best companies she could get. So that was her measures to achieve the goals. Understanding the constraints, yeah. She knew that if she would need more than 3 months, that would be really, really problematic. So everything had to be clear that she can make it in 3 months, yeah. And that it's well balanced, this project design, otherwise the project will not be effective. And taking into account the economic, socio-political, and technical and environmental considerations. Yeah, so the companies nearby, the people, roadwork, politicians, everything, everybody. And that, with this holistic thinking, you can provide enormous benefits, not only for the company, but the whole society. And with that, you can actually save, as we've seen in that case, really billions of dollars, of euros in a project. So to conclude, if we have a look at project success, we say project success is based on good planning and teamwork and good project management and well-defined processes and having the tools and skills and good communication. But I would like to include now for the future that project success is also based on good project design. So my forecast for the future, because that's also what we are thinking now with artificial intelligence and all these magic tools, how will project management change in the future? Will we still need project managers? And my personal forecast is that actually what we just saw, that this will become the major competence of project managers in the future, to design projects individually as for that specific project, to correspond to the specific needs of the project and its stakeholders. And maybe, we don't know, but maybe this will even be a new role or even a new profession in project management, to be project designer. I don't know. I would like to discuss this with you now. But I think that this is becoming a core competence of project managers, project designer. So to summarize, project design is more than just deciding on one project management methodology, agile or hybrid or sequential. No, it's more, and I hope you have seen that. And I want you to always rethink your project design in the way, is there not a better way how I can do it? Yeah, this critical mindset, that's, I think, what is really needed. And I want you to question the existing taboos. The answer, we have never done this before, is not acceptable. Then you're maybe the first person to do it, as 𝒐𝐍𝒃 was doing it. We have never closed a motorway. Okay, yes, but then let's do it. Let's try it. And it worked. Understand your stakeholders. What is it that they really want? What are their pain points? Yeah, how can we relieve the suffering from 3 years of congestion and think outside the box? How can we do it in a new way? Think of all potential risks that can happen and plan your measures carefully. Yeah, as the spare machines. It costs money, yes, but think of the 16 billion euros, then the spare machines are really, yeah, so little in comparison to the savings. And be courageous. Be courageous, have the courage to do something we've never done before. And think of voice behavior, convince the people by presenting them options. We can do either X or Y. These are the pros and cons. What do you want? What do you prefer? Get the people involved that they can make the decision. And that's what we also have seen here, calculate the true costs and benefit. And don't forget the social aspect, people, the time of the people, the health of the people, nature, all this has a price and we can calculate it. And that's my message. Put this into your holistic project calculation. That's my message. And I'm now looking forward to the questions that we are having. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you so much, Dr. Yvonne. In the talk of Dr. Yvonne, she enumerated the success factors of the project plan. So this project design, we could analyze that there is something new if we will revisit the basic concepts of project design. And among the success factors are related in the reputation of the construction companies, as she explained. This must be well known. So the installation of public relations as a mechanism to improve and foster positive image of the construction companies, organizing press conferences, promotional campaigns, etc. And considering the benefits, there are improvements in the social, economic, environmental benefits to be enjoyed. Thus, it is also important to consider the stages of design thinking that is divided to understanding, exploration, and realization. Related to the rethinking of project design is the redefinition of the success. And as changes are expected, even in measuring the effectiveness. Thank you very much, Dr. Yvonne, for your lecture. The floor is now open for questions to Dr. Yvonne. Anyone who would like to ask, kindly, if you want to speak, kindly raise your hand, or if not, you may now put your questions in the chat box.
Okay, here we have a question. Yeah.
Yes.
Would you like
two questions, already two questions.
Okay.
Okay, first, allow me the first question. What social cost parameters you think are important to consider in the construction?
Yeah, as I've seen here or shown in this example, we were looking at the people and their time, if they have to wait in a congestion, but we also looked at health cost, at economic cost, for example, for companies, for the stock that they have to build in the companies for their production to have enough stock, so to build the stock up. We looked at the nature, at the environment. So really, yeah, having, as we define sustainability today, we really looked at all a holistic perspective at people, at economy, and of the nature and the environmental aspects. Yeah, and I think that helps a lot in opening the horizon. Yeah.
Okay. Another question is project design limited for brownfield projects?
No.
Definitely no.
No. It's for all projects. Brown or green field or blue field. No, I think it is really, really important to look at every project. And by the way, this motorwork renovation, this is really not a fancy project. Yeah, so it's not only the big fancy projects, but really every also classic, you can say boring project, yeah, can all of a sudden become really a benchmark or something completely new. So I would even like to encourage you to take the classic, normal, regular project and to rethink them, because you can learn a lot and make it better.
Okay. Another is, how do you get construction companies to bear more costs so that more social benefits can be realized?
In that way, it was not the construction company. This is the road authority, which is from the state. And the construction companies are the ones who then execute the project. Yeah? So I think they, of course, and must have, because they are the voice of the citizens. Yeah. So, but also construction companies, I think we as the citizens, yeah, if we look more carefully, what are they doing with our money? Because it's our money, it's our tax money that they are taking. So asking critical questions and really, yeah, then trying to, in the governance of these projects, asking the critical questions and making them, raising awareness for those who then make the governance of these projects. Yeah, and the press, I think the press is a really, really important organ here. And we can all inform journalists and ask critical questions.
Okay. From Mr. Vargas, savings was mentioned, but who is going to pay for the extra costs? For example, extra machine, extra manpower, or is this pre-budgeted?
Yeah, it is pre-budgeted. Yeah, but it was marginal. It was marginal, and the savings were much higher than the additional cost. Yeah, and that's what a project manager has to this calculation. Okay, cost benefit analysis. Yeah, what are the costs and the benefits of the different alternatives that we are having, and then to make a recommendation. That is our job.
Okay. From Ms. Aisa, can we integrate project management in the academe?
In the project management or project design?
Project management, as she indicated, is project management in the academe.
Yes, of course. What do you think? Can we integrate it in the academe?
Okay.
Because it is today in the major universities, it is an academic profession. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I think there are other questions, but considering our time, we have limited time. If you want, you may directly ask question to Dr. Yvonne. Would it be okay for you, Dr. Yvonne?
Of course,
to respond the participants in the chat box.
Of course, yeah. And if you look at my LinkedIn profile, connect me via LinkedIn. You find me, Yvonne Schoper, in Berlin, Germany, and you can also ask questions there via my LinkedIn profile, or of course via email, however you would like to get in touch with me. always happy to discuss with you and help you also in your project design.
Okay, thank you very much. Once again, thank you very much, Dr. Yvonne, for your
Thank
presentation
you.
and for addressing the concerns of our participants. This time, let us now proceed to the awarding of the certificate. May I call on Dr. Bernabe?
Oh, thank you. That's wonderful. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Okay,
I will
Dr. Bernabe is the
print it
one who
out
will
and put
award
it
the
in my
certificate.
desk. Thank you.
Hello, good
Yes, sir,
morning.
Willie.
Good
Okay, the
morning.
Polytechnic University. Good morning, ma'am. So I'll be reading the citation, ma'am. The Polytechnic University of the Philippines on University System in partnership with International Project Management Association Philippines and International Project Management Association Young Crew Philippines. This certificate of recognition is hereby awarded to Dr. Yvonne Chopper in grateful acknowledgement of her engagement and insightful academic contribution as plenary speaker, imparting unparalleled knowledge and expertise during the second International Conference on Project Management with the theme, Pursuing Excellence by Fostering Best Project Management Practices, held on February 3 to 4, 2023, given this third day of February 2023 via Zoom conferencing. Signed, Professor Mariano Roque S. Senga Jr., Chairman, IPMA Philippines, and Dr. Manuel M. Muhi, President, Polytechnic University of the Philippines. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. A virtual applause to Dr. Yvonne.
Oh,
Okay.
that's very kind of you. Thank you. I feel very honored. Thank you for inviting me.
Okay, Dr. Yvonne, if you don't mind, let's proceed to the photo opportunity. Our participants would would like to have a picture with you. Okay, so participants, may I request you to open your camera for a very rare opportunity with Dr. Yvonne.
1, 2, 3, smile. So next slide. 1, 2, 3, smile. Last. 1, 2, 3, smile. Okay na po.
Okay, so that's our fourth plenary talk. Let us now in the screen is the evaluation link for day 1. So kindly click the link. I think this will be also placed in the chat box. Technical. Okay. For the evaluation of the first day of the activity. Okay, technical, you may also put this link in the chat box. Okay. This time, let us now proceed to the research presentation and allow me to introduce the session chair of the presentation, the program chair of the Master of Science in Construction Management of the Polytechnic University of the Philippines Open University System. Ladies and gentlemen, a virtual applause to Dr. Guillermo O. Bernabe.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Sir Rudolph Alacerna, for your generous and helping hand in our international conference just like this. Okay, so moving on to our research presentation via Zoom, may we request to present the conference guideline before we start the presentation of the research. So this is the virtual conference guidelines. 1, desktop PC or laptop netbook are preferred to be used during session. Number 2, familiarize with the Zoom features ahead of time. Always mute the microphone when attending and listening to the presenters unless requested by the moderator or session chair. Each video presentation is limited to 10 minutes only. Another 10 minutes is allotted for academic exchange or Q&A. Academic exchange will be conducted as scheduled in the program. The academic exchange will be facilitated by the session chair. The audience and other presenters may ask questions through the Zoom chat box. Questions and suggestions will be read by the session chair during the Q&A. To be identified as a presenter, rename your Zoom profile name, all caps, based on the presentation code assigned to the presenter. During the presentation, use lighting equipment, example, ring light, in front of you to avoid shadows. Position for camera or your other camera so that it will just above your eye level. Using headset with microphone is highly recommended during presentation. Wear formal or semi-formal attire when presenting. Darker color shirts or blouses appear better on camera. Try to avoid busy plaid or patterned garments. Recording of presentation is allowed. Also, awarding of the certificate of recognition for paper presentation will be done after all the presentation each day. Copy of the e-certificate of recognition will be sent to the registered email address 3 days after the conference. Okay, so let's proceed to the presentation of the research. Our first presenter is Engineer Reynaldo Carolino, and he will be presenting his research entitled Implementation of Safety Management of Selected Construction Companies in Manila.
Good day, everyone. My name is Engineer Reynaldo C. Carolino. I am an instructor at the University of the East Manila. The title of my thesis is Implementation of Safety Management of Selected Construction Companies in Manila. For the abstract, in the 1980s, the Safety Management System, SMS, was created to reduce material waste and the risk of accidents and fatalities in the construction industry. With the correct SMS deployment, construction companies can reduce safety-related difficulties. This study assessed the current status of construction safety management with the goal of determining the level of implementation of selected construction companies with category AAA in Manila, Philippines. Additionally, a survey was done to determine the safety management system implementation level in terms of lack of control, basic cause, immediate cause, incident, and accident. The overall results show that the level of the safety of the selected construction companies in Manila is implemented. However, it was only somewhat implemented based on the Likert scale's characteristics. The results of this study are helpful to the industry as well because they can improve the understanding of SMS among industry professionals and aid in better SMS deployment at work. For the introduction, construction industry is the third largest hazardous industrial services in the country according to the Philippines Statistics Authority. Across all industries, the three most common causes of fatal injuries continue to be workers falling from height, being struck by a moving vehicle, and being struck by a moving object, accounting for more than half of fatalities in 2020 to 2021. Lack of safety training, inexperienced scaffold installers, low quality safety walks, inappropriate tool use, improper maintenance of power equipment, and poor housekeeping are a few factors affecting the level of safety management implementation among Manila's construction companies. For these reasons, proper implementation of safety management must continue to be a top priority, even while the modern workplace has created a new health challenges for both employees and those who have a responsibility to them. By doing the proper implementation of safety management, incidents of accidents rather involving employees will be avoided. Outstanding performance will be rewarded with big bonuses and incentives for the personnel and management. And the owners will reap significant financial rewards. Therefore, the goal of this study is to assess how well safety management is implemented and used to improve construction project safety in Manila. Learning the construction safety and practices done by construction companies will help construction company management to implement better safety measures, not only to reduce risks and accidents, but to save time during construction and to reduce unexpected accidental expenses. For the statement of the problem, number 1, what is the profile of the respondents in terms of age, sex, position in the company, years of experience? And based on the findings, the conclusions drawn were skilled workers have the highest percentage, which was 64.81%, or 245 respondents with age bracket 25 years old and below, posted the highest percentage, which is 39.42%, or 149 respondents and predominantly male. For the recommendations, for future studies, obtain information about the construction company's history of incidents and accidents, the number of projects it completes annually, the size of its workforce, and the number of engineers, architects, safety officers, skilled workers, and site staff to have a sample of 100 construction firms and compare the construction firms. And for the statement of the problem number 2, how do the respondents assess the level of implementation of safety management of selected construction companies on the following methods when grouped according to profile? Lack of control, basic cause, immediate cause, incident, and accident. And based on the findings, the conclusion was the overall level of implementation of safety management on the selected construction companies in Manila is implemented. However, based on the criteria set for the Likert scale, the level of safety management was lowered from implemented to somewhat implemented. And for the recommendations, conduct an in-depth study on the incorporation of the innovations on PPEs that is comfortable to be worn and new technologies and equipment, and best practices of other construction companies on the implementation of safety management in order to produce a more detailed action plan for the full implementation of in construction industry. And for the statement of the problem number 3, is there a significant difference on the assessment of the respondents in the level of implementation of safety management of selected construction companies in Manila when grouped according to profile? And based on the findings, the conclusion was lack of control, basic cause, immediate cause, incident, and accidents is significant. And for the recommendations, to conduct a post-hoc test on the profile, sex, and position in the company, since it has a significant result in Kruskal-Wallis age test and Mann-Whitney U test, to determine which among has higher mean and in order to validate the reliability of the conclusions drawn in this study. For the objectives, number 1, to create a development plan with the goal of enhancing the use of safety management by a select group of construction companies in Manila. This applies to all important personnel for each organization, particularly those involved in an ongoing building projects, as well as architects, engineers, safety officers, skilled workers, and designers. We would get closer to these specific objectives if we did this. Number 2, to form a safety committee team that will be in charge of training, supervising, and controlling company employees to guarantee that all the actions outlined in the enhancement plan are carried out in full. Number 3, to revise the company's handbook and standards in order to include new enhancements in safety-related technologies and equipment with the goal of increasing the level of implementation of safety management based on this enhancement plan. Number 4, to raise the level of safety management implementation by adhering to a specified enhancement plan as the researcher has advised. And for the proposed enhancement plan, under the lack of control, number 1, the company should further enhance their overall degree of level of safety management for the selected construction companies in Manila and completely apply it. The management should be urged to obtain International Organization for Standardization, ISO, for their certification. Number 2, the company should create safety management working method matrix using integrated work, risk breakdown structure, IWRBS, format in 3 phases, which are pre-construction, construction, and post-construction in relation to lack of control, basic cause, immediate cause, incident, and accident that will be used by all construction firms. And number 3, the company should set aside funds for Safety Communication Day twice a year for all its employees and cost training for its architects, engineers, and skilled workers in order to raise their level of safety management. And for the proposed enhancement plan under the basic cost, number 1, it is advised to the company that all staff working on construction sites, including architects, engineers, safety officers, and laborers, undergo training on the benefits of 5S and how to implement at construction site. 5S meaning sort, straighten, shine, standardize, sustain. It is also suggested that the engineers and safety officers leading the safety walk at the location add it to their checklist and discuss it in the daily toolbox meeting. And for the proposed enhancement plan under the basic cost, number 2, it is advised that the management to invest in training for the architects, engineers, supervisors, and skilled workers on how to thoroughly evaluate the scaffolding's completeness, identify and isolate damaged portions, and replace damaged pieces before using them on the construction site. And for the proposed enhancement plan under the immediate cost, number 1, the management should ensure that all issued tools are calibrated and must immediately be replaced by the engineer or the project in charge. The defective tools are then recalibrated and should pass the safety and quality assurance mark with a green tag before issuing a construction site project. And for the proposed enhancement plan under the incident, compare the cutting-edge safety management techniques and best practices used by other construction companies and carry out additional internal studies to establish the company's best practices to prevent additional incident at the job site. And for the proposed enhancement plan under the accident, number 1, it is advised that the company invest in training for the architects and engineers, the use of visualization technology applications that can simulate 3D site models since they make it easier to identify hazards and understand worker risk. One of the widely accepted advancements that contributes to fewer workplace accidents is virtual reality. And for the proposed enhancement plan under the accident, number 2, the last but not the least, it is advised for the company to use BIM, building information modeling, to improve safety on construction projects by creating a virtual model of the project that can be used to identify potential hazards and correct them before construction begins. That ends my presentation. And once again, good day and thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Sir Carolino. Our next presenter is Arlan P. Beltran, and he'll be presenting his paper entitled Identifying the Challenges and Recommendations for Managing Commercial Fit-Out Projects with Sustainable Requirements in the State of Qatar.
To Polytechnic University of the Philippines Open University System, to my advisor, evaluators, good day everyone. Assalamualaikum. I'm here to present to you my final thesis presentation entitled Identifying the Challenges for Managing Commercial Fit-Out Projects with Sustainable Requirements in the State of Qatar. The abstract of my presentation, it's a timely delivery of sound, cost-effective, well-managed fit-out project that can positively impact the construction industry. At the ground level, a fit-out project in the construction industry is increasingly prevalent as commercial spaces are highly sought in a post-pandemic world due to high demand and competition in the modern businesses. Using a researcher-based survey questionnaire, the study aimed to achieve these research objectives, namely to determine the socio-demographic profile of the participants, to determine the challenges in managing commercial fit-out projects and their corresponding impacts, and lastly, to render possible solutions and recommendations to address the challenges. After analyzing the data, 4 themes were drawn to include, number 1, challenges in terms of workers, knowledge, experience, and training. Number 2, challenges in technical aspects, in management, challenges in physical structure aspects of the project. In conclusion, the overall building functionality, statics, acoustics, natural ventilation, and lighting, and the client's comfortability should be considered, as the success of the building fit-out depends much on the client's satisfaction. Commercial fit-out projects refer to activities making a commercial tenant's interior space suitable for occupation. Open fit-out construction is performed by the tenant's own contractor as opposed to the landlord's construction company. The increased interest in green building concept resulted in a number of green building standards and rating systems such as LEED. Theoretical framework. The idea of sustainability involves enhancing the quality of life, thus allowing people to live in a healthy environment with improved social, economic, and environmental conditions. A sustainable project is designed, built, renovated, operated, or reused in an ecological and resource-efficient manner. The ultimate challenge for the researcher is to work related to managing fit-out projects with sustainability requirements in Qatar. Thus, this study aims to identify what challenges are observed or experienced by the labor workers. As a fit-out project manager, there were daily challenges in managing and handovering and modification of 66 numbers of commercial, residential, and retail units in the actual project implementation of the functional strategy in line with the department strategy for achieving these objectives, in line with time, cost, and quality. The conceptual framework, input, commercial fit-out projects concept, sustainability in construction projects and commercial fit-out projects, and sustainable requirements. The process basically is we have the literature review, questionnaire to be administered to the respondents in chosen setting, data analysis, and output is profile of respondents in terms of age, highest educational attainment, years of work experience, role or position in the construction industry, challenges in managing commercial fit-out projects with sustainable requirements and along with the recommendations. Statement of the problem. This study aims to determine the challenges in managing commercial fit-out projects with sustainable requirements in Qatar. What is the profile of the participants in terms of age, educational qualification, nationality and country of residence, length of experience in the construction industry, and position in construction project? What are the challenges in managing commercial fit-out projects and their corresponding impacts? Is there a significant difference in managing the commercial fit-out project and corresponding impacts when the correspondents are grouped according to profile? What is the social contribution to the fit-out industry in Qatar, and what possible solution, action plans, and recommendations challenges? Review literature of the study. The project delay is one of the challenges in the construction industry. Qatar cannot afford to delay multi-billion-dollar projects as the day of the FIFA World Cup events. In fast-tracking approach is deemed necessity. There are 1,600 sustainable fit-out projects and 11,000 non-sustainable fit-out projects. Issues in fit-out projects. Initially, there is a thermal comfort, acoustic environment, daylighting, national ventilation, building functionality, and building aesthetics. The sustainable requirements are environmentally sustainability, economic sustainability, social sustainability. The research design. The study used a quantitative method to attain greater knowledge and understanding of the challenges observed and perceived by the respondents on commercial fit-out projects in Qatar. A quantitative method is also employed to observe data that involve numerical quantification. The research locale is the map of Qatar. Research instrument. A research questionnaire was constructed based on the knowledge of the researcher and the literature review of the study. The questions are the social demographic profile of the respondents and the statement indicator of which 5-point-like scale. Number 1, totally disagree. 2, 5, totally agree. Was used to determine the knowledge and perspectives of the respondents towards the challenge in the fit-out projects. Results in discussion. It is a social demographic profile of the respondents. There are a total of 163 completed the survey questionnaires administered online through Google Forms. And here are the results. Challenges in managing commercial fit-out projects and their impacts. 1. Training and fit-out construction. Challenges in terms of management. Challenges on technical aspect on the fit-out projects. Challenges in terms of structural, physical, and sustainability aspect of the fit-out projects. Summary. In terms of their age, most of the respondents are aged between 36 to 45, which is 48.6%. And currently residing and this
Okay, thank you very much, Sir Arlan Beltran. Our third presenter is Sir 𝐍𝐃 𝐈𝐍𝐃, and he'll be presenting his paper entitled material procurement evaluation for road construction project.
Good day. My name is 𝟐 𝐍𝐃 𝐈𝐍𝐓𝐄𝐑𝐄𝐍. My advisor, Dr. Philip P. Ermita. My research title, Material Procurement Evaluation for Road Construction Project. 1. Brief introduction. The primary function of road is to provide accessibility and mobility. By Vision 2030, road projects are being listed as primary focus in the national budget, given that a road network contributes to the development of the economy and national growth. Material, lunglit, aggregates, boulder, etc. Procurement road construction project is the principal reason of delay and major problems facing construction professionals. Since the scope, time, schedule, and budget of materials constitute a significant part of the project quality are considered in evaluation processes to be analyzed. This article aims to assess the material procurement practices and to propose an improvement to mitigate the issues that majorly affected the scope, schedule, and the budget of the project. Conceptual framework. Input for part of the respondents to procurement of road construction project. Material process according to scope. 3. According to the score budget. Process. Literature review, gathering data. 2. The survey of survey questionnaires. And 3. Data presentation, analysis, and interpretation. Output. 1. Interpret the effect of the process in terms of the scope, schedule, time, and significance to the quality. 2. Propose installment of the processes. 3. Recommend strategies to solve on the processes issue of problem, effect of delay, and to deal with the conflict. 1.2 Significance of study. To recommend a solution to enhance the material procurement process to overcome conflicts. To help the parties involved, such as clients, contractors, construction teams, in confidently faced with the issue and can systematically and effectively manage the conflict and improve the material procurement process. Furthermore, this research can be used as a guideline for construction companies in future improvement and manage the procurement processes in alignment to the project scope, time, and budget to adhere to the project quality delivery systematically. 1.3 Discretion the respondent. The respondent of this study will be Filipino engineers and asphalt managers, and engineers are mostly in the Kingdom of Bahrain, and some are in Saudi Arabia, Qatar, UAE, and other countries. The respondent profile in terms of their sex, age, education attainment, current work position, experience, and their current work location. 2. Methodology. The study describes the population, sample size, and sampling technique. The description, respondents of the study, research, determination, and validation of the questionnaire, the data gathering, and the statistical treatment of the data. The study will use quantitative method of this research. The quantitative information will be utilized in the research and also required to evaluate the process to estimate the impact of delays and recommend installment of material procurement strategies on road construction projects. 2.1 Sampling technique. The percentage is equal to the frequency divided by the number of cases or total sample multiplied by 100. 2.1 Weighted mean. Weighted mean is equal to the sum of all respondents, F and H being the frequency of each weight as the weight of each operation divided by the summation of weights, which is equal to 36. research instrument. The study used a questionnaire which was administered by online to the respondent with the letter of request in a virtual resource environment answering the questionnaire in items in the SurveyMonkey link. To achieve the objective of the studies, survey questionnaire will be used to collect data profile the current process. Resort. In total, there are 100 respondents who answered the survey administered online. 3.1 for 5 of the respondents, 6 of respondents, there are 88% are men and 12% are female. And the age of respondents is 40%, mostly from 49 to 49 years of age. And the degree of respondents as mostly has a bachelor's degree. The role respondents, 49% are civil engineer, and 80% have 10 years and above experience, and mostly are working in Bahrain, with 47% of the respondents. 3.2 material performance evaluation processes in accordance with the project scope. Project response regarding the scope, 57%. Quality of scope, which has 57%, and I weighted them as 2. Project bestowing on project schedule, strong respondents strongly agree on the poor quality of materials, and I weighted it as 4. And imparting on project costs, respondent response on budget, 38% in negotiation and contracting, and in my evaluation, I weighted it as 4. 4 discussions. From the respondent viewpoint, quality scope definition has high spectrum but might affect the procurement of material and may cause conflict and delay in the project delivery. The scope is the sum of product services and the resource provided as a project framework guide. Accordingly, poor quality of road construction will affect the project delivery schedule. The work might be repetitive due to unacceptable quality. Time is how long will it take to finish a project. This is an issue in the schedule which might decrease the project budget. Subsequently, negotiating and contracting is one of the major reasons why project cost overruns occur prior to the delivery of the project. The budget is the amount of money required to complete a project. Referred to iron triangle model shows the equilibrium between the scope, time, and cost, the materials, the quality of the project's deliverables. 4.1 Conclusion. Procurement of materials for road projects today occur in every road construction project, and the magnitude of these delays varies considerably from project to project. Some projects are out of scope, behind the schedule, and over budget. Therefore, it's essential to define the four causes of delay in order to minimize and avoid the delays in any road construction projects. There is a wide range of views for the causes of these delays for engineering and road construction projects. The successful execution of road construction projects and keeping them within planned scope, prescribed schedules, and estimated costs depend on a methodology that requires sound engineering procurement judgment. 4.2 Recommendations. Once a approved plan of action that include potential budget, schedule, and scope adjustment for various potential circumstances, make sure to keep all stakeholders informed of any changes and predictions throughout the project. It is the researcher hope that this research and other similar research to be conducted in the future will pave the way in barring and for developing countries to streamline the materials procurement strategy to help them compete successfully in an increasingly complex, not only in Bahrain, but also in the global road construction marketplace. References 5.1 to National Standard for Construction and Project Management, 5.2 books, 5.3 academic journals, 5.4 construction and project management thesis, 5.5 other articles or internationally published references. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sir Leo. Our fourth presenter is Engineer Silvio M. Brino, and you're going to present the research entitled A Comparative Analysis of Various Contracting Strategies Used to Optimize Facility Management of Remote Residential Complex in Saudi Arabia.
Good day, everyone. My name is Silvio Brino, and I'm here today to present to you my thesis, a comparative analysis of various contracting strategies used to optimize facility management of remote residential complex in Saudi Arabia. Introduction. All the contracts in remote residential complex apply the most basic or the common contract type, which are fixed price or lump sum contract, cost plus contract, and time and materials contract, time unit rate, and work unit rate. The services normally consist of camp administration, general housing services, housing assignment, inspection, etc., housekeeping and laundry services, pest control, gardening, sanitation, maintenance and plant operation, and the catering services, which is the heart of the services in a remote residential complex. Knowing these items is quite difficult, especially only one contractor is dealing with all of the services. These days, most of the contracts in remote residential complex in Saudi Arabia are aging, and despite similarities in services catered in every remote location, the price still varies depending on locations and the way the contract was written. Also, one of the factors that may be affecting the cost is the age of the facility as well as the overall layout of the remote residential complex. This study will help the facility owner to understand which contracting strategy or model will fit on their organizations. In addition, the researcher is hoping that this will become an eye-opener for every client as well as the service provider about the effectiveness of facility management contract with the help of experienced personnel involved in the line of operation. Theoretical framework. All service contracts used in remote residential complex in Saudi Arabia are gone through competitive bidding. The normal process is that the owner will develop the scope of work and the bidders will submit their price the way the contract was written. Despite the similarity for every single remote residential complex, the price, costs are still varying. For example, there could be a solution to a conceptual framework. The main concept in this study is going to focus on the different types of contracting strategies used in remote residential complex in Saudi Arabia. The study proposed a set of activities undertaken for obtaining information from personnel involved in the day-to-day activities managing the operation and maintenance of the remote residential complex, which researchers specifically identified these activities as the comparison of various contracting strategies in facility management of remote residential complex. Here is the part of our conceptual framework. Start from input, process, and output. Part of the input is the contracting strategies and facility management concepts. On the process part, literature review, interview of the respondents, analysis of data gathered, comparisons of different point of view of the respondents, and the output, finally, to propose improved contracting strategies to optimize facility management services. Significance of the study. The study will be beneficial to those facility owners and stakeholders that manage remote residential complex. The analysis of various contracting strategy and types is important in projects to have a successful project delivery within the given time frame and cost. This will help them choose the correct contract type in every remote residential complex by knowing its effectiveness as well as the disadvantages of certain contract. The study will also be beneficial to facility management owners, contractors, camp managers, boss, and supervisors, since some of them will be respondents of the study. They can also give recommendation to their colleagues and to those who are in the same position as them on how they decide on which contract is the most effective for the residential complex. To the academe, this is beneficial literature since it shows another perspective in the construction industry and eventually will lead to operation and maintenance of the facility management. This is another topic to investigate and can be discussed in focus group discussions and conferences. This can also be a reference for future research that is related to the topic. Methodology. The study will use a qualitative method. This will be an effective method since the research is focused to a particular group that the researcher wanted to observe and provide an outcome that is beneficial and can be used by this sector. To achieve the objective of the main research, the data will be gathered through an online interview survey via Google form. This is to comply with the health protocols due to the COVID-19 pandemic and avoid risking the health of the respondents as well as the researcher. This method is also less time-consuming. There are a total of 20 respondents who agreed to participate in the research study and answered short, open-ended questions prepared and administered online through Google Forms. Although there are only few respondents, as this is a qualitative study, it is enough to gather relevant information about the topic, since most of the respondents have more than 10 years of experience in the construction field and facility management. Results. There are 20 respondents who agreed to participate in the research activity. Although there are only few respondents, this is a qualitative study. And here are the respondents from contract manager, camp administrator, maintenance supervisor, housing supervisor, accountant, maintenance engineer, food and beverage manager, camp manager, and up to food services coordinator. Most respondents, 16 out of 20, answered that they are dealing with the mixed service base with manpower. 2 of them stated manpower base, and the other 2 said performance-based contract. Conclusion. Currently, mixed service-based contract is the most favorable when it comes to the facility management employees. It is said to be effective, but there is still a need to furnish, especially in terms of the cost. It is important that other fundamental clauses are properly addressed, bearing in mind the commercial deal and tailored provisions to comply with the relevant laws of the jurisdiction. This includes such things as insurance, force majeure, performance security, payment, subcontracting, and clause addressing the respective liability of the parties. Before all this, it is important to determine the issues to be able to address them. Thus, the study provided the details of facility management issues. Recommendation. Regardless of the type of the facility that is being managed, it is important to ensure that the facilities management contract contains certain key provisions to ensure that the facility management contract properly fulfills its required purpose. The recommendations provided by facility management employees, supervisors, and managers can be practiced in different facilities if there is a proper communication and agreement between all the parties that all agrees to revisit the contract. It is recommended that a review of the contracts that the facilities are using be done to determine the lacking provisions and assess the current situation of the facility and its needs. It is also recommended that the service provider submits regular reports to the employer regarding the status of the facility management services. This report should include details of such things as outage, accidents, and complaints, and the reasons behind it. It is noticeable that there is no mention of reports in the respondent's answer. Thus, this process might be overlooked. The facilities management contract should also make it clear whether the employer or the service provider is responsible for procuring material, especially machine or vehicle spare parts. This is to avoid delays in the materials as well as to avoid additional costs. And here are the sample of my references. And this concludes my presentation. Thank you very much and have a good day.
Thank you very much, Sir Silvio. Our last presenter in the first group of presentation is 𝒐𝐍𝐃 𝐈𝐍𝐓, and he's going to present his paper entitled Social Costs on Selected Road Construction Projects in La Union.
Good day, everyone. My name is 𝒐𝐍𝐃 𝐈𝐍𝐓, and I'm going to present to you my thesis entitled Social Costs on Selected Road Construction Projects in La Union. Introduction. The construction sector is envisaged in playing a powerful role in economic growth. In addition to producing structures that add to productivity and quality of life. Since construction is labor-intensive, where the sector is working at full capacity, large sections of the nation's workforce are active. With this, construction sector plays a key role in the economy as it results in infrastructure stock capital accumulation, which leads to increased economic, social, and economic activities. Construction is one of the industries with the most significant contribution to the rate of employment and the global economy. According to the International Labour Organization, prior to the COVID-19 pandemic, the construction industry employed 7.7% of the global workforce and contributed 13.4% of the global gross domestic product. Even though the structures that were built are beneficial to the people around it, the adverse impacts of construction during its process are often neglected. These adverse impacts are called social. Often construction on the roads is completed during off hours. As such, workers are at a greater risk of accidents or injuries due to low visibility. This can be resolved by providing additional lighting, reflective gear such as vests and hats, and additional signage warning passing vehicles that workers are present. It is in this context that the researcher ventures into this study to look into impacts of the challenges and issues in the government infrastructure projects in La Union as basis in coming up with the recommended guidelines as well as findings and recommendations that would discuss the adverse effects of social costs in the selected construction project. Theoretical framework. The study was anchored on the following theories. In the contingency management theory, according to Gordon, contingency theory offers structural or design adjustments, leadership styles, and control mechanisms in an organization to allow it to respond to unpredicted environmental changes. The contingency management theory allows the researcher to assess the interaction between internal and external factors, and since management is done depending on the situation at hand, project managers are able to solve problems in accordance with the scenario. This theory was utilized in the study to assess the degree of contribution of the identified project management of construction firm. It is also considered in assessing the problems encountered by the different construction firms because there are contingencies employed when problems occur during construction. Conceptual framework. Despite the fact that the completion of the construction projects has a direct positive impact on the growth of the national and local economies, social, human, and well-being, construction projects, especially in the urban areas, generate serious environmental nuisance for the adjacent residents and have unintentional adverse impacts on the surrounding environment. Construction's causative adverse impacts on the neighboring communities are also known as social costs. Costs incurred must be settled by individuals, parties, institutions, and government. A party whose action or interaction generated to the cost would bear the cost directly, or the third party would serve as insurer or a guarantor. Unfortunately, a social cost is incurred by the public, although projects participants who are the direct stakeholders contributed to it. One way of taking care of the social cost is estimation and incorporation into the contract at the tendering process. However, it was observed that traditional contractual and bid evaluation practices do not account for economic losses resulting from construction-related activities that are borne by parties not engaged in the contractual arrangement. Since social costs are not compensated, problems can emerge for the surrounding communities. In the existing body of knowledge, there are attempts to estimate the social cost of construction, repair, and maintenance of infrastructure projects. This is the conceptual framework of the study. The input are the profile of the construction firms and terms of the following parameters: the extent of impact of the overall management of the projects to the following social parameters such as pollution, traffic, economic activities, and ecological health. The problems encountered by the community expose the wide range of construction causative adverse impacts. The intervention measures of the construction firms. The process are gathering the data through the use of the survey questionnaire, presentation and analysis and interpretation of the data along the different parameters, and the output is the recommended and employees amount of data from a group of respondents. Population, sampling size, and sampling technique. Particularly, the population of the study were contractors, government agencies, and employees, and the stakeholders who are near the construction project in La Union. These respondents were working in construction firms, government agencies, or must be local stakeholders near a certain project. There was a total of 143 respondents of the study. Specifically, there were 6 construction firms and 138 government agency employees and stakeholders who participated in data gathering. Further, total enumeration was considered in the sampling for the more accurate statistical result. Statistical treatment of data. The data gathered was analyzed using the statistical package for social sciences, SPSS. To do this easily, the results were encoded in Microsoft Excel. Presentation of the data were in the forms of tables. For the socio-demographic profile of the respondents, frequency and percentage were used. For the extent of impact, problems encountered by the community, intervention measure, and level of effectiveness of the intervention measures, weighted mean was employed. Results of the study. From this table, we can see that the degree of seriousness of the problems encountered by the community, where noise, dust, travel delay, and safety has the highest seriousness. Table 21 also shows to us the summary of the level of the effectiveness of the intervention measures in reducing the adverse effects of the implemented projects by the construction firms to be moderately effective from the 4 parameters on pollution, traffic, economic activities, and ecologial health. Summary of findings. With analysis and interpretation of the data, the salient findings of the study were as follows. Half of the construction firms had at most 10 projects and the others had more than 30. Most of the construction firms were engaged in private and government projects. All of the construction firms were operating locally, and most of the construction firms had more than 30 people. There was a moderate impact of the overall management of the project on social cost parameters along pollution, traffic, economic activities, and ecological health. There is no statistical difference on the perspective of the participants regarding the social cost based on their role in the construction industry. The problems encountered by the community were considered to be moderately serious, with noise, dust, travel, delay, and safety to be high serious. There was a moderate effectiveness of the intervention measures along pollution, traffic, economic activities, and ecological health. Conclusions. Based on the findings, the following conclusions were made. Construction firms are actively engaged in construction projects as indicated by the projects that they were implementing. They were equipped with devices, machineries, and manpower. Generally, implementing construction projects entails natural adverse effects such as pollution, traffic, economic activities, and ecological health. The contractors and the community perceive that firms can manage the social cost of road constructions. They are implementing actions to mitigate the adverse effects of the construction projects. The community perceive the social cost of construction projects as normal or typical problems. Intervention measures are adequately implemented to minimize the social cost in the construction projects. Recommendations. Based on the conclusions of the study, the following are recommended. Construction firms are encouraged to implement the output of the study, which is recommended guidelines to minimize the effects of implementing construction projects, especially along the identified social costs. Construction firms should formulate additional intervention measures that would mitigate the effects of construction projects along pollution, traffic, economic activities, and ecological health. Construction firms should scout for more effective programs and activities that would help the community cope with problems encountered. The community should also be encouraged to reach out to the construction firms about the issues and concerns regarding construction projects. A study looking into the effectiveness of the policy recommendation should be conducted. A study should be conducted looking into the other effects implementing construction projects. This might help construction firms become aware of the other adverse effects construction projects. Here is the output of my study, which is the proposed guidelines addressing social costs in construction projects. General objectives. Number 1, to intensify the impact in managing construction projects along pollution, traffic, economic activities, and ecological health. 2, to employ more effective programs, activities, and strategies that could minimize the adverse effects of construction projects along pollution, traffic, economic activities, and ecological health. Number 3, to address the problems encountered by the community relative to the unfavorable effects of construction projects, highlighting issues on pollution, economic activities, and ecological health. On the area of pollution, the objective is to reduce air, water, and noise pollution. Recommended guidelines. Number 1, adoption of hybrid technology in road construction projects. 2, keep materials such as sand or cement and secure materials must be located where there is no risk of being washed into waterways or drains. 3, use of quiet power tools and equipment to manage noise pollution. Where possible, use modern construction equipment that has been designed specifically to reduce less noise. On the area of traffic, the objective is to improve safety on the road network. Recommended guidelines. The use of project management software for construction, sequencing, and managing traffic delays is also highly recommended. And intelligent transportation warning systems should strictly be implemented. On the area of economic activities, the objective is to improve the coordination of economic and social benefits for sustainable development and economy. Recommended guidelines. Number 1, road subsector maintenance stakeholders like agencies, contractors, transport operators, road users, and other beneficiaries need to be involved in raising awareness of the benefits of the road maintenance activities. Second is the impact evaluation of road maintenance activities. On the area of the ecological health, objective is to strengthen the ecological environment protection. Recommended guidelines. 1, during the implementation, the authorities must monitor and evaluate all the actual environmental impacts and actions to the impacts. Second, program evaluation and improvements should include the establishing, reporting, and tracking goals and targets, the conduct of initial and periodic evaluation of program, and the provision of ways for workers to participate in the program evaluation. And some of my references are 𝟐𝐍𝐃 𝐃 and 𝐈𝐍𝐃, Social Cost in Construction Projects, Environmental Impact Assessment Review. Those on F, Social Impacts of Road Traffic, Perceptions and Priorities of Local Residents, Impact Assessment and Project Appraisal. Thank you and good day to everyone.
Okay, maraming salamat. Thank you very much to the first presenter of this session. May I request the presenter to open their camera for our Q&A or academic activity. Okay, so is there any question? Would like to ask or throw questions to our presenter from the audience? Okay, I never saw any questions from the chat box, so I think I'm going to throw questions to all of you. So all may answer my questions, and my question is, what will be your societal contribution to the construction industry? Or what will be your research contribution to our societal community, which is construction industry? So I think may I hear first from Sir Carolino, sir? Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. There will be a big contribution to the society or to the community, because this information, first and foremost, will we know that information is knowledge and power, and this information will help to understand, especially for the proposed enhancement plan that they will implement in their respective construction sites. And this study would further give them a guide for them to continue to improve their safety implementation.
Okay, thank you, Sir Ray. How about us, Sir De Vera? What will be the social cost contribution of your paper to the projects in construction projects, sir? Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Willie. So my study will benefit mostly the local government units of the La Union, where the output of my study, which is the recommended guidelines, will utilized by the concerned project implementers that would benefit all the LGUs of the province, such as road construction projects, would contribute to economic recovery with the improvement of the road access and connectivity, local employment opportunities, building skills among the involved workers and the constructors, and strengthen local capabilities in the use of employment-intensive local resource-based and road construction and maintenance approaches within the locality. As well as, if we are going to consider the recommended guidelines, it will benefit also the community that will be exposed for such future projects when it comes to road construction projects.
Okay, thank you very much. How about us, Sir Silvio? Sir, so upon knowing the comparative analysis of various contracting strategy, what will be the societal contribution of your research? Thank you, sir.
Yes, Doc Willie. My research is about, as you said, the comparative analysis of contracting strategies. We all know that this is far away from construction. However, after building residential complex, hotels, accommodations, or any facilities that are related to hospitality, it will benefits them while during the construction to think ahead what kind of strategies they might use when it comes to operation and maintenance after the project completion or construction completion. That's all, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. How about Sir Arlan Beltran? Thank you, sir. Okay, so I'll repeat the question. So what will be your societal contribution or the research societal contribution in the construction industry? Yes, sir, Beltran, thank you. Hello, sir. Can you hear me?
No, sir.
Yes, sir. Okay, my question is, what is the societal contribution of your research to the industry?
Sabi, sir. Mahina yung signal niya.
I see. Okay, so next, how about Sir Leo?
Yes, Doctor. Good morning. Actually, my greatest contribution to the social of this in the kingdom of Bari is because most of the materials coming here are coming from outside the countries. So the project will finish on time. So the mobility of the roads will be enhanced and the project will be finished earlier. So it will benefit the people in the kingdom of Bari in terms of mobility, transportation of goods, and etc. That's all, Doctor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much to all of you for sharing your research to the Sir Beltran. How about Sir Beltran? Yes, sir. Sorry, sir. I never. Yes, sir. Beltran.
Yes, sir. With the fit out challenges in the state of Qatar, with my study, it benefited us a lot over here. And the great contribution is that we identified the huge challenges that we have basically in fit out management related to sustainable management. With that, with the new projects coming soon in Qatar, all sustainable project that is approximately at around 1,066 more projects that is ongoing with the government, they might be in the position to understand what are those challenges, how to fight and battle with those challenges, to come up and to deliver the project on time in a real-time basis in Qatar.
Okay, thank you very much for your wonderful research, and hope that your research will be really a contributor to our industry. Okay, again, are we going to have a photo op with the group? Okay, so we're going to have a photo op, sir.
Magte-take na po ng picture in 1, 2, 3. Isa pa po. 1, 2, 3. Last na po. 1, 2, 3. Okay na po. Thank you po. Congratulations po.
Okay, thank you very much to the first group. Congratulations for your research. Okay, let's go to the second batch.
Thank you.
Thank you po.
Okay, so our first presenter for the second group is Engineer Jomar J. Ramirez, and he'll be presenting his paper entitled A Strategic Approach in Managing Oil and Gas Construction Projects in United Arab Emirates.
The Open University System faculty and staff, to IPMA Philippines, to our speakers, to my fellow presenters, and to all the attendees of this event. My name is Engineer Jomar J. Ramirez. Today, I am honored to present to you my thesis titled A Strategic Approach in Managing Oil and Gas Construction Projects in United Arab Emirates. My co-author and advisor for this thesis is Dr. Gino Andres. To begin with, here is my introduction. In the next 20 years, the world marketed energy consumption is projected to grow by some 40%. This situation is expected to continue for a considerable number of years, which will significantly affect the way projects for the new processing facilities are developed and implemented. In the Middle East, oil and gas industry has seen significant transformation in the recent years. As a result, investment in the area is now dispersed among a wide variety of projects, including technical offshore projects and LNG. With research from the Rystad Energy predicting the offshore exploration spending is likely to increase fivefold by 2025. During planning or implementation of projects, there are issues that emerge in the oil and gas industry construction projects. According to GAO, environmental and cost issues. According to DLC, there are quality output milestones issues. According to the EPIC, there are issues will occur during engineering, procurement, installation, and during commissioning. Thus, the challenges faced by engineers and managers working offshore in managing the oil and gas construction projects in the United Arab Emirates, and recommend strategies solutions for these challenges to improve the current situation in the oil and gas offshore construction projects. For academe, this can be a reference for future research. The survey questionnaire were distributed to the target respondents, such as project managers, construction managers, engineers, supervisors working in United Arab Emirates oil and gas offshore. Theoretical framework of this research. This research is anchored on the concept of Bronner's cycle of inquiry by Jerome Bronner, which is an outside-the-box approach to teaching and learning. Inductive teaching and learning approaches begin with a series of observation, facts, or a complicated real-world situation that must be analyzed. The theory encourages the learners to build on past experience and knowledge, use their intuition, imagination, and creativity, and search for new information to discover facts, correlation, and new truth. The relevance of this theory will bring inspiration and encouragement to the learners who gained and created new knowledge through experience. In the current situation, these above-mentioned learners can be referred to as technical practitioners who offer their experiences and ideas to develop a survey questionnaire that would lead to responding the useful suggestion provided by the author of this research study. The main concern of the researcher is to find out the challenges faced by the offshore engineers and managers in managing oil and gas construction and the recommended strategies to address these challenges to improve the current situation. Of the study will contribute to the body of knowledge relevant to offshore project management. This study will benefit companies handling offshore projects, to the managers and engineers who will be handling oil and gas offshore projects. To the academe, this can be a reference for their future studies, as this might be a way to have further research on this area of study. Methodology. Research design used for this thesis are qualitative approach method. Second, tradition of inquiry and data generation method. In this method, the information will be gathered through primary and secondary data. For primary, data will be taken through interviews. For the secondary, through literature reviews. So the source of data, the respondents of this study are the project managers, site engineers working offshore in an oil and gas construction projects. And the instrument used, the researcher prepared open-ended question for an interview through face-to-face and online via Zoom and Google Meet. The result of these studies, there were a total of 20 respondents who agreed to participate in this study. The respondents revealed 5 underlying challenges in managing offshore. First, difficulty in resource management, inexperienced and incompetent personnel, operational risk, inefficient cost and budget management, lastly, communication barriers. The impacts that they revealed are poor output performances, risky workplace and environmental conditions, low financial performances. And for the third SOP, the respondents revealed 3 important themes on the possible strategies. These are constant training and monitoring program, creating continuously improving communication, efficient strategic planning. The conclusion of this thesis, based on the findings, there are still some issues encounters from the respondents in managing oil and gas projects. These are resource management, operation, communication, cost management. Due to these challenges, this will create some impact over projects that leads to difficulties in handling offshore projects. And for SOP number 2, the challenges in managing oil and gas projects will certainly bring financial concerns as companies' evaluation involves assets, liabilities, equity expenses, revenue, and overall profitability. Derailed projects and missed deadlines are typical impact when challenges on budget and lack of resources are not taken into consideration. For the SOP number 3, these are the strategies that might be used to improve the current situation. Training programs in the workplace enables employee and other personnel to be more efficient and productive. And communication is an important aspect to every phase of construction projects as it is involved everyone on the team and every stakeholder in the plan, and establish a flow of communication results to a good management. And lastly, a well-crafted strategic plan focuses on the effort and involvement of each stakeholders and the project members to the desired attainment of goals. Recommendation of the author for this study. For SOP number 1, it is recommended to identify appropriate managers for the construction projects and hire the right personnel with adequate knowledge and experience working in this kind of project. And the second one, it is recommended that these impacts should be noted when planning to be able to prepare for any uncertain situation during construction. And lastly, a well-planned project maximizes efficiency and provide a step-by-step roadmap for finishing the work on time and on budget. So it is recommended to the managers who will be handling oil and gas construction projects to be more aware and understand the process group and knowledge area in project management, so that in this case, he or she will be able to be benefited with the following, such as manage budget and timelines, improve productivity and overall quality of work, mitigate project risk, improve relationship with stakeholders, increase customer satisfaction, and gain a competitive advantage. Here are the references that the researcher used during the research. And that's all for today. Hope you learned something from me. Thank you once again, and God bless us all.
Thank you, Engineer Ramirez. So our next presenter for this afternoon is Engineer Ian Erojo, and the research title is Implications of Practices in Construction Work Packages, a Strategic Framework for Effective Work Implementation.
Start my task for today. Have a pleasant good day and a warm welcome to all. I would like to take this opportunity for me to share my research presentation with the title Implications of Practices in Construction Work Packages, a Strategic Framework for Effective Work Implementation. The implementation of the construction projects, there are several factors affecting the work execution that will result in the delay of work execution not only here in the Kingdom of Bahrain and also in the nearby GCC countries, and might cause the prolongation of the completion, the time overrun, and exceeding the allowable budget the cost overrun. This study investigates the undocumented lessons learned that it mainly focuses on the implication relative to constraints or limitations of fundamental qualification and experiences, causes of difficulties, and effects of actual practices in the construction work package. Theoretical framework. The theoretical framework of this study is supported by the theory of constructivism by Jane Piaget. This theory explains that a learner constructs knowledge rather than just passively take in information. The relevance of this theory will bring inspiration and encouragement to the learners who gain and create new knowledge through experience. These learners can be referred to the current situation as the technical construction practitioners who share their experience and ideas to create a survey questionnaire that will formulate a strategic framework as a proposal by the author of this research study. The significance of the study. The result of the study will benefit the construction industry, since this will be a guide as the strategic framework for the effective implementation of the construction work packages, which are quite new in the industry. These results will guide them to have a better understanding and advanced knowledge of how to execute the projects on time and practitioners. This can also help them strategize on how to implement properly the construction work package and the construction projects. This could minimize the repetition of the extension of time and losses of profits between the owner and the contractor respectively. This will be a helpful tool and a reference in dealing with and handling each phase in the actual work execution to our younger practitioners, planner engineers, and construction site supervisors coming from different types of organizations such as PICE, PSME, UEP, IIEE, BSE, and etc. This will be an additional body of knowledge that can help the construction projects and stakeholders recognize its benefits and impact on construction. To the academe, this will benefit researchers and readers since it discusses the causes, effects, importance, and effectiveness of the construction work package from a different point of view. This is something new in literature since no research or article focuses on this topic. For the future researchers, this study can help in creating more research about construction work packages. The method of research. This research proposal uses a quantitative method of research. The recommended type of quantitative method of research is descriptive research. You simply seek an overall summary of your study variables. The sampling technique. The sampling technique employed in this study is purposive sampling to ensure that only eligible respondents will answer the survey, and at the same time, snowball sampling also gathered another target respondent to be a part of the study. As the snowball goes down, it will create a bigger number of respondents. The research instrument. To be able to achieve the objectives of the study, the research instrument used is a researcher-made questionnaire, constructed based on the statement of the problem, guided by well-experienced and competent and other relevant topics of the review of related literature of the previous studies. The statistical treatment of data. The data gathered was analyzed using the Statistical Package of Social Sciences, SPSS, with a total population of 154 respondents who responded voluntarily to the given survey questionnaires. The statistical tool used in this study, Shapiro-Wilk test, Mann-Whitney-U test, Kruskal-Wallis test, and Doan-Verwijs test. After the presentation of the results and discussions, this is the analysis of the summary of findings. The results for socio-demographic profile. Most of the respondents are males, belong to the age bracket of 36 to 45 years old, have bachelor's degree, are currently employed in the Kingdom of Bahrain, hold a position or role in the construction industry as technical personnel, have 10 years and above of experience, belong to the contractors, and are Filipinos. Looking forward to the results about the status of the actual practices based on the results of the indicators for the constraints or limitation, causes of the difficulties, and effects of actual practices with a total of 154 respondents who responded. The respondents respond with verbally interpreted as agree on the items stated. A total of 54 factors were observed and causing the construction incomplete and inaccurate. Analysis of the data was already presented. The conclusions has been made as the interpretation. Many of the respondents are from the age between young. The majority of the respondents have a longer working experience. Most of them belong to the private firms as contractors and are Filipinos. Due to the limitation of the fundamental qualification and experience, this will affect the proper planning as a result and are to be considered as very essential and component. Considering the final results of the weighted mean, the current status relative to causes of difficulties, and effects of actual practices of the construction work package, most of the respondents responded and agreed on the items in terms of different types of management. The recommendations. It is now the right time to introduce, encourage, and giving a chance to a huge number of participants of a female technical personnel or practitioner to join in handling construction work packages for different projects. The respondents who are between younger and are in the middle age may attend a postgraduate studies program to gain additional knowledge and innovations, help to improve their technical and managerial skills in dealing with construction projects, and keep updated on the ideas for the creation of the construction work packages. Assigned personnel shall undergo a deep study about the different approved methodologies used in the execution of work, and shall also undergo actual site supervision on how to execute the work package, and shall familiarize the different stages of work execution. Assigned personnel shall also be equipped with the knowledge of different types of computer-aided software as a reference tool. And finally, the most important recommendations. This is the output of a strategic framework for effective work implementations. This is conceptualized through the IPO model, input, process, and output. The input will be the proposed construction projects, the process will be the construction of work packages, and the output will be the evaluation of the effective implementation of the construction work packages. This is my recommendations for the strategic framework. The strategic framework used in the study may be useful to any construction practitioners, particularly to the younger age who have limited experience, and the middle age may use it as well, so they can have applied this idea to their respective proposed construction projects to improve the implementation of the construction work packages. It is recommended for the improvements of the construction work packages that the lessons learned gained after the implementation basis of possible changes and must be immediately addressed by identifying their importance. This feedback will be back to the assigned team together with the list of improvements and assessments for future development. This is the output of the strategic framework. Furthermore, these are the references. Before I will end my presentation, I have only 2 words left. Thank you.
So thank you very much, Engineer Iroho. Now we have our third presenter for this group or for this batch. He is architect Carlos O. Lerin Jr. and his research is entitled Identifying Challenges in Managing a Project During Schematic Stage. basis for implementing a strategic model for virtual design team.
To the faculty and guests of the Polytechnic University of the Philippines Open University System, good day to all of you. I am Carlos Lerin Jr., an architect working in an international design firm in Abu Dhabi, the United Arab Emirates. Today, I will be presenting my MSc thesis titled Identifying Challenges in Managing a Project During Schematic Stage, Basis for Implementing Strategic Model for Virtual Design Team. There are hundreds of architectural and engineering firms worldwide, but only a few have implemented a virtual team. This is mostly due to the challenges associated with the management and design processes. This changed when the pandemic happened. Communication technology rapidly improved as it became a necessity for individuals during the pandemic. It is challenging, especially for an old school type who prefers face-to-face collaborations, but the majority of young generation of engineers and architects are well-versed in both analog and digital environment. Therefore, the majority of businesses are increasingly utilizing virtual teams to benefit from globalization and technology. So this study focuses on identifying those challenges with the objective on how to implement a strategic model for virtual team involved in the design process. Statement of the problem. First part is demographic. It is about the respondent's profile in terms of the professions, role, and position. Second part is identifying the challenges encountered by the team. Third is identifying key success factors on how to address those identified challenges. Fourth is about the significant difference in the assessment of the implementation of the strategy. And finally, the type of the strategic model implemented for the virtual design team working on a global project. Methodology provides an overview of the research methods used in the study. Quantitative approach was used in the study. Random sampling was also used to obtain survey respondent. Survey questionnaires were also the research instrument used in the study. Frequency and percentage distribution, relative index analysis, weighted mean, and Pearson chi-square significance were used in the statistical treatment of the data. The first part of the statement of the problem, demographics. Since this study is based on the architectural design practice, the majority of the respondents are architects, which is at 66%. However, engineers are also considered, of course, for the engineering disciplines, such as structural, which is at 14%, mechanical or HVAC at 7%, electrical engineers at 6%, plumbing or sanitary engineers at 4%, and finally, the geodetic engineer, which is at 3%. Conclusion, majority of the respondents are architects since the study was based on the architectural design process. There are three categories under the virtual design team. First is the management, which is at 22%. Second is senior design leaders at 33%. And the third is the core or technical team, which is at 45%. Second part is identifying challenges. These are the identified challenges in managing project during schematic stage in terms of project virtual team. The finding shows that the biggest problem encountered by each team member is maintaining a healthy work-life balance. This is because there are blurred line between personal and professional time. The second is the different time zones, where team members may still need to work late to collaborate with teammates on tight deadlines. Physical distance is another challenge in gaining trust among team members. Motivating them online is quite difficult. And the last two difficulties are the language and cultural barriers. The study came to the conclusion that the life-work balance poses a major challenge and not properly addressed, especially in an online or virtual environment. Therefore, it is recommended that the organization or the firm must prioritize a life-work balance and must clearly define in the strategic model in order to have a successful virtual team setting. Technology virtual team setup and possess lots of challenges. The research demonstrates that the key challenges to communication is the speed of the internet or online connectivity. This is due to the fact that internet speeds vary worldwide around the globe. The second difficulty is the IT or ICT hardware and software. must be frequently upgraded in order to keep up with the ever-advancing technology. Third is the interchange of data and information with third parties. Fourth is the communication platforms, followed by internal collaboration among team members around the globe. And the penultimate but equally difficult step is the exchange of files among all parties, the data storage, control, and security. On the conclusion is online connectivity, then communication platform, data storage, and security, and therefore it is recommended that the firm organization must require tremendous preparation before engaging in virtual team organization, hardware, and software, including
Recording in progress.
finally is the application of all relevant building codes and regulation, and lastly is the lack of human resource and equipment. Conclusions, since schedule and programming is the primary tool in organizing the project, and therefore it must be well defined realistically, depending on the complexity of the project and the rest of the challenges. It is recommended to consider all these challenges and translate it into a program with contingencies. The third part of the statement of the problem is finding the case success factor on how to address those identified challenges. The finding shows that the primary strategy is to provide a detailed task plan to maximize time difference, followed by promoting mentorship. Third is conducting team building to get all team members acquainted. Fourth is promoting team recognition to boost morale, followed by the wellness awareness. The last two are developing language skills to overcome language barrier and cultural awareness to promote respect among team members. Conclusion is the study concluded that among those identified key success factors, primarily well-being of the team is the most important factor to consider among the rest. And therefore, it is recommended to include in the program the well-being of the team, as they are the driver in the successful delivery of the project. There are strategy and key success factors in addressing the challenges in terms of communication technology. The finding shows that the primary strategy is to establish the regular weekly coordination meetings with sub-consultants, followed by a client meeting every other week. Third is by design and communication software. Last but also important is establishing a daily communication among team members. The study concluded that the project schedule and programming addresses the weekly coordination meeting with sub-consultants, as this requires tremendous effort from all disciplines. Therefore, it is recommended to have a well-defined and realistic program and schedule, communication platforms, and communication protocols that considers these key success factors. There are strategy and key success factors also addressing the challenges during the schematic design stage. The finding shows that the primary strategy is to establish a well-defined BEP or Beam Execution Plan. Second is to allocate sufficient resources in time and budget with contingency. Third is to streamline all contractual deliverables to avoid scope creep. And lastly is to define the limit of changes for revisions and identify potential variation orders. Similar to the communication success factors, a well-defined BEP and program with work breakdown is the primary factor to consider in managing a project, particularly in dealing with virtual team. Therefore, it is recommended to establish a thorough BEP with clear definition of the set of deliverables and resources and with a definite number of revisions. Beyond those parameters will be a subject for variation order. Strategic model for virtual team. The above The above figure shows the basic model format of the strategy defining the virtual team, communications, and schematic design states with its challenges and measures. This strategic model can be developed as software or application where the design manager can monitor the progress in real time. This should show the progress of the work, team members' tasks and workloads, schedules, costs, and other relevant data. This is just a sample dashboard that shows the detailed task, progress, and other relevant data. These are some of the references used in conducting the study. And that concludes my presentation today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Architect Lorene. Now we have our next presenter, Engineer Marielito Perpetua, and his research title, The Top Contractual Problems That Affect the Performance of Construction Projects, a Development of a Work at Risk WAR Framework.
Especially to my co-author, Dr. Arvin de la Cruz, event organizers, PUP Open University System faculty and staff, IPMA Philippines, fellow engineers and attendees, good morning. My name is Marielito Perpetua. I'm a professional engineer specializing in construction project management, currently working as a resident engineer for Stantec UK. It is an honor to present to you my thesis entitled The Top Contractual Problems That Affect the Performance of the Construction Projects, a Development of Work at Risk Framework. The construction industry is complex and full of risk, and many factors influence the outcome of a construction project. As construction projects became increasingly more complex, the challenges associated with managing these projects became more complicated. Contract management and administration for multi-million projects are crucial, considering the costs associated for delay penalties and damages, especially if we fail to meet the expected project performance in terms of budget and profitability, quality and safety requirements, and timely completion of the project. This study was conducted to highlight the top contractual problems that affect the performance of the construction project and to develop a work-at-risk framework in order to avoid the occurrence and/or to minimize the negative impact of the highlighted top contractual problems to the project performance. This study supports the signaling contract theory. The signaling model is when one party adequately conveys knowledge and characteristic about itself to the principal. In economics, signaling includes the transfer of information from one party to another. The purpose of this transfer is to achieve mutual satisfaction for a specific contract or agreement. Significance of the study. If successfully done, this research will be beneficial to the construction projects since they will be able to know the top contractual problems that require serious attention, and research recommendations can be used to mitigate the problems. Furthermore, this paper will serve as a guideline to those who want to succeed in the field of construction project management. This can also be a future reference for those who have similar research topics. This research design will be using quantitative approach method. The data will be gathered through interview questionnaire that will be administered online through Google Form. The secondary data will be gathered through review literature that are from online libraries, books, database, and journals. The sources of respondent for these studies are Filipino project managers, site managers, and site engineers, in Bahrain and UAE, working in construction projects with multi-million budgets using FEDIC Red Book as form of contracts. Result in socio-demographic profile. For this research, most of the respondents are male between 41 to 45 with bachelor's degree. Most of the respondents are coming from the construction industry as a contractor, having more than 10 years of construction experience and more than 10 years of contract experience using FEDIC standard forms of contracts, and are working as a project consultant for their project. Based on the research study, majority of the respondents agrees that the following contractual problems really affect the performance of the construction project in terms of the following variables. 1. Timely completion of the project as agreed work schedule. 2. Completion of the project as per the approved budget and expected profitability. 3. Meeting or exceeding the stakeholder expectation with regards to the health and safety and work quality. The following are the top contractual problems that affect the performance of the construction project. First, problems related to procurement. Second, problems related to tender and bidding. Third, problems related to payment. 4. Problems related to liquidated or delayed damages. 5. Problems related to variation. 6. Problems related to loss and expense or additional cost. 7. Problems related to program of works or delay. 8. Problems related to damages to the work. 9. Problems related to defect correction. 10. Problems related to rights and remedies. Based on our research, this is how the contractual problems impact the performance of the construction project. The contractual problems highlighted in the studies will surely impact the budget and timely completion of the project, and most of the time will affect the quality of deliverables when overlooked by stakeholders. Most of the contractual problems, if not handled and managed professionally, will impact the stakeholders' reputation and relationship. Finally, improper risk allocation may also result into prolongation of construction completion times, wastage of resources, and or increased likelihood of dispute. The following tabulation shows the significant difference in the impact of the construction problem to the respondent when they are grouped according to their profile. Conclusion. The significant difference in the impact of the construction problems to the respondents when they are grouped according to their profile. It reveals that there were no significant difference between the respondents' perception on the impact of the construction problem to the performance of the construction project as to age group, educational attainment, years of experience in the construction industry, years of experience in contract management, and type of category in company. This implies that there were no sufficient evidence to reject the null hypothesis for the variable group according to the aforementioned profile. The result also shows that there was a significant difference in the respondents' sex group and their perception on the impact of the construction problem to the performance of the construction project. This implies that the sex of the respondents has a significant effect on their perception of the construction problem. It can be observed that the male have a higher perceived impact on the construction problem as compared to female. This implies that most of the respondents are males who are mainly involved in the project and on the different variety of works in which they are highly informed and aware of the performance to the company. Based on this research, the common causes of contractual problems are due to the following. Failure to consult experienced expert or professional to review the contract documents and to conduct proper contract administration and management. Failure to use or select most suitable standard forms of contract for the project. Failure to allocate experienced and trained professional to manage and supervise the project. The following are the recommendations. All engineers, construction project managers, and contract managers who are aspiring to manage multi-million projects must undergo a formal studies in contract management and administration in order to hone further their technical skills and knowledge in contract management, and keep updated on the ideas and how to identify, prevent, and manage contractual problems in their projects. We encourage all contract management practitioners to use a standard form of contract such as FEDIC in order to simplify the process of managing your projects and to ensure fair allocation of project risk. It is also recommended to follow strictly the project contract administration procedure in order to including the communication management, such as proper use of formal correspondence and coordination meeting with all concerned stakeholders to avoid or minimize the miscommunication problems in the project. All project supervision team who are involved in monitoring and managing the contract requirements of the project must be fully aware of the contract documents and ensure its proper implementation. Regular site meeting, HSE walks, quality inspection to verify the conformance of the project deliverables with regards to the contract requirement is a must. The following are the recommended work at risk frameworks that will help us to manage the performance of our construction projects. First is to identify the contractual problems and develop a mitigation strategy. Second is to incorporate the contractual problems to the contract management and contract administration life cycle model. Third is to properly manage and administer the contract and monitor the identified contractual problems throughout the construction project life cycle. The following are the references that we've used during our research. That concludes my presentation. Once again, thank you so much for listening, and may God bless us all.
Thank you very much, Sir Perpetua. Engineer Herbert Ipiano, and he's going to present his paper entitled The Strategic Impact of Earned Value Management as an Approach in Determining the Challenges of Construction Companies.
Good day to all. I am Herbert Piano, taking up Master of Science in Construction Management at PUP Open University System. My research title is The Strategic Impact of Earned Value Management as an Approach in Determining the Challenges of Construction Companies. Introduction. The Earned Value method is one of the most popular methods to monitor and control the progress of work. Its primary purpose is to analyze and measure the progress of project, predict its total cost and completion date. EVM used to control risk in the context of exceeding project costs and failure to meet the deadline of completion of the investment. Keeping under budget and ahead of time schedule are the measures for project success. The comparison between planned time schedule and actual costs compared with expected budget are considered basic baseline references to evaluate the project progress. Lack of EVM as a contractual requirement diminish the directive use of EVM, since the parties of contract do not have common understanding of performance in terms of earned value metrics. This study is relevant to the construction companies, providing information about EVM, especially its uses and the challenges that the construction stakeholders may face during the utilization of EVM. This knowledge can give them a competitive edge in successfully delivering projects. This study is also beneficial to construction stakeholders, especially to project managers, since they are the ones who are usually assigned to start using earned value with the management expectation that the project results will improve. This study is also significant for future researchers, since the paper also contains earned value terminology, key metrics, and other description about the EVM. This is beneficial for the literature about EVM, since most of the articles, journals, and papers only discuss the issues during implementation. Only a few of them discuss the issues on how to use properly the EVM. Methodology. The study will be carried out using quantitative research, using descriptive survey research design to investigate the strategic impact of earned value management as an approach in determining the challenges of construction companies. Descriptive survey design attempts to observe, describe the aspects under study, and to establish relationship of different quantifiable variables and documents aspect of a situation as it naturally occurs, which may help to uncover new facts and meaning. The respondents in this study involves the employees of the project management of a construction company. A total of 56 respondents participated in the study and responded to the survey questionnaire given and administered by the researcher through an online platform. The respondents were chosen using convenience sampling technique. The survey questionnaire will be used to collect information for this study and will be conducted among respondents. For descriptive statistic, mean, frequency, percentage, rank were used. To test the hypothesis, t-tests and analysis of variance were used. Data collected will be processed using IBM statistical package for social sciences version 20 software. Upon gathering the data gathered, it was subjected to analysis to determine the most satisfactory data that relates to the challenges in the implementation of earned value management in the construction companies. The data was analyzed using descriptive and inferential statistics. Results. Based on the data collected, there are a total of 56 respondents who answered the survey through Google Forms. Table 1 below shows the frequency and distribution of the profile of the respondents. For the age, most of the respondents are between ages 40 to 49 years old. In terms of sex, there are more male respondents than female respondents. For the highest educational attainment, most of the respondents have bachelor's degree. In terms of role in the construction company, most of the respondents are civil engineers, but there are also those who are project managers and construction managers. In terms of length of experience in the construction field, most of the respondents have 10 years and above of experience. This is important to note since the level of expertise in the field is already wide range. The t-test result of the demographic profile of the respondents yielded a value of greater than 0.05 level of significance. Hence, there is no significant difference in the challenges in the implementation of earned value management in the construction companies when grouped according to age, sex, highest educational attainment, position in the project, and years of experience. Table 2 shows that the challenges in the implementation of EVM in the construction companies in terms of accuracy of information is described as challenging with mean of 3.75. Among the challenges, the poor documentation process yielded the highest mean of 3.77, which was described as challenging. Table 3 shows that the challenges in the implementation of EVM in the construction companies in terms of human factor is described as challenging. Among the challenges, In terms of human factor, the use of appropriate software yielded the highest mean of 3.86, which ranked first and was described as challenging. Table 4 shows that in terms of delay or mishandled information, the challenges in the implementation of EVM is described as challenging. The non-performance of subcontractors and nominated suppliers was the challenging one, which ranked first, followed by dependency and delay in the submission of report with a mean of 3.8 and 3.52 respectively. Table 5 reveals that the challenges in the implementation of earned value management system in the construction companies were challenging with a mean of 3.75. Relatively, the item that earned the highest mean is the lacking in using earned value management software, which ranks first. Discussion. The profile of the respondents did matter in the implementation of earned value management system in the construction companies, since the position and the corresponding roles and responsibility anchored to its contribute to the success of the implementation. The expertise of tenured employee, the educational background, experiences in the construction projects may contribute to the learning of the use of the system that can bring significant change and ease of work in the construction projects in companies. The implementation of EVM in the construction companies is deemed necessary. Since the advent of technology grows faster, construction project companies must innovate. Thus, it can be concluded that the implementation was challenging among construction companies and its people, whether tenured or newbies, young or old, highly trained based on educational attainment, and experienced employees. Recommendation. The earned value management implementation determined challenges of construction companies. Thus, it is hereby recommended that construction companies may develop a profiling of construction project teams in order to easily distinguish people who can work tasks relevant to the utilization of EVM based on expertise, trainings obtained, and experiences in the construction companies. Ultimately, the measurement of successful EVMs depends on the customer's ability to use the information generated from the system and to evaluate the contractor's ability to manage the project. Thus, construction companies are encouraged to venture on the integration of EVM in their construction projects to study as well how the system works. The EVMs can be costly to maintain, so it is important to periodically consider its effectiveness and whether changes should be made. Here are my references.
Thank you very much to all the presenter for our second group. Okay. Okay, I'm going to see first in our chat group or box if there is a question. Okay, please open the camera of the 5 presenter for our Q&A. Thank you very much, sir. Okay, I think there is no questions from the chat box, so I'll going to this is the difficult area of the moderator. If there is no question from the chat box, the moderator will be the one who will create a a question. Okay, I have a question here, and the presenter may answer these questions. Okay, my question is this: how relevant is your research to the construction company? Okay, may I hear the answer of Sir Ian Eroho? Thank you very much. Nakamute si sir. Sorry po. Si Sir Ian. Sir Ian, thank you very much, Sir Ian. Okay, my question to all of you is this. How relevant is your research to the construction industry? Okay, may I hear from Sir Ian? Thank you, sir.
Hello, good morning to all. The relevance regarding for the question for the study of my research, the relevance of my study will bring inspiration to the learners so that they can refer to this current situation. They can use this one, this study, for them to be ready to face whatever challenges in the preparation of the work package. This is a modified strategic framework that will ease and have a self-confidence of the new graduates to get acquainted with creating of work package, and will help to boost this their self-awareness of the young practitioner to be involved in initiating, planning, and executing any construction projects, despite of a low of having a low level of educational attainment and limited experience. The output of my study will improve the construction work package that will ultimately focus on identifying its limitations through hearing employees' feedback and can be updated yearly as a response to the employees and company needs. This will help the construction projects to minimize the cost overrun and the time overrun.
Thank you very much, sir. How about Sir Lerin? Thank you, sir.
My study, because of the identified challenges, it helps streamline the architectural design process of designing a building, particularly or specifically during the schematic stage. And it opens up a door of opportunity to both young and old engineers and architects or design practitioners with or without international experience, local or international experience. As my study is more about the seamless, becoming global and seamless, so it really helps the young generation of architects and engineers in terms of the design practice. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. How about Sir Jomar? After writing your paper in managing oil and gas, what will be the relevance of your research to the industry?
Yes, good afternoon, sir. This study, as what I mentioned in my slides, that it will help it will contribute this to the body of knowledge relevant to offshore project management, and it will also help to the newbies, managers, and engineers who will handle the offshore projects. As we all know that offshore projects is there is a slight difference compared to the onshore, so it will help to our young engineers and managers how to mitigate issues that will arise. That's all. Thank you, Doc.
Okay, thank you very much. How about Sir Perpetua? After the development of the war or work at risk framework, what will be the relevance of this of your paper to our industry?
First of all, thank you so much for this opportunity, and good morning to each and everyone. The output of this research, especially the work at risk framework, the identified common contractual problems along with its causes and recommended solutions will serve as a guidelines to those who wants to practice construction project management, specifically in the areas of contract management and contract administration, by giving them a glimpse of what are the project risks possible to the project, including the contractual problems and the solution in the real world that is applicable in the real world in international market. And then those problems, those glimpses that we are giving to them, they can use it and allocate a serious attention to ensure successful completion of their project. And to the future researchers and academics, this will serve as a future reference if they want to study further on similar topics, since the information collected in these topics are based on the actual practice in the international market. So I think it is very helpful. Thank you. That's all.
Thank you very much, Sir Marielito. How about Sir Herbert?
Good day, Prof. As a researcher, based on the findings of the study, the relevance of my study to the companies or industries is to keep the construction companies improve practices by innovation such as implementation of earned value management, which goes with the advent of technology and improves efficiency of construction companies. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much to all of you here. Thank you very much for your wonderful and very relevant research in our field, especially in the project management and construction industry. Okay, so I think let's have a photo off. Am I right?
Pa-open lang po ng camera and mag-take na po ako ng picture in 3, 2, 1. Isa pa po. 1, 2, 3. Last na po. 1, 2, 3. Okay na po. Thank you po.
Okay, thank you very much, sir, to our second group. Okay, let's go to our third group. Okay, our first presenter for the third group is Engineer 𝑉𝒂𝒏𝒈, and he's going to present his paper entitled Challenges of Multinational Workforce in Construction Industry in the Kingdom of Bahrain.
15 years ago, when I first came in Bahrain as an OFW, I never expected that I would have the privilege to manage a diverse team of different beliefs and cultures. My name is 𝑉𝒂𝒏𝒈, and I would like to share with you my thesis with title Challenges of Handling Multinational Workforce in Construction Industry in the Kingdom of Bahrain. Outline, introduction, which includes theoretical and conceptual framework, significance of the study, methodology, results, discussions, which includes conclusions and recommendations. The construction industry is significant in the economic development of every country and one of the largest employment generator in the world. In today's global economic climate, rising construction organizations are dominated by multicultural workforce. It's made up of groups from many nationalities with various cultural orientations and values. The construction industry frequently depends heavily on migrant labor because it offers a movable and it's also adaptable and disposable during periods of economic downturn. Construction workforce in Bahrain is evidently composed of multinational workforce due to the country's issues on labor shortages. According to LMRE, non-Bahraini employment climbed by 5.5% annually. Managing a multinational workforce presented many difficulties because of things like cultural differences, language barriers, and beliefs. And understanding cultural differences is so essential for construction managers who oversee a diverse workforce on a daily basis. To effectively manage talent, mobility, and cultural diversity, a strategic plan is required. Organization must be adaptable enough to acquire readily available greatest talent at the best price. This study is anchored on the systems management theory, which states that employees are the company's most crucial component. According to this theory, organizations are made up of several parts that must cooperate in order for the overall systems to operate at its best. This study also supports the theory of Dewey that learning is a social activity rather than being an abstract idea. It is something we do together in connection with one another. Conceptual framework. This research is based on the idea that the challenges being encountered by the respondents in handling multinational workforce are identified through identification of the knowledge of the construction industry with regards to their current practices on management. On this occasion, we will be able to assess the knowledge of the construction industry in managing building construction, especially in handling multinational workforce in comparison to governing guidelines and policies. Significance of the study. This study is significant to construction companies in the Kingdom of Bahrain, since it is now inevitable to hire multinational workforce due to lack of skilled workers locally. Having multinational workers have benefits, since there will be a lot of knowledge sharing and experience sharing as well that can be used in a construction project. Having a background on the challenges of handling multinational workforce can help them construct strategies that can mitigate the issues and create a better system for managing the workers as well as hiring them. Methodology. This study employed the descriptive correlational method of research. With a correlational research design, relationships between variables are examined without any of the variables being under the researcher's direct control of or manipulation. A 5-point Likert scale was adopted in a questionnaire. An online survey was carried out in obtaining indicative data from carefully selected participants. The data were analyzed using the following statistical tool. Weighted mean is used for the data for challenges of handling multinational workforce. Pearson's correlation coefficient is used to determine the degree of correlation between profile of the respondents and the challenges of handling multinational workforce. SPSS was used in the calculation. A schematic diagram on the relationship between the independent and dependent variables. Both variables were measured through frequency counts, percentage, and weighted mean. Results. Majority of them are in the age 40 to 49, male, having a bachelor's degree, and with 10 plus years experience. It is observed that the highest mean is due to some of the managers who don't have enough knowledge on how to manage their workforce effectively, and the lowest mean is problems due to religious backgrounds. This implies that the challenge in handling multinational race is more on the construction management issues of the respondents. Majority of the respondents agree to the challenges in handling multinational workforce. The gender and educational attainment has no significant relationship to the challenges encountered. This implies that whether the respondent is male or female, it does not affect the challenges faced in handling multinational workforce. The age shows significant relationship. This implies further that as you grow older, challenges related to the issues on retention problems, religious and cultural background of multinational workforce could be managed. To improve management in terms of handling multinational workforce in the Kingdom of Bahrain, the following items suggest for policy benchmark. Discrimination of non-local workers. The government should consider criteria when limiting immigrants' access to job categories without restricting family rights or access to health insurance programs. Miscommunication. A policy set for the purpose of enhancing communication among workers of different language which considers the aid of current technology. Negative attitude and behavior. Policy set to encourage and recognize employees with positive attitudes with reward merit system. Personal bias of managers on nationality of workforce. a criteria set in managing people to avoid bias, effective management in diverse attitude and culture, to prevent adopting or supporting only one culture in the workplace, and to strive to understand more about the traditions of other employees. A policy on the educational and ethical awareness should be put in place. Guidelines from the Human Resource Department. The Human Resource Department should establish guidelines so that it may prepare methods for dealing with a varied group of people while recruiting a diverse workforce, controlling labor costs. It is advised to develop human resource through appropriate and continuous training programs, protecting employees' health and safety conditions, effective communication on disparities in language, training and awareness of employees' cultures can create emotional and physical hurdles to safety. Training on multinational employees. The most common challenge of training and development include geographic limitation, increased cost, language barriers, translation issues, and virtual training needs, specifically during this time of industrial revolution. Job retention of workers. Strategic policy on retention of workers to keep them motivated and focused so they choose to remain and fully productive for the benefit of the organization. Conclusions. Construction industry is a male-dominated profession. Very few are taking postgraduate studies. Managers do not have enough knowledge about how to manage their workforce effectively. Construction management are the common challenges. Experience is significant to the inability of some managers to effectively manage diverse attitude, culture, and work relationship. A policy benchmark to improve management of multinational workforce. Consideration has to be given in terms of effective communication, anti-discrimination of non-local workers, fairness, effective management in diverse attitude, religion and culture, and enhanced human resource management. Upskilling of construction management skills. Recommendations. Pursue postgraduate studies, seminars, or relevant qualification to improve construction management skills. Continuous professional development to all construction management teams like MACM, CPM, and PMP. It is recommended for the institution to empower the employees with required age, position, and experience in managerial jobs to effectively manage multinational workforce in a construction project. Human Resource and Construction Departments should update set of policy with the consideration of the policy benchmark. Lastly, when the great Martin Luther King once said, "We may have all come on different ships, but we're in the same boat now." Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Our second presenter is Engineer Vicente B. Omigtin Jr. and you're going to present his paper entitled Investigating Communication Breakdown on Construction Industry in the Kingdom of Bahrain. Puro kingdom?
Have a good day to everyone. I am Vicente Omigtin Jr. I am here to present my thesis with the title of Investigating Communication Breakdown on Construction Industry in the Kingdom of Bahrain. Introduction. Construction industry is characterized in nature as complex, fragmented, dynamic, and involves many parties. Therefore, effective communications is essential to overcome these challenges. These characteristics have resulted in more complexities and challenges, and among these challenges is the communication breakdown within the construction teams. Contextually, in the large construction teams organizations, it was evidently observed that there were a number of non-conformances or site observations reports caused by construction errors due to failure to disseminate properly the approval details of vital project submitted. The execution team fails to communicate properly and disapproved materials have been used. Approved job drawings or project specifications have not been followed, and wrong construction methodology is being implemented. Due to these communication failures, adverse impact to the construction industry arise. Thus, with the underlying results above, the researcher was motivated to conduct a study that would increase awareness among construction professionals and workers on the causes and effects contributed to communication breakdown in the construction industry. Theoretical frameworks. In the construction industry, it is a considerable challenge to maintain the effectiveness of communications due to the complex nature of projects and the massive amount of information exerted on a daily basis. According to Quell, the most dominant barriers to effective communications are background diversity, different levels of experience, and personal barriers. Furthermore, Turidi and Baramia classified the most common barriers to effective communications, which include but are not limited to language, psychological, and physical barriers. Treatment of the problems. This study aims to investigate the causes and effects of communication breakdown in the construction industry. Specifically, it is intended to answer the following questions. First, what is the profile of the respondents in terms of age, sex, highest educational attainment, status or role, and years of experience in the construction industry? The second and third are, what are the causes and effects of communication breakdown in the construction industry? And the fourth one is there a significant difference between the causes and effects of communication breakdown in the construction industry? Null hypothesis. There is no significant difference between the causes and effects of communication breakdown in the construction industry. Significance of the study. This study is relevant to the communications industry in the Kingdom of Bahrain, since this will tackle communication problem that is also considered a cause of project difficulties and project failures. This study is also significant to future researchers that this may serve as one of their references in studying about communications, and this may add to the body of knowledge about communications and construction. Strategies to improve communications. IPMA reports include the following recommended strategies project managers or owners should consider improving their project communications program. First, close the communications gap around business benefits. Second, tailor communications to different stakeholder groups. Third, acknowledge the value of project management, including project management communications. Fourth is use standardized project communication practices and use them effectively. Methodology. In research design, to achieve the research objectives and to address the research problem, this study will use quantitative research employing descriptive survey research design. Population sample size sampling technique. The respondents in this study involved the construction professionals and workers of construction company in Bahrain. A total of 53 respondents participated in the study and responded to the survey questionnaires given and administered by the researcher through an online platform. Research instruments. Below is the scale for interpretations of the causes and effects contributed to the communication breakdown in the construction industry. The scale 1 to 1.79 signifies least dominant cause, while the scale 4.2 to 5 signifies very dominant cause. Statistical treatment of data. First sample test was used to determine whether significant difference existed between causes and effects contributed to the communication breakdown in the construction industry. Results. This chapter presents the results of the collected data from the survey questionnaires administered to the chosen respondents of the study, and there is a total of 53 respondents who answered the survey questionnaires. Profile of the respondents. In Table 1, it summarizes their profile in terms of age, sex, highest educational attainment, role in the construction industry, and length of experience in the construction industry. It can be seen that most of the respondents are between ages 40 to 49 years old, and majority of them are males. In terms of their highest educational attainment, most of the respondents have bachelor's degree, and dominant role is project engineers. For the length of work experience, majority of the respondents are having 10 years and above of experience. The profile of respondents shows that the upper hand construction industry employees participated in the study. These respondents will take part in the exchanges of communications messages that are crucial in the performance and execution of job orders and tasks. In Table 2, which is causes contributed to the communication breakdown in the construction industry, shows that the causes contributed to the communication breakdown when taken as a whole were interpreted as dominant cause with a mean of 4.12. Among the causes, incomplete, inconsistent, and delayed reporting were very dominant causes, contributed to communication breakdown, which yielded a mean of 4.36, 4.34, and 4.28, respectively as ranked as first, second, and third. These dominant causes need to be addressed in order for construction industry to succeed and lead to project completion in a fast and smooth manner. In Table 3, which is for effects contributed to the communication breakdown in the construction industry. It shows that the effects contributed to the communications breakdown when taken as a whole were interpreted as dominant effect with a mean of 4.17. To effects, the item that yielded the highest mean was mismanaged workers, with its mean of 4.42, described as very dominant effects and ranked first. These results contributed to communication breakdown may be avoided when causes were minimized and effective communications in the workplace was established and developed by individual construction industry professionals and workers. According to the Project Management Institute, or PMI 2013, poor communications is the primary reasons why a project fails 1/3 of the time. Even if the project isn't a failure, the effect of poor communication is still a detriment. In Table 4, which is paired sample test results on the difference between causes and effects contributed to communication breakdown in the construction industry. The test result yielded a value of 0.259, which is greater than 0.05 level of significance. Since there is no significant difference between causes and effects contributed to communication breakdown. This means that regardless what causes and effects were evidently observed, both have the same contributions or attribution to communication breakdown, thus impeding the construction project success. Thus, the null hypothesis, which states that there is no significant difference causes and effects contributed to communication breakdown in the construction industry, is hereby accepted. Discussion. 4.1 Conclusions. The conclusion for is OP number 1. A clear profiling of construction industry may help provide a clear directions to whom the important messages are coming from and to whom it will be sent or addressed and who were directly involved professionals in the construction projects. Conclusion for is OP number 2. It is very necessary to take a look into the different causes that resulted to communication breakdown to avoid adverse effects or ineffective communications that may brought huge impact to the completions and quality of construction work or output if causes were not addressed. And the conclusion for is OP number 3. To determine causes and effects contributed to the communications breakdown in the construction industry did not vary significantly. Both were dominant and evidently observed factors in the communication failure encountered in the construction project industry. Recommendations. The recommendation for is OP number 1 is this study recommends that the construction effect or the organizations establish a formal communication chain and have points of contact with the right information to the right people at the right time. There is also a need to create an environment that is transparent to communications and a manager that is also a good listener for the workers and employees. Thus, a communications profile is hereby recommended to be developed. And the recommendation for is OP number 2. It's also recommended to create a feedback loop when leaders can communicate the peaks and values of an employee's performance in a way that is constructive and emphasizes growth, builds the individual and the team as well, that eventually will benefit the organizations and the project. It's also recommended to utilize the PMI Point 4 strategy, which is the use of project communications for must develop mitigating strategies and plan of action that respond to the possible effects resulted from the causes of communication breakdown. Further communication trainings to improve their skills. And other aspects concerning in the construction industry.
Okay, thank you very much. Pasensya na po, nagkaroon po ng technical problem. Okay, our next presenter is Engineer Froilan Camarón, and he'll going to present his paper entitled Operation and Maintenance Challenges, Causes, Effects, and Recommendation for Special Single Sources Materials in Construction Project.
Good day to all the faculty of the Graduate School of Polytechnic University of the Philippines, Open University System. I'll be presenting to you my thesis, which is entitled Operation and Maintenance, Challenges, Causes, Effects, and Recommendations for Special Single Sources Materials in Construction Projects. I'm Froilan Cabanatuan, and my advisor is Dr. Philip P. Ermita. Brief introduction of the research. The King Abdulaziz Center for World Culture, KACWC in Dhahran, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, is one of the Special Kingdom projects, iconic building built by Saudi Aramco, where most of the installed special architectural finishes are custom built in single source, set suppliers per end outside the kingdom. KACWC is open to all scheduled guests and gatherings at the event. Whenever damage is detected to the special architectural finish during and after the event, the O&M team is faced with an issue to fix and or replace it immediately due to lack of in-kingdom materials, as most of them are simply derived to the specified supplier. These issues do not get quite enough attention, thus this study aims to determine and ensure the challenges, causes, effects, and recommendations for special single-source materials in construction projects. Statement of the problem. This study will focus on determining the issues and challenges of operation and maintenance of special single-source materials in construction projects. This will also show the causes and effects of these identified challenges and recommend possible solutions for the problems. The research setting will be in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, specifically in Saudi Aramco and King Abdulaziz Center for World Culture. Since the study will only focus on a certain country and project, the result of this study may not be applicable to all construction projects, the differences of the situation and the work environment. Also, the respondents will only be those who are working in this research setting, thus the knowledge and experience may also be limited. Summary of findings during online survey questionnaire. There are most of them are project managers, inspectors. A majority have more than 10 years experience, while some have been staying in the construction field for 4 to 5 years. Although some of them have never been in KACWC and had been a part of the maintenance of the museum, that expertise in the construction field will help the study achieve its objectives. Majority of the respondents believe that single-source materials are not effective in construction due to many factors, such as it will limit the sources of the materials needed and will affect the maintenance of the structure in the future. It will be very difficult to find an equivalent material compatible or similar to what is being used during construction, and it will lead to high cost of maintenance and delays as well. Most of the respondents believe that KACWC have problems in maintaining the structure due to its single-source materials that were used during the construction. Leakage and unavailability of materials were identified as main challenges in the structure. They believe that although the structure is majestic and one of a kind, problems with the maintenance of the material used in its facade will affect its aesthetics, and the organization might have to use either materials with different quality. Most of the respondents do not believe that single-source materials are effective in construction, although it is of quality and recommended by manufacturers, since it will affect the maintenance of the structure in the future, especially if the material will not be available in the market. This will affect the quality and especially the cost of the maintenance of the structure. They recommend that materials should be considered well in the planning and procurement stage of construction to avoid problems with the maintenance of the structure in the future. Conclusion. The King Abdulaziz Center for World Culture is part of an initiative by the Saudi Aramco Oil Company to promote cultural development within the kingdom. The project contains cultural facilities, including an auditorium, cinema, library, exhibition hall, museum, and archive. Although this structure is majestic to the eyes of many people who have seen it, including construction professionals, there are underlying problems and issues of its maintenance due to the materials used in the structure. Construction sites are hectic, problems can and will arise. When those problems involve materials, in many markets there is no immediate materials delivery service. Instead, constructor must pay someone, often the highest paid worker on site, to make a supply run. That means lost time and money. Recommendations. Based on the results, the study can recommend that when finding a sourcing solution, it should focus on developing a creative, reliable, and long-term supplier partnership. Since the KECWC has already been built and the materials were already installed, it is necessary that the organization have been able to build a strong partnership with their supplier of materials. Expanding material options for the structure's components from the foundation and superstructure can help control costs. Besides exploring alternative materials, procure materials in advance, whenever possible, to mitigate the risk around pricing and supply. This will result in cost savings and help in mitigating unidentified shortages, ensuring access to materials when needed. Once again, I'm Froilan Cabanatuan. Thank you. And
Thank you very much, Sir Froilan. After Sir Froilan, our next presenter is Engineer Aljunvir C. Virtudaso, and he's going to present his paper entitled Cause and Effect of Additional COVID-19 Medical Testing Requirements for Ongoing Fixed Firm Price Construction Project in Saudi Arabia, a Qualitative Study.